and I've done it a few times after.
Uh-oh. I can't. It muted again.
I think financially doing the shrooms right now may not be the best thing, but eventually, I will. And, I felt like earlier I needed to speak her name, Amina. I needed to tell her story, especially when it comes to shrooms. But I guess I had to wait for the right timing, because I've been wanting to just tell her story. And just, so Solana, you coming on and being a birth worker, death worker, shrooms, it was just like perfect timing, to just speak her name and just tell her story. And just express how, it just made me stronger, it just made me stronger, and it put me on this path to want to help other women. And, I'm here, man. And that's it.
Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's beautiful. And yeah, your story had everything in there. If you ever want to share more about it, I put my email in the chat for you. And because these things, they live in our body somatically, right? I call it somatic spoilage, the effects of racism or the effects of sexism or all the isms, the lateral violence or microaggressions and so on. They leave like a residue to a certain degree. I just call it somatic spoilage. And so that spoilage lives in our body, and we can induce the spoilage and purge or turn it medicine.
Oh, you were laughing. What? You were laughing. I thought it was something.
Oh, somebody's not. Oh, okay. Yeah, Isabel is here, and thank you, Isabel, for letting Chelsea Neria share. Thank you, Leo. Thank you, women. I'm going to just turn the video off when I do eventually get up, but I'm here with everyone, sending love and prayers and energy, strength from the deepest of depths, like from the space that not too many people know about, from the space that our songs come from the space that keeps our heartbeat in a certain rhythm during certain laboring, during certain times. Like, thank you so much. Sending everyone so much love right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Solana. Thank you.
And I just wanted to thank Chelsea Naraya again for sharing and for having an opportunity to speak Amina's name and share her story. And I'm glad Leo's back, because I'm going to have to hop off. I'm tired. It's late where I am, but this is wonderful. Go ahead, Isabel. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Randy. Hi, folks. My name is Isabel Santis, and thank you, Leo, for inviting me. I've been on and off all day long. I've been busy, but having in the background a good part of the day, and it's been really great to hear all these wonderful stories from people, and just personal stories about, the effect of psychedelics in your lives, and everything, death, birth, and everything in between. And it's just been really impactful. One of the things that so just a little bit about me. Like I said, my name is Isabel Santis, and I work as an integration guide. I am also a ceremony holder, and I work in a shamanic lineage. I also have, I've been in academia for some time, and I'm working on my PhD on East-West psychology. And I have been working with medicines for, it's going to be 20 some years, and intentionally for 15 or 17 by now. But I came to this work kind of by accident. It was not really something that I thought I would be doing. Perhaps most of the people that are doing this work never thought that that's what they were going to be doing. It's quite likely. because it was for the longest time not an option. But I came to this work through a dream. I had a dream when I was 25, where it was so completely different to anything that I have ever had. It really pulled the rug from under my feet. You know, my upbringing was very Catholic. I'm from Guatemala, and was born and raised there. And I was raised in a Catholic family, but very early on, when I was 13, I really became disillusioned with the church. You know, all of the questions that I had were answered in a dogmatic way that really made no sense to me. And every time that I asked a question, the answer was, oh, because you have to have faith. So from the very beginning, I didn't really believe much in spirituality. You know, growing up in the Catholic Church, you often see a lot of people that are, you know, they say one thing, but they, you know, do something completely different. And I would see all these folks going to church and asking for forgiveness and going through confession and mea culpa, you know, this big show of contrition, and starting the next day with the same type of behavior. So religion and spirituality were something that was not something I believed in. So I grew up and started going to school and followed the sciences and became very focused on materialism, the idea that if you cannot prove it, then it doesn't exist. And I lived that way through my life until I was 25, when I had this dream that literally pulled the rug from under my feet and sent me in a journey that I had no idea what to do with. You know, I understand now that what that dream did was put me in a spiritual emergency. You know, I didn't have the language at the time. I didn't know what that meant. But I had no context for processing this information. I knew for a fact that what I had experienced was true, and that I had gone somewhere and I had these experiences that were completely real to me. I felt them in my body. I could smell the smells and the sensations and the changes in temperature, and hear the sounds of the place that I had been, but I did not in any way have any framework in which I could make that process that information. So that took me into a journey of introspection and a lot of reading. It's when I discovered Jungian psychology, and that really helped me. It was like a little light that I could follow. You know, it was just the beginning of something that I could start making sense of those experiences that I had had. So I owe Jung a great debt of gratitude. And after that, I started reading more and more, and I discovered shamanism. And I understood that the dreams that I was having were the same type of dreams that one would have in a shamanic journey. So I wanted to be able to navigate and have some level of control over my dreams. So I started studying and practicing shamanism, and I was very lucky at the time to learn from Michael Harner and Susan Mokelke from the Core Shamanism Foundation, the Foundation for Shamanic Studies. And it was really amazing to have that opportunity to learn from these folks that devoted their life to this work. So that was my beginning into the world of expanded states, but I didn't discover psychedelics until much later. And at first, my first experiences with psychedelics were, you know, I live in San Francisco now, and I lived in San Francisco then, and I was going out with friends. A lot of them were gay, and we would go to these really amazing dance clubs, and everybody was doing MDMA. And I had no idea why everyone was so friendly. And I had these really wonderful experiences. I was the only girl there, and there was all these gorgeous men dancing around half naked. I had the best time of my life. But everyone was doing MDMA. And that was my first exposure to MDMA and psychedelics. It was not until a number of years later that I actually started, working intentionally with this amazing substances. And it was a process of self-discovery. For me, I learned so much about myself, as I'm sure everybody that has been, that's here, has as well. But also, I saw a lot of the, I had very difficult experiences. And part of the challenge, I think, in the psychedelic renaissance is that we often get repeating the same positive stories over and over again about how wonderful psychedelics are and the healing potential and all this other stuff, which is absolutely true. But psychedelics are non-specific amplifiers. They expand on whatever it is that is going on. And if your internal set, your mindset at the time is a negative mindset of there's things going on in your life that are negative, it's going to amplify that as well. So the possibility for what people call often a bad trip is often directly dependent upon where you're at in your mind and the things that are going on around you. Of course, you can have a bad trip when you're in an unsupported environment and people, are, doing stuff and you're alone or whatever, that can happen. But most of the time, a bad trip, the difficult experiences are usually because of people amplifying this greater internal process that is happening, that is a difficult experience. So I have had a number of difficult experiences in my psychedelic journeys over the last 20 some years. And I'm sure that people here have as well. And I'm not sure, because everyone is camera off. I'm curious if there's actually people that would like to share their thoughts or their experiences in this, about this, is there anyone that would like to share a difficult experience that I have had with psychedelics? I don't know. Mandy, you put your camera back on.
Yeah, I was going to go to bed, but I just love this conversation. And yeah, I'll say, when I first returned to psychedelic medicines, or psychedelics as an adult with the explicit intention of using them as tools to aid in healing, the first medicine I worked with was psilocybin. And, my first couple journeys were really unpleasant. The first one in particular, I'm a survivor of complex trauma and domestic abuse, psychological, narcissistic abuse. And then as a young child, before the age of 5, I experienced some trauma. And I've already shared a little bit about myself earlier, so I don't want to repeat it too much for everyone. But anyway, this first experience, after, I'd microdosed for several years, that helped me to get off of the antidepressants that I was unable to get off of. I was trying to very gradually titrate, and so they were ineffective and I couldn't come off of them. Thanks to psilocybin microdosing, I was able to do that. And then my first larger dose experience with psilocybin was terrible. I actually hired a sitter to come sit with me. And at some point I got very triggered. And then there's the transference, and but she did do some things that I felt like I was being gaslit, which was a huge trigger for me. In terms of, she was kind of trying to rush things and like wanting to leave. And she told me I had taken the medicine at 10 a.m. And I said, whoa, I like took off my eye shades and I sat straight up and was like, you walked in my house at 12:15. And she apologized, but it was really terrible. And if it hadn't been for my amazing integration coach, who actually inspired me to become an integration coach and go through the training she went through, if it hadn't been for her, I was really stuck like in this triggered state. And I was just ruminating about the journey. Anyway, so there was that. And then, I mean, the first several experiences I had were really just releases, just like, just curled up in a fetal position. I remember the first one. I remember I was just wailing this guttural, very primal, just wail. And my jaw was in this position that I tried to like, I don't know, it was just stuck in this position as I screamed and cried. And it's a position I'd never felt my jaw be in. It was just so interesting. And it's not, my jaw didn't hurt. It felt good.
Mhm.
But I just remember my face was all contorted and I was in the fetal position. And I obviously had a lot of grief to release. And yeah, and when on the note of like the non-specific amplifiers, as a teenager, when I was experimenting with drugs in a very recreational setting, I hadn't experienced a bad trip,
Mhm.
And I don't believe, my current belief is that there is no such thing as a bad trip. There's always, always profound learning and healing to be had with the right support. And that understanding led me to continue, even though it's not comfortable. I don't look forward to it, but psilocybin in particular has just been really helpful. And after the first few, it got a little bit better, like in terms of it would vacillate from just deep despair and grief to dancing around, and so the highs and lows. And so yeah, that's all. I'm complete there.
Thank you so much for sharing. Yeah, I agree with you that there's no such thing as a bad trip. It's a difficult experience, but in the moment, when you're where like whatever, terrified or just experiencing grief beyond anything that you can imagine, in the moment, it is devastating, right? Or it can feel devastating. And then there's the coming out of it and the other side and the moving past, and which can be incredibly empowering, which is, oftentimes what happens. But yeah, I agree. I think there's been quite a few, I've had, I think one of my first difficult experiences was feeling that I was being hung to death. I don't know if this was some sort of epigenetic memory or past life regression, whatever it is, but something, but having the memory of having, of of dying with something on my neck or being hung on it. And it was just such a horrible experience. And then not being able to catch my breath, it was just terrible. And probably one of the most impactful experiences of my life was a really difficult experience with ayahuasca, where I was, listening to the heartbeat of humanity slow down, and with the understanding that it was going to end. And this, and I'm begging and I'm pleading and I'm asking, please give us more time. We can make it happen. And the answer came was like, you've had your chances. You've had plenty of chances, and it's you or the rest of them. And it was just this deep grief for, all the destruction that we brought upon ourselves, and all of this pain and suffering that humans have inflicted on creation, this amazing creation that is the world that we inhabit. And that we are the most destructive species that ever has inhabited this world. And and the sense of loss and sadness, it was just so absolute, my grief for the world, for all humanity. And then at the bottom of that grief, there was like this, it was like Pandora's box with that little light of hope at the bottom, that something good could come out of it in some form of evolutionary somehow. There's some learning could come out of it, and some, form of information could inform the greater collective consciousness, and that knowledge, that experience of extinction would be useful in the greater scheme of things. But it was just like probably one of the most painful experiences of my life, and I feel, my dissertation topic actually came out of that experience. I have ayahuasca to thank for that, but it's so painful, yet so profoundly, it has changed my life for the better, in the sense that it has galvanized my desire to do this work in a way that I was not willing to do before. I have been training to be an integration coach for about 15 years and doing integration work with a lot of folks. But it was not until that dream, that vision, that I decided that I also had something to contribute to holding space for people, during their own sessions. And so that was just really important for me. So I see you yawning, girl. You're very tired. Thank you for holding space. I appreciate it.
I am. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you, Leo, if you can hear me. Have a wonderful rest of the night. I look forward to more of these. This is fantastic.
Thank you, Mandy. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mandy.
Leo, do you have a story to tell?
No, but Doc Z, who I'm staying with, he had a story to tell, and he said, "Oh, I can't talk because I'm a man." And I said, "No, the idea was that it was women led, but it's not like men cannot speak." And I'm actually disappointed that more men didn't show up. So, Doc Z, do you want to share a bad experience on psychedelics?
Yeah.
Do you want to give folks a little bit of a background on your experience, like that you're,
Can I see myself? Anyway?
you don't need to see yourself.
I would like to.
Okay.
Well, I would like.
I think you have to change the view to speaker. Okay, now if you start speaking,
Uh-huh.
no, it still doesn't show us.
You probably have under video.
Oh, you're right. No, our video is on, I thought. You don't see us?
Do you see yourself at the top on the
Sean,
there's
can you help?
3 little dots under your name?
Leo, yeah, it's static.
Where?
Leo Russell there.
Oh, there.
then-
So,
But yes, we see you.
Okay.
oh, so she sees us. We just can't see ourselves.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
but Doxy, they can see you.
All right. Well,
We can see you.
okay. So, I've been investing years of my life and a lot of money, and being away from my family in order to create novel psychedelics. I've been doing that for 2 decades. And sadly, I found that when I create a good psychedelic that is legal and that you can import it in, hundreds of kilos and millions of doses and make it available, truly available to a lot of people. The conservative factions in society just legislate against it and make it illegal. And then, so I tried to go by a different approach, which was there was one compound which I felt just absolutely it induced contentedness, and I patented it as a binge mitigator and alcohol substitute, and sold it to a company that's now on the NASDAQ. They're called Clear Mind Medicine, and they're going through the FDA route in order to create a alternative for alcohol, which is extremely effective because it doesn't make you it doesn't compel you to not drink. You can drink a little bit and you enjoy a little bit, and then it kind of changes your decision-making process, and so makes you say, well, I think I've had enough. I'm going to go to bed. Where you would otherwise just go, continue until you pass out. And that process is not making the compound available to consumers. It's as if for any kind of narrative, the righteous, the legal, the illegal, the system does not want the people who are addicted, who are crying out. They want them to keep suffering. That's what it looks like.
But we were talking about bad experiences.
That's the bad experience. The bad experience is years of my life devoted to creating and bringing to market using all kinds of strategies and being foiled by insidious legislation, which was creative in order to say, well, it's very nice that you've created these, you've invented these new things, but no. And then I went through the system, and it's another type of no. It's a not now, not yet, not for years.
Not investing the marketing dollars to actually making it available.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry that it's not, something that that I'm all in tears about, and it's not extremely personal, but it is years of my life with the best intentions that was foiled by the captains of society, that are supposed to be doing the best for us, and they're not.
Yeah. 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 Thank you for sharing. That must be so incredibly frustrating. I can only imagine. Annie, did you want to share your story?
I can share a little bit. Yeah, and I don't want to go into too much detail, but it's a little bit of a peripheral story as well, just like Doc shared, because I spent my 20s like in a community where psychedelics was something we were all sharing, and one of my good friends who had been diagnosed with schizophrenia, we were unaware of. Also, complicated background, but like basically was like rejected from his family because they were very religious and he rejected the religion. So they rejected him. And then he was labeled with schizophrenia. And then we met him as an adult, and we did a lot of psychedelics, and almost 4 years ago now, he took his own life. And so, we don't know like how much psychedelics influenced him or not. But just acknowledging that, like, one, psychedelics are not for everyone, like not necessarily helpful if you don't have a stable situation. And, overall bad, very bad. We lost our friend. I wouldn't say that's because of psychedelics, but we had some very intense situations happen with this person on psychedelics. And what I've been sharing with, because I'm in a training with a lot of licensed people, like going into this field, who have very minimal experience and are coming from a diagnostics perspective. And I've been telling them, I'm like, when you give someone a diagnosis, a mentally ill person perhaps, or anybody, that treating that diagnosis with just as much power as you would a psychedelic. Because one, it could be a misdiagnosis, but like that can be very helpful for someone to have a diagnosis. It can be very harmful for someone to have a diagnosis. Because this person, in my understanding, who's my friend, just had some trauma because his family rejected him, and he probably wasn't schizophrenic, but we don't know. So that's my story. And that's, a huge reason why, I specialize with trauma. I'm a somatic experiencing practitioner, and I've lost a number of people in my life to suicide at this point. And he was someone I was really close with. So definitely like more peripheral, but had some very scary times on psychedelics with this person because of the instability. So I just, a lot of reverence and care always.
Yeah, I think it's so important to just keep that in mind, and we are just not hearing enough about this right now. There's just so much, and I understand why, these things need to become legal before, there's a certain urgency for the legalization to happen. And, the bad stories are not going to help people who are already paranoid about it. But at the same time, if we don't, I just keep on waiting for something really, really bad to happen and to make nationwide news because you know that it's going to happen, right? And if we don't start addressing and mitigating and doing harm control reduction, then we're not ready to deal with those situations. You know, we need to educate people in how to handle these difficult experiences. And I don't think the training is sufficient. You know, like you, I chose not to pursue a clinical psychology because I knew enough about psychedelics and I had been in therapy long enough to know that anyone who practiced traditional therapy would need to unlearn everything they knew in order to work with psychedelics.
Yeah.
So a lot of these psychedelic training programs is a re-education for people who have oftentimes have never done any psychedelics themselves. You know, the great majority, I go to CIS, which is one of the training places for, and 95% of the people graduating don't have psychedelic experiences. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? You know, like how, you know, if I'm gonna scale Everest, I don't want someone who's guiding me, who's only looked at it on Google Maps. Okay, that's
or
not
they've gone on one hike ever.
It's not who I want to take me to these high peaks, you know. And I just feel that we're releasing all these untrained, unprepared therapists into the wild and giving them the blessing to practice. And something bad is going to happen. And I think, you know, I know so many people that are graduating from those programs, and there's no real discussion of how to deal with these difficult experiences. There's not enough training for how to hold the space for someone. You have the somatic experiencing and trauma background, but as you know, most therapists don't. You know, I have 2 trauma certifications. You know, I have combined maybe 150 hours of trauma training just in trauma. You know, that's way more than most therapists ever get in their entire career. And you know, it's just, I don't know. It frustrates me. It pisses me off. There's all kinds of feelings I have about it. But
I really appreciate what you're saying because I agree with you. And I think it's just a careful discussion because there's so much fear already. So how can we be like really realistic and also it's not about we should have fear because I feel like that's such a big part of the issue to begin with, where all these therapists are like, okay, but only if it's the most perfect client, and having a lot of fear still around it, and then just doing it because it's like what's trending now or something, or it's what's like, I mean, I think that a lot of them also truly believe like we need something better and they see that. But yeah, I'm just very curious to see what will happen with like the DSM-5 in general and like the pathology-based mental unhealth perspective that the mental health world has been on for the last 100 years. And like, how can we flip that over now? And yeah, because I don't know how many people who are really in it can see like most of the issues people are dealing with are a product of the same culture that you're educated by. So what's happening now is there's a merging of different cultures but there's still a very steep hierarchy of power in these systems. It's very interesting.
You know, I went to a training with Bessel van der Kolk a few years ago. And at the time he was talking about, he had just had this experience where they wanted to get, I forget what the study was, but it was something about somatics and trauma. And he wanted to submit an amendment or something for the DSM where there was the new edition that was going to come out, and they were collecting additional information to make those revisions, right? So there's this really complex process for people to submit information, and there needs to be all these requirements for evidence-based backing in order to make it into the DSM, right? And he submitted all this paperwork, and he's got a vast team of people working on this stuff. And it's this really solid case of how this particular interventions support somatic interventions help with PTSD, right? Nothing else on the DSM works with PTSD. And then 2 days before the deadline, they come to him and say, we need more of your raw data in order to make sure that this is sufficiently statistically significant. And they're like, it's 2 days before, you have 2 days to produce all this massive amounts of data. So they stay in the lab for 2 days, and they gather all this data that 100% supports their submission. They submit everything, and the DSM rejects it. It's unbelievable when you have a scientist of that caliber, someone who has helped so many people with so many years of experience, of coming up with this evidence, and the establishment rejects anything that is not cognitive based. It's so frustrating, because I don't know what's going to take for them to allow these new ways of thinking.
Yeah, and I think it's the same kind of thing like Doc was talking about earlier, where it's like these are the larger infrastrucures. And yeah, exactly why I've never felt compelled to pursue higher education in that way, and all, just continued it on the peripheral institutions. But it makes me wonder, I'm like, do they actually care? I don't know who is on the board for whatever with the DSM-5, but like, how much are they it's a money thing with pharmaceuticals?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know. I don't trust them. I don't know who they are, but we have like a serious mental health crisis. And most of people's issues is not because they don't have a therapist. It's like our social ecology of valuing cars over life, of valuing money over biology and ecology. It's like our value system of our culture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's not because people don't have a therapist. In my opinion.
There's a question from Darren on the chat. Yes, Darren. Therapists, in order to graduate, therapists need to receive therapy themselves. It's a requirement before they can proceed to seeing clients. So before doing their internship, therapists need to go through their own therapy, and they need to have not only their own therapy, personal therapy, they also need to have supervision therapy of them doing the work with other people. And they are also required to continue therapy after they graduate in order to maintain their licenses. So therapy requires therapy. It's psychedelics. I'm in disagreement with you that having therapists partake on psychedelics would make it unsafe, or that might repeat the mistakes of the past. I think in order to actually provide support for someone, you need to help them with something that you know how to do. And if you don't know how to navigate the psyche under an expanded states, how can you help someone navigate the psyche? It's like a blind person teaching you how to drive, basically. You're welcome to unmute and join the conversation if you'd like.
You want to share what you're unmuted.
Okay, so I wanted to who was that lady that spoke before?
Annie
Annie said that she doesn't know who is on the board that puts together the DSM-5.
Can you speak up just a little bit?
And I wanna. It reminds me of a book by Robert Whitaker called "Anatomy of an Epidemic: Magic Bullets, Psychiatric Drugs, and the Astonishing Rise of Mental Illness in America." And it's a book that is very well researched. It goes back about 150 years to the time that psychiatrists were not doctors. They were the maintenance people of asylums, and people would that were feeling mentally unstable would check themselves in and check themselves out when they decided that they were well. So these were faraway places, secluded from life's stresses, and you come get a fresh perspective and go back feeling cleansed, and it worked very well until the people that were running these asylums said, well, we're doing so much good for so many people, we should be recognized for that as healers, and we should be recognized as doctors. So the American College of Physicians said, well, if you go through medical school, we'll recognize you as doctors of the mind, psychiatrists, which seemed very reasonable to everybody else, except that psychology and physiology do not work in the same way. And the understandings that make a good doctor do not make a good psychiatrist. You do not heal the mind in the same way that you heal the body. There is, like Thomas Zass likes to say in his book, the myth of psychiatry, right? Is that the myth of psychoanalysis? What that's like a very debunking title. There is no disease. There is no pathogen. Thomas Sass was a practicing psychiatrist with a degree in medicine, and that said about the practice that that they're all full of shit. Because you recognize the fact that when that mental illness is a problem with a process. The mind is a change of configuration of synapses. It's a process that cycles and changes. It's a rippling of charge. Calcium goes in one direction, and neurotransmitters go in the opposite direction, and that's what in the end boils down to us thinking, us recognizing, and that's how cognition works. And it's not a physical thing; it's a process. So there is no bacteria that you need to kill. There's no virus that you need to prevent from replicating. Because at the end of the day, the mind doesn't have a physical form. The ailments of the mind do not have a physical form. So you can't treat them with anything physical. And
I'm just a little conscious of her time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Are you good?
I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The mind is not a physical organ. And the only thing I disagree with is I don't necessarily think that Western medicine is all that great as at treating the body either. So, but that's my perspective. Does anybody else have something that they would like to add or share? Or Darren, did you want to unmute and share?
I mean, I'm still. I'm not necessarily disagreeing or anything. I'm more of just want to learn a little bit more while I hear what you're saying. I agree 100% that therapists or those that work with people that are doing psychedelic therapy should have experiences with that. I'm just more curious about what analogs there might be for that in other treatments and whatnot. Like I don't think that just doing general. I mean, I'm not a therapist, so like my question is going to come off as, I don't know, just the way I frame the question might come off as ignorant. But like, for example, let's say a therapist is working with someone that is schizophrenic or bipolar or what other issue they might have. That therapist would not have undergone treatment for schizophrenia or bipolar because it's just not appropriate, because they don't suffer from that. And so basically, when I asked earlier about the analog for a therapist of partaking in a therapy that they are not themselves treating, where would be the analog for that? And that's kind of what I was getting at, because
I understand your question.
Okay. I think that's what I was kind of trying to get to, because like in what I understand is the reason that the psychedelic movement was killed back in the days was because these people came off as unethical, as they were crossing this line that of like, this is for the patients and the doctors are not supposed to do what is for the patient. They're supposed to be a firewall behavior. But with psychedelics, that's a different thing. And I agree with that. That like, I personally would think that like it should be a combined therapist and or patient be one and the same. But that's so radically different from any other kind of Western healing or thinking, and that like all that to be able to make an analog where that there is not a separation from that, there's not a hierarchy between the therapist and the patient, if I'm making myself clear or not muddying the water.
I think I understand what you're saying. Can I give you some context?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so when Alfred Hoffman discovered LSD kind of by accident, for the longest time, he thought it was an incredibly interesting molecule, but he didn't know what to do with it until they realized that at high enough doses, it produced a state that could be similar to schizophrenia. So they started shipping it out to psychiatrists for them to experience what their patients experienced, because there was a need to train better therapists. So the reason why the LSD escaped the lab, if you will, is because it was used as a tool, as a teaching tool for therapists and psychiatrists to learn what the experience was for their patients, so they could treat their patients with greater compassion and understanding and devise protocols that would make them into better doctors. So that is the origin. of this work. And for many, many years, using LSD or other psychomimetic substances to train doctors was accepted practice, and not only and it produced really great results. A lot of the neurotransmitters that have been discovered in recent years and their effect of Prozac, for example, would not have been possible without the previous research that doctors did using psychedelics and understanding the effects of psychedelics in the brain. So the truth is that it was not because doctors were doing acid or other psychedelics that psychedelics were made illegal. It was because it fueled the counterculture in ways that were not acceptable to the dominant paradigm of 60s and 70s power structures. It was a political move more than it was an actual health epidemic. So I'm gonna shut up now because Julia's here, and Julia, thank you for letting me go on for a little bit longer. But I hope that that was just a different perspective from, and I'm happy to share resources around this if you're interested. Julia, welcome.
What a pleasure to be invited. I'm just so grateful. It has, since the time I had been presented with the invitation, I have been stretching my brain around coming here tonight. And I'll share why. I talk like this in spaces just like this, where people are gathered to talk about those practices in life that help us feel the most human. I do it in circles around equity and organization. It's very technical almost in terms of translating what the spirit means to our work. And I just had to really push myself to just even come tonight because I grew up in the 80s. And in my upbringing, I had this impression of what it meant to take psychedelics, right? There was this stigma and a stereotype that grew in all kinds of weird ways over the lifetime. And at a certain point in my young adult life, I said, you know what? Who is this stereotype? What are they trying to hide from me? I want to find out. What is it that is so special about this thing that they have put so much energy and effort from keeping it from me? And in my early 20s, that was the first time I was able to experience LSD, acid, and mushrooms. And but that's not about my resume of what all the things that I've done in my life, but it is about the doors that it has opened. This grand veil that has been lifted, the fog had cleared, and it would take such an extraordinary person to experience this and not understand the underlying connectedness and feeling of wholeness that experience brings. It is just from what I was able to hear in the few moments, and throughout the day I've been tuning in and picking up on all kinds of things, but that the way that we have experienced healing from this deep sense of trauma, even being it through our physical bodies as it manifests, the trauma of life. What I believe has hurt us even more is not even just the trauma, but the inability to express it and to understand it and to have spaces where it's held with care and love. And I have been pushing myself tonight, coming up to this moment, how do I let go of the expectation of myself in this space? I'm facilitator. Like I do this all. I just came from Makotia. I just sit in person for the first time, but for 8 hours, 9 hours, I'm helping other people, and I'm trying to find a way all day. How can I make this space for myself? I give and we give and we give. And I see people nodding their head because I know spaces and people in spaces like this, that's all that we find ourselves doing. Why? Because it brings me joy. It brings me sense of satisfaction that I am giving something of myself, of whatever I have learned in this crazy experiment called life. But there comes a point in my day that I need to be filled with something. I need to be heard and listened to. I need to be uncertain. I need to be not 100% sure what exactly the fuck is going to come out my mouth next. I need that space too. And it is an invitation like this that also confirms to me that there's some power in the synchronicity and the timing of what is presented to me as a gift for that day. And it has been my mission this year. I named my years, and 2022 was the year of timing, was the year of rhythm, is the year of the right time to do things. And what better excuse than to pay attention to like all of these little clues that have popped up in my life, and to have the invitation at this particular moment. There must be some reason, because I need it today. I need to be able to say, yeah, this is my experience. I am both professional. I can do the professional thing, and I can do it with the understanding that I can have only gained from the experience with mushrooms, with LSD, with the people that have been surrounded. I've surrounded myself within those states where it has encouraged the intended, the God-given intention of helping us find connection. And I am certain at this point that there is an absolute connection between my work. I assess organizations' equitable practices. And so I'm come face to face every single day with the very tangible result of all of the ways that we can live that are not helpful. You know, that is the most polite way I can find to say this, right? But what can be done? It's not about alleviating just the source of pain. It is, for me, it is about finding those better and better ways that we can move through it. And one things I am realizing very clearly in this last decade is that work should never have to be done alone. I should never have to feel alone. And to me, that sense of isolation and of aloneness, that is the sole source of all pain. Is because even if I have that pain, if I have no one to share it with, it doesn't exist. And that means I don't exist. That doesn't, it gives me goosebumps. That feels so wrong to even say that I don't exist, because that is so far from the truth of how I feel. And so why has this gift been marginalized and put to the side and called alternative and, all of these things that I mentioned as the stereotypes of growing up with, thinking about, the lofty-headed, hippie that doesn't know what's going on, and they're just like tune out, and that is such bullshit. You know what the real zombies are, the real people who are walking around, have no clue what the actual reality is, are the people who have not yet experienced that. And I am to a point now where I am joining the critical mass. And I am saying to the world out loud, there is absolute benefit to every aspect of the experience any human being has the potential to have with hallucinogenic. Like, I'm still even trying to like wrap my mouth around saying that. This is like where I am right now. In that, along with every single other thing I have had to question about, why has this thing been kept from me? Who does that benefit? This yet another thing I'm adding to this list. Like, why can't I take as much time in a meeting, whatever, to think about why I don't feel good about that? Whatever it is. Like, why are these things that benefit my humanity, why have they been denied? They're obviously not benefiting me. And all I know is that when I talk to others who've had the experience, the one thing they always say, and I include myself in that, everybody, is that the one thing that becomes so apparent, that's so undeniably true, that even your eyes can see it, is that we are so ultimately connected. Unbelievably, on every cellular, electric, every plane. And that, I can imagine, for some people, must be a very intimidating place. Simply because we are not accustomed to it. It can be terrifying. And even to those of us like myself who love that space, find wholeness and completeness in that understanding, even if it's just for that fleeting moment, how exactly, deeply, and personally we are all connected. That place can be so frightening. And why is that place so frightening? What is it that we have to lose when I am in that state of connectedness? What is it that I'm losing? I'm losing my fucking ego. I'm losing all of those things that I have accumulated in my head, all of those little mantras that have been drilled into my brain that says, no, Julia, you're more important than these people. No, you're smarter than, you're better than her. She's better than her. I am so sick of it. I am literally at my wits' end. It is so unbelievably frustrating to see the potential of our humanity and people not run to it. How could you not? There must be some reason, and I am dedicating my life to figuring out why. What is it that we are so afraid of and losing in being actually equal to each other? There is so much beauty and meaning and purpose in my identity as a Black person, as a woman, as a Muslim. What is there to give up? I have really wrestled with this, and I'm talking from like, what would Julia give up if my world was actually good? If I woke up one day and the world, and here's one example. The day after Obama got elected the first time, I went to the grocery store. Like I'm hungry. I just went to the grocery store, and I swear, I swear to Allah, it was the first time I had felt in public, like I was visible. Like all of a sudden, every single person, regardless if they were white, whatever, they saw me in my beautiful Blackness. And in that moment, I just saw other Black people see me, and we just smiled. And I thought to myself, this is what being a white man feels like. Like, for real. Like, I just walking into this store and everybody can fucking see me. Everybody's like, oh, hi, can I help you? And I want to be able to imagine what that feels like for everybody, like every day. Like if I'm I can literally be any intersectionality of any identity and walk into literally any space or roll into any space and feel like that is exactly where I belong and I'm wanted here. What could be lost? What is lost for anybody in that space? How can I shake the fucking world awake and say, look at what you have been missing? I am, as a Black woman, I am so over feeling sorry for myself. I know what the fuck I have gone through to get here. And I know at this point in the story of humanity itself that the future depends on my happiness as a Black woman. When I say I am happy, there's a good reason. There is a good reason, and that reason shall not ever disappear because we work hard to get that joy. And of all the things I want to share with the world about what it means to be a Black woman is we are experts in sacrifice for the love of the greater good. We have stood by and watched our men get rights, voting rights, privileges of access to proximity to power, and we have still found ways to support and love them and raise our family. We have stood by as white women, have fought for their right to go to work. I mean, I'm sorry, we have been working since forever. I want to fight for my right to go home. I am realizing the value and the power of suffering, of sacrifice as a gift, as an ultimate expression of every facet of humanity. I'm Muslim, and we are given the gift of life, of experience, of learning through, of being better than the angels. We are told this because we have the ability to make a mistake. Angels cannot make mistakes, therefore they cannot be forgiven. They cannot see the power in humility that make us human beings better than the angels. And so, like, what is all of the value and the power of all of this fucking suffering that we have been having to go through to get to fill in the blank? There must be
She's frozen. I'm not sure what to do.
Yeah, she's frozen for me too.
Let me see. I'll try messaging her.
She's just back. Are you back, Julia? Yes, she's back. Oh, we can't hear you. You're muted. You're still muted. Let me.
okay. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Good.
Oh,
Welcome back.
thank you. Oh my gosh, I feel like I wandered off the spaceship and you pulled me back onto it. And I've got good news. At least I remember exactly where I was, and so I will pick up on that thought where I left off. And I was talking about the value of suffering, and I was just about to share the best metaphor I could possibly think of to try to wrap my head around why are we suffering so? What is the cause and purpose? And I'm thinking of artists. I hope there's artists in this space. I hope so. The artist takes the block of marble violently out of the side of the mountain. That's my birth. I am birthed from the mountain, and here I am, plopped on the planet. This big, rough-looking piece of rock, but there's something in that rock that needs to be discovered. And over time, the artist tries to find the essence of the art. And big chunks, they fall off violently, like you thinking about what does it take to cut marble. It's heavy. It's a lot of destructive appearing force, and it's painful. I cannot find another way around it. There's no shortcut for this kind of work. And I have gone through these big, massive chunks of myself having to be violently torn from me without even my permission, right? And then come the little chips, you know, all the little things that happen in your day, the things that are not happening at the right time. The world's going too fast. People are saying the wrong things. They don't have time to explain and apologize. There's 1,000 little things that happen to me in my day-to-day life that continue to keep refining who I am. So some places somebody will hit it. It's not the right place. No, that's not the right place to hit it. It's going to create a curve around that place where the rock is so dense right there. You can't touch that part. Now I know where that essence is. And then at the end, like I'm still not done. I'm still a work in progress. I still want to find out what exactly my art looks like. But I stand back now and I can see what the artist can begin to see because I've gone through so much shaping. It is as if my most natural and beautiful place is on the mountainside, but I can't go back there. That's Eden. That's like the mother's womb is the last place I felt wholly and fully at peace in myself. I was not even born yet. I wasn't even born. How to go back to that place? I can't. So what can I do in the meanwhile while I'm out here standing outside the mountain, like half finished? I have to be able to appreciate the forward nature of my life. And that all of this pain and suffering will go unnoticed if I don't recognize that it's part of my art. And I, you know, as the folks who were sharing before I joined about how this intersects with therapy and the medical field, I'm at this point by any means necessary. Whatever it takes to open those eyes to say there's actually another way to see this pain without my judgment upon it. And I'm remembering my experiences that I've had and thinking about things where I was, where in another world would bring me a lot of pain and sorrow. Like, would be incomprehensible to be able to even talk about. let alone process with probably even a stranger. But, you know, here I found myself, and all of a sudden that thing I thought was so massive and daunting, like that, I can just envision it like this big, like tar monster that just will, if I just let it in a little bit, it will take me over. How can this thing just be this? Oh, that's not what it was at all. When I released my judgment on why, that thing was bad. And again, I'm going back to that analogy of being a piece of art. Yes, it was painful, but was it bad? There can be possibly another way to think about things. And just that process alone was enough. It was enough to remember all the other days that, oh, there was another way to see this big sticky monster who actually has control over these things. I remember just before my session that no, the mind is not an organ. It is a collection of electrons firing. It is that malleable. It is that willing to bend to my need, and willing to and able to receive that which I don't have. And I know there's benefit. I know there's benefit. And I was very anxious about coming tonight, and not just to share this. I'm very comfortable with this, but I don't know if I can talk for a whole hour. I'm not used to this. And why? It's because I have made a whole life and around listening to other people. And so I'm so tempted. I'm so tempted. And I think, why not? I'm going to practice doing what feels right and not make myself uncomfortable. I came here, yes, to share how I believe equity connects to this industry and this philosophy and this practice and way of life. But what I really want to know, what would change? Like, how does it look? What does it look like to walk into that grocery store every day and just be seen? Like, what is different? Like, literally, like from the moment I wake up, like when is that moment I wake up, to what I wear, to how I do my hair, to how I talk, to how I work. What does work look like when everybody understands we're so connected like this? Like if we won, like if the fog had lifted for everybody. I'm not talking about the Garden of Eden, the womb, the mountain that I came from. I'm talking about learning and mastering and perfecting the art of moving through chaos just for the purpose of finding beauty in life. If we were all kind of on that similar vibe, like if we all got it, I really want to imagine what that looks like. Like, why not? I spend so much time trying to understand and dissect and manipulate all the things that hurt and that are wrong. And honestly, I'm going to tell you at this point, it's not even that hard for me to do. It is very easy for me to talk about the things that hurt me. They're infinite. I can go on forever. I can literally, you could pull a hair, I could close my eyes and say, pull a single hair on my body. I don't know where. But once you even touch it, even once your hand begins to approach it, I know exactly which follicle you're pulling on. But ask me where it feels good in my body right now. Like I could tell you, oh, my neck hurt, my back like this, but where does my body feel good? I don't even know. I have to begin to rewire this whole system that has been trained so poorly to not see the truth. I have to rewire it. and I need my imagination back. I need it back. I need to have ownership and control over my own imagination. I want to imagine what it feels like to feel good and not waiting for the other shoe to drop, like with the expectation of the default mode of feeling good, confident in my ability, in our collective ability to move through individual pain because we experience trauma together. I want to imagine what that feels like. What would be, how would I work differently? What would my relationship with my family be? What about my geography? Like, would I be in the car ever? Like, I'm really contemplating, what does it feel like to be free? So many songs. So many songs I've heard about what it feels like to be free. It must be a song. There must be music everywhere. I just want to know what it's like to be free. This reminds me of a story. I'm a voracious reader, and I love Zora Neale Hurston. She's an anthropologist, a Black woman from the 1920s, 30s, Harlem Renaissance. And she was so revolutionary. She was intent on documenting Blackness because she could tell where it was going. It was to be absorbed into whiteness, assimilated, and she saw it coming. And she said, I'm going to document so we shall never lose these precious stories. And one of the stories that she recounts in a collection of her essays that I just finished reading a few months ago, and I still think about it almost every day, this feeling of what it means to feel free through the gates of whatever medicine needed to get us there. But on the other side is freedom. And freedom to understand the stories that contribute to my DNA, the history of my blood, feels like an appropriate place to begin. And thinking also why I'm thinking of this story I'm going to tell you is because of the element of music. So you see, when Black people, when we were enslaved, we had gone through every imaginable test of hell on earth, have our babies ripped from our breast, our children sold. Every single imaginable expression of inhumanity we have endured. Humiliation of the most creative extent. And in those moments, we had story. And one of those stories involves a character named High John the Conqueror. Now, High John the Conqueror, he was mystical being, as enslaved himself. He would be on a plantation in Texas, and there would be an enslaved man being whipped to the threat of death the lowest possible point in any human being's life. And before the blood dried on his back, High John the Conqueror would be there. You see, because High John the Conqueror would come to us in that darkest, deepest moment where you found yourself and the only thing you can do is just laugh. That like, oh my God, can it get any worse than this? That's how John the Conqueror would come to us in this moment. And there's a story, a particular story I'm sharing with you tonight about High John the Conqueror. There was a group of slaves sitting around under the big oak tree because it was their break. They were eating a little something before they had to get back to work. And above them, they could see the massa and old Miss sitting up there on their balconies looking over, and just as they usually do with their side eye and their sweet tea, and they're just always watching. And they sit around. Oh, they're so tired. So tired. And High John the Conqueror is sitting with them, eating his meal, and he says, you know what we need? We need a song. And I don't think that song, we're going to find it around here. We got to get up and go find that song, because I'm looking around, I don't see it. I don't see it. And of course, they look at him like he's crazy. He's talking about leaving the plantation to go find a song. What are you talking about? We can't leave. Look at this thing. They're looking at us right now. How are we supposed to sneak off? That's crazy talk. And High John the Conqueror said, now look here. Don't worry about all of that. You just go on and get ready. I'll take care of the rest. Now go on and get your finest garments and come in and be prepared. And they said to him, they're looking down at their clothes and they're thinking, this the only thing I got is what you see. I don't got any of these fine clothes you're talking about. Where am I going to find these things? And High John the Conqueror said, oh, that. All you got to do, go look down deep inside. You'll find every single fine garment that you have ever imagined and ever dreamed of. It is right there inside. Just go on down deep inside. You'll find it. And so as they were busy going down inside and finding and putting on their most beautiful garments, filled with light and colors they haven't seen for decades, they was busying themselves, and High John the Conqueror sitting there watching them get dressed, and he says, you know what? I don't know what we're going to do when we find that song. We ain't got no instruments. And he's like looking around thinking, where are your instruments? And they said, we don't have instruments. That's just a dream world. I don't have none of that. That's fine stuff. I haven't seen a violin in decades. And he's like, oh, don't worry about this. You go right back to where you found those garments. Go back down and pull out those instruments because we need them. Come on, we got to get going. And so they sat and they're like, oh, well, I found the garment. I'm going to go down and find that instrument too. And so as they were going down deep into their souls to find that perfect instrument, High John the Conqueror had gone off to get their transportation. And he came back with a black bird as big as the sky. One wing reached from the sunset and the other to the sunrise. And one by one, he said, come on, climb on up. We're about to go find ourselves a song. And he helped each and every single one of them up on that beautiful big black bird, and off into the sky they went. And now here's where there's a whole bunch of stories, just like Anansi the spider, Brer Rabbit, High John the Conqueror, and his crew get into all kinds of adventures looking for that song. And they find themselves in one of these stories all the way down in hell, playing with the devil. And boy, did they have fun. They found themselves some songs down there, some nasty, dirty songs, and they had good time. They had such a good time. High John the Conqueror was actually elected the new devil, made the devil so mad want to chase them right out of hell. He said, you got to get on out of here. Don't you dare take my daughter with you. So I had John the Conqueror and his little crew got right back on that Blackbird, soared right up on out of hell. They got enough. They knew what that was like. All right, we got what we need. We'll see you later or not. And on their way out, they're like, oh, what's that? Oh, hi, John the Conqueror says, oh, up there? That's the ladder way up to heaven. I said, we figure we're here already. You want to go check it out? Like, we here. Why not? So up they went all the way to the pearly gates. And they opened those gates. And you can just imagine what they saw. Nothing but beauty and happy and songs for days. The streets of heaven, one of them is bass and the other one is treble. And right on the corner of bass and treble sits the desk of God. And God sat there and he watched these people march up and down the street, up and down the avenue, just finding the most beautiful songs. They found a song, a tune, a rhythm for every single emotion, for every single moment down here on earth. They found a song. The order of notes that hit you just right, the ones that feel right on time, the ones that make your heart move, they found every single song. And just as they were at that intersection, playing into the grandest of crescendos, the world went dark. And when they opened their eyes, they looked up and they saw that oak tree they had been sitting under before they got on that beautiful, beautiful bird. And you can imagine them looking back up at that Mason's house and seeing that Mason and having to hear him say, go on now, get on back to work. I got more work for you tomorrow. How the heart breaks to be brought back to the reality of this world. And they look crestfallen and heartbroken up at High John the Conqueror. And he said, oh, don't bother with them. Don't worry about them. They don't know. And he laughed. He laughed at them. And wouldn't you know it? He said, go on now. You know what that song is. They will never, ever understand or hear that song. It is just for you. And even though they couldn't remember every single last word, they couldn't remember every last motion of the beat, they couldn't exactly remember 100% how that tune went, but they knew the ingredients and they knew that it existed and that it was something special that only we can understand. And in any moment where we are at our lowest, where I am at that I cannot get any worse than this, dear God, what else could happen to me today? I gotta laugh. I gotta laugh. Because how many other ways can I know for a fact I'm alive? That I have the gift of life to feel it so deeply that you want to burst out in song. How does a person burst out in song in the midst of sorrow? How does this happen? It must be for a reason. And can we share that reason
behind all of this suffering, it is a test. It is a test of our humanity. It is a test so that we can earn that song, that joy in the midst of no matter what is going on around me, to have that gift of laughter, of being able to see the comedy of life. This life is funny. It is funny how serious we take ourselves, how serious I take myself. I'm going to say this with 100% certainty. In 1,000 years, nobody's going to remember my name. I don't remember the seamstress's name, 700 years ago. I am just another experience that God has given us, from the most depraved to the highest elevated, and every single thing in between. We must have all of the experiences. And to be grateful for that is my life mission. Oh my gosh, I actually did almost talk for an hour. I'm like really surprised myself. Yeah. I really am very grateful for you all and Aurora for organizing this event. 24 hours is injecting something into the time consciousness of our collective experience of time even itself. 24 hours, what can be said, what can be created in 24 hours of dedicated Herstory time? To give that time to women to speak uninterrupted is such a gift, not only to me, but to the world. Like, of all of the people who deserve the ability to speak uninterrupted, should be women. I am a firm believer. And why? It is because women, and you understand what I believe about Black women, and I also include Indigenous women in this group too. But in general, women have what the future requires. We have that experience. I'm not going to say is biological. It's just we have had millennia worth of opportunity to experience and practice what it means to sacrifice for the greater good, what it means to not be able to go to that concert that because I couldn't find a babysitter. Like, I'm still a little bitter about that. But you know what? I am willing to keep giving because I know how valuable our voice actually is when it is listened to, believed, and acted upon. I am tired of taking back seat. And to the men in this space, be very grateful, because I saw you here and I wasn't even going to come. But I said to myself, I am here for the women. And if men want to listen, you're welcome to listen. And so I appreciate everybody in this space allowing me the confidence and the ability to explore all these little corners of my mind and have zero plan coming in here tonight on what exactly I was going to talk about. So I thank you. Let us find more and more and more ways to listen to women
because of all of the tools and teachers we have in the discussion area tonight with these 24 hours, the power of the psychedelics as a tool, as a teacher. Let that teacher be a woman. I love you all. I'm very appreciative of you allowing me to say that I love you and to make that normal thing to say to a perfectly marvelous group of strangers. And so I will end just a few minutes early, if you don't mind. I will just get something to drink and be a good example to you on caring for self and knowing the right time for things. And so with that, Aurora, I'm not sure how you'd like to proceed, but in the last few minutes, I would love to hear anything anybody would have to say. So again, I'm going to put myself on mute on purpose this time and pass it back to this beautiful group. So thank you. Thank you, everybody.
So I apologize because I'm not sure what time it is. So because I'm tired and I've just been crying a lot and very touched by you, Julia, and your words. I've just cried a lot of tears of joy and feeling that what you had to say was so powerful. I don't know what time it is because we have our next speaker on the hour, but if she hasn't joined yet, and I don't know if she has, I need to go find my phone. So maybe I'll just let you guys kind of hold space for a minute and I'll try to.
I'll share something. Sorry. Yeah, just thank you so much. So grateful for you sharing. Sorry, I'm just trying to change the view. On the 27th, I signed up while you were talking because I was just like, oh my gosh, more. So thanks for, just taking up the space and for sharing your.
I think we're having trouble hearing you. If you turn off, I don't know, maybe turn off your video if it's on. Sometimes it helps with reception.
Okay. I feel like I was mostly done, but it's like, thank you so much. Very inspired and very grounded after listening to you. So thanks so much. It's nice to be introduced to you.
I am learning how to take compliments. So I have been told to say, thank you. It's not easy. What she was talking about the 27th. I'll share in the chat if it's okay. I don't want to buy my mixtape, put my plug in and whatnot. But thank you. I will. Okay. Every month I have a listening circle, which is why I was drawn to this space in particular. But I host something every month. So I'll put my website in the chat at your leisure. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I just want to say it was really beautiful. You moved me to tears, and I laughed a lot. I just felt, your sincere and heartfelt sharing, very thankful for that. The experience that you shared that was really powerful for me was when you said you walked into the supermarket and you felt seen for the first time, and I don't know what it is to be Black in America. I'm an immigrant myself, and I have felt invisible many times, and it's it's a really interesting experience. You said what must it feel like to be a white male? Not to like, it's just it's not something that we will ever know, unless they actually invent that capacity to switch bodies. But the sense of connection that you kept on talking about, the truth is that we are all interconnected, and if we don't have that understanding, we're so much easily divided, and things like color of our skin actually become important because they're one way in which we can be divided. So here's hoping for a better future, way in which we can make a difference. So thank you for your share.
I was just going to give an update that Greta is joining us shortly. She's a public defense attorney who was raised in Nation of Islam. So very interesting that we're kind of going from Muslim person to Muslim woman. But that was just random. But she's just running a little bit late. So I had asked her daughter if she could just hop on and talk about what a wonderful mom her mom is for being a public defense attorney and getting, so far in her career and her education and being such a powerhouse. So hopefully she joins soon. But until then, we can just kind of chit chat. Julia, if you want to keep chatting for a minute, because we got a few minutes, we're here for 24 hours.
I have to go, Leo, so I'm going to say goodbye. I have an early morning, so thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to catching up again tomorrow.
I also want to remind folks that we are live streaming, and even if you can't stay up for the full 24 hours, if you can encourage your friends or family who are overseas, I myself am going to be sleeping, but then my husband and Rick and some other folks are going to be handling things behind the scenes. But we are going for 24 hours. And so last time we had over 8,000 people involved with our clip of our 24-hour virtual microdose mushroom sit-in on Reddit. And so I just think that this event has been truly phenomenal in terms of the diversity of voices of people speaking. So I just want to encourage folks to just remind others to join us, even if they only can join for an hour. It just, keeps the train running until 10 tomorrow morning. I also want to remind folks that Daria Chisholm, who's a famous TED talker and is doing a documentary right now on women in psychedelics. She and her team are joining us tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., I believe. So Pacific Standard Time. And they're going to talk about the documentary that they're doing. So for folks that are interested in the documentary that they're doing, it's 3 Black women, super powerful stuff. So that's happening tomorrow around 7. So anyway, to keep the conversation going. It could be song, it could be sharing, poetry, it could be, I do have a PowerPoint at one point if we really get somehow kind of into some quiet time. I have a PowerPoint about betrayal by women, from women to women, which is a powerful subject, and a lot of it can, be also connected with mothers that can betray us. And so it's about a 10 or 15 minute PowerPoint, and I'm happy to do it at some point before I go to bed for my little stint of sleeping.
Aurora, you said poetry's okay, right?
Julia, my name is Leo, but Aurora was the other woman that was starting us off.
My apologies.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah.
Thank you, Leo. Would
No worries.
Be okay?
But do you want to read some poetry? Yeah, I feel like if you could help moderate until Claretta gets here, that would be great. But you see how your energy is, because I also got this PowerPoint. Okay.
I have, because you had talked about inviting the next moderator's daughter, I thought about my daughter. And I thought, as soon as you said poetry, I put the two together, and I'll share a piece that my daughter wrote. Yeah. This is her book. She wrote a book called Stepwell. And the poem I thought I would read is called Womanhood Speaks to Patriarchy Uninterrupted for the First Time. The whole time you withheld your love from me, I waited, found 100 different knots for my tongue, sewed a chain of pawnshop rings, molded a makeshift Eve from wax, sipped glass like water, and hung mirrors on every wall. I confessed my sins. To the corner I assigned myself in your absence, counted every calorie and word wasted, trying to read in without pulling too desperate. I would have loved myself first, but that would have been unfaithful. So instead I shrank, and I shrank and shrank until forgiveness nestled a tumor in the cradle of my hips, and I said, thank you. Even though I asked to be human, you made me woman instead. Patriarchy, where do I begin? My first word was no. So the second one you taught me was sorry. I remember learning the word sister, tentatively calling hers my own, my daughter's, innocence, girlhood, when you called it your fetish. Everything always has to be sexy for you to listen, so I made my body a megaphone, hollow and amplifying. I learned that for women, ugly is short for worthless. So I trained every bone in my body to bend pretty, so one day, slim and sharp enough, I can cough up like a swallowed key, unlock privilege from the femininity you forced me to stomach. Sometimes I wrap my arms around my body and find my fingers grasping at helium. You always want me to sound higher, be lighter than air itself, be only defined by the shapes I fill. When you are not looking, I put on my face every day, come home and wash it down the drain, pick apart whatever in between my legs for you. Like, this is woman enough. This isn't. You twisted sisterhood into a rat race. Now I look at them and see only what I do not have. I need you like I need air. When you're holding my head underwater, telling me to liberate myself at the same time. Patriarchy, my sisters are dying, and you are always mistaking their blood as lipstick stains. You only seem to care when they have your last name. To be woman means to be blamed for your own casket, and I'm tired of funerals, so I learned feminism. Will you love this feminism when it is not pretty? Will you be so eager to hashtag my movement when it does not turn you on? Will you love me when I am not pretty? Will you love me when I do not turn you on? I know you've made progress, patriarchy. On some occasions, you raised your fist with us, but even your most progressive heroes come home to beat me. I'm done waiting for you to love me back. I'm taking every hour spent silent and screaming to fill balloons at the party I throw for me and my sisters, and you will not invite yourself this time. It'll be so luxurious, so redemptive. Your God is gonna foot the bill. Every mirror is gonna shatter. We'll forgive on our own time, and there you'll be waiting. And that's her story. That's my daughter. That's Azura. That's my baby. I'm so proud. Thank you. How are we doing? You got your next moderator coming, Leah?
No, apparently, not so much. Why don't I do the PowerPoint and we'll just kind of wait and see when Claretta gets here.
Sounds good. Thank you for letting me share.
Yeah, no, the poem was awesome and I appreciate it. It's so beautiful. So if I'm going to share my screen, let's go to my PowerPoint. Can you guys see the PowerPoint when I pull it up? Just like a thumbs up. Okay, cool. And hopefully the background noise is not too loud, but I'll just go ahead and shoot with my PowerPoint. And then Rick, can you be in charge of letting, oh, Claretta, of course, I'm sorry. Just like, of course she comes now. All right, here's Claretta. I need to get out of this book. Here she is.
Here I am, guys.
Good. Nice to see you.
I'm so sorry that it took me so long to get on. I am in the airport and I had the wrong baggage. I have somebody else's baggage tagged as mine, and so I have to give them back their bag. Hoping I could get my bag as well. Guys, I was wanted to talk to you guys about racism and how we can end this racism thing. And I think that we can do one simple thing, and I just want to talk about it just so that you guys can understand where I'm coming from. I believe that you can extinguish racism by treating everybody like you want to be treated. If you treat people like you want to be treated, you'll never treat them in a manner that is that is disrespectful to their race or their creed, their color, their skin, their economic status. You'd always treat everybody like they was an equal partner with you. And I believe that that's what we need to do as a society in order for us to rid ourselves of this ugly stigma of racism. I think I've thought about it a whole lot, and I think when I think of people who are racist, I think of them thinking of their own interests, treating people any way they want to, so that they can get what they want, and that's not the way to live amongst human beings. But do everybody want to be a human society, a sharing society? Everybody seems to think that they want to be a part of society. They want friends and they want neighbors and they want a community. But a lot of people don't put any effort into that community. And so, how do you get the effort that you are required to give? Let's think about that for a minute while I talk to this lady. What's your flight? Do you have a boarding pass? Oh yeah, I do.
Okay. Sorry. I find this very funny, and it's probably not as funny to everyone else. So. Nothing. I was just finding a little humor. The Claretta experience for me is a very, alive one.
Yeah, I'm trying to be live, but I'm trying to, I'm on Memorex right now because of what's happening with the airport and the airline. And so I have to find my bag because I have somebody now. You can ask somebody if they want it. So I see people on. I want to hear other people's thoughts about what I just said about the racism thing. How many people think they are even capable of treating people like you want to be treated? Or that people are even capable of that? I mean, I know I always think about if somebody killed my mom, what would I want to do? And I go, my mom's already dead, so I can't get anything by killing you. So why would I kill you? Maybe I would want you to be my indentured servant for life, like my mom would have been for me. I don't know. But do I want you to be jailed and me to be housing you for the rest of your life so that you can, what? Get punishment for killing somebody that you didn't even know? Or maybe you knew, but you didn't respect like I did?
Someone raised their hand in the audience. So just go ahead and unmute yourself and ask the question or the comment.
I was thinking on Loretta's question about treating people as you want to be treated. And I've sat with this for a little while for myself. And I don't know if that works, simply because how I wish to be treated may not be how someone else wishes to be treated. And I want to respect how they wish to be treated. So,
but if you start with a base of you treating them like you want to be treated, I mean, I wouldn't treat myself like a dog. I wouldn't throw things at me, or I wouldn't hit myself. I wouldn't beat myself. I wouldn't talk about myself. I want to treat myself as best as I want to. I've lived like this for my 57 years. I've lived like this. And I've come to dilemmas such as kill my mom, or dilemmas such as, people who use you or something like that. And I've found that even the people that use you, they're using you because they have a need. If you had a need, would you want a need? When I think of somebody stealing from me and I go, why would he steal from me? Well, maybe he got a need, or maybe he got a greed, but I'm going to teach him something different. I'm going to teach him that if he steals from me, he gets his need or he get whatever he get. But I'm not hurt because I know that I'm always going to get it back because I'm going to treat him exactly like I want to be treated. Would I want to be hunted down if I didn't have any food and I stole $5? No, I'd want you to have that $5 and do well. And so it takes a lot from you to treat people like you want to be treated. But to treat people like you want to be treated can never be disrespectful because you're not going to disrespect yourself unless that's what you do. And then you got to look at how you treat yourself. Why would I treat myself like that?
Right. I think that's exactly why I wouldn't make it a blank base of treat people how I want to be treated, because there is still trauma that we're undoing. So rather than treating people like I treat myself, I work from the mirror standpoint. I treat people, I treat my experiences as a mirror. So instead of like, okay, well, I want someone to give me $1 million, so I'm going to give them $1 million, right? Like, but that might not be helpful for that person because they may need to process something that doesn't require them to have $1 million by someone giving it to them. But as a reflection, I can recognize that if someone says something that I am very angry at, I recognize my own sovereignty. And if I find that I am angry, then I sit with myself to understand, why am I angry? What choice have I made that put me in this position? How can I approach this? If I decide I want to dissolve the situation, if I decide but each time I'm negotiating each situation to decide how I can keep my sovereignty. So my base is my sovereignty. Because everything.
And I would say that
is,
your sovereignty is how you want to be treated. Your sovereignty is how you treat yourself. That's your sovereignty.
And that is the only thing that I would be responsible for in the reflection, right? So naturally, it offers the other person whatever it is that they want to express, however it is that they would like to express it. They can still express freely. And I can decide how I want to respond. Do you understand? Like, I am the reflection.
Well, that's going to be a given. And no matter what in your human contact has to be you taking responsibility for the action that you do. And so no matter what in your human contact, you're always going to be taking responsibility for you. At least that's what you should do. But a lot of people don't.
That's why treating people like someone else wouldn't.
Treating people like you want to be treated.
Excuse me. That's exactly why treating someone like how you want to be treated wouldn't work as a base, because everyone is holding. We're all working out this trauma. We're all figuring out what our shadows are, but our shadows are still unique to each vessel, each experience. So the base has to be still understanding your personal oneness and your personal.
Well, see, I already understand my personal oneness. See,
well, you do, but someone else may not.
Now, they don't need to. They don't need to experience my oneness in order to know that I'm treating them the best I can. See, it comes out to treating people the best that you can in your given day, in your given time, in your space. Treating people like you want to be treated, period.
I know lots of I'm a clinical sexologist for the last 20 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've had lovers that wanted me to slap them and choke them and draw blood, and that brought them pleasure. And but then I have other lovers that wanted to be softly softly caressed and kissed.
Mm-hmm.
So But the lovers that wanted to be slapped and you know, maybe draw blood is, you know, I would personally prefer not to have drawn blood, and I don't want them to treat me like they want to be treated, because I don't want them to draw my blood. And they would perceive the best as, okay, I drew this blood and I left you marks and you're happy about the marks on your body. But I don't prefer that. So if they followed treat you like how you want to be treated, I would not prefer that at all.
Well, see, I'm not talking about what a person prefers. I'm talking about how when you are giving treatment that is not reflective of what that person wants. I'm talking in a grocery store when you're standing behind someone and someone pushes you, or I'm talking about interaction that happens on a regular basis that you come in contact with. I'm not talking about consensual play or whatever you and your agreed consensual partner has decided. I'm talking about those things in which aren't consensual, like racism, like when you treat people because of the color of their skin, or when you treat people because of the braids they have, or when you treat people because they are heavier than you, or don't live in the same space. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about you and your consensual habits. That's what would rid it. What would rid it is how we treat people when we are thinking of equality.
Claretta, could I ask you to speak to the racism that you see in the criminal justice system as far as drugs and Black people?
Well, we know that when the opiate, I'm sorry, 253 948 7511. We'll give you a printout of 7511. And then when we are dealing with the opiate crisis, we are now seeking treatment. We are now believing that it's something that each individual has to be heard and know their trauma, and let's get them some help. But when we was dealing with the crack epidemic, we said, just say no. Get out my face. Give me your kid. You're no longer going to be responsible for anything. And go kill yourself with crack. We don't care. Bye. Crack was a primarily Black epidemic. Started in the Black household. And some say generated by the Iran-Contra war in making money. I don't know. I'm not going to tell you that I'm a historian in that right, but what I will say is the way we handled it was much different. The war in Iran and the cocoa that we got in America so freely was overlooked. It was as if the ghetto had planes. Everybody know the ghetto didn't have no planes. Everybody know that the guy standing on the corner got his drugs from a guy standing on another corner. We know he didn't get it from a Black guy that had a plane. You know, so what do we do with that? And that's another thing of treating people like you want to be treated. Would you want to be treated like that when you was hooked on crack? Would you want somebody to say to you, hey, get yourself off crack and then come back here and talk to me about your child? Get yourself off crack and then you can get another apartment. Oh, matter of fact, you can't even live in that apartment no more because you on crack. Or should we get them help like we're doing now with the opiate crisis, saying it's a sickness? Why is it a sickness? Because it's your sister? You should have already been treating me like your sister, because you're supposed to be treating me like you would treat yourself. And that's what I mean when I say treat people like you would treat yourself. Because it's no way that I can leave a person in a flood and I got a boat if I'm treating them like I'm treating myself and I left them in a flood. Now, if my boat is full okay, I could drive my boat to the place to where we can get safety, but wouldn't I also say, hey, you got to save somebody else because I left 15 people? Or do I just go, my boat was full and I just finished? That's it.
But
To me,
I was wondering about the racism that you see as a public defense attorney in terms of the criminal justice system firsthand with your clients.
Well, I have a firsthand story of a three-person story that the same thing happened. They was at the Port of Seattle, and they all were trying to park their vehicle while they got their loved one or they went inside or what have you. And the white woman. Okay.
She said she can't say.
Are we done?
No, I need more details.
I'm sorry.
I don't know where.
Guys, I got to take a break.
I don't know where it got mistaken. So was it
Nikki, do you want to talk at all? Well, Claretta's.
So
when we're in
any interest?
Right.
So it was in the Orient.
That's right.
And you said,
when I think about
yep.
I want to make sure that
I think about the systemic racism that is happening,
because my luggage
and even the crack epidemic, and
got that.
I mean, I have friends that have been addicted to heroin, and my white friends get a shot every month so that they don't ever have to go through withdrawal. And then I have Black friends that are put on what's the other it's like another type of it's escaping me right now what it's called, but
Suboxone?
The what?
Suboxone?
No, this is worse.
Methadone?
Methadone, yes. And they're put on methadone, right? And the perspective that I have around that is that's not necessarily a one-to-one. That is built into the systemic racism. And so, like, the systemic racism, if I have a cousin that's a crackhead, I want to treat them well because they're my cousin. But my cousin is also stealing from me. And my cousin is also doing crack in front of my daughter. But the only reason that my cousin is on crack is because of this systemic thing that's happening, right? So, in my work, I started with, dealing with consent, right? And then consent grows when consent is not just your words. Yes, no, maybe, right? It's your embodiment. And then what is your cosmic consent? Your sovereign consent. And of course that brings us to manufactured consent, right? And manufactured consent is a strategic design for people our age. I don't know how old everyone is here, but this would be the age that you are a lawyer, a doctor, you're running the world in some form of fashion, and you are rewarded for the behavior that the programming precedes you. And if you act out of the programming, then everything goes against you. So it makes it hard to step out of the system. So I don't think that I don't believe that it's as simple as that. I think that the root of this systemic scenarios that we're moving through is holding whatever our personal sovereignty is and being able to stand in the face of our truth, right? Like something like this right here, is part of that. Like in what world 10 years ago were we saying, hey, we're women in psychedelics sharing their stories. Aurora's story was like mind blowing to me, and I'm also working with doulas who are looking to undo these things. And I have and you know, the statistic that everyone that looks like me dies 3 to 4 times more than someone that looks like anyone that doesn't have this complexion, who's giving birth. But then when you look at the systemic thing, America is the worst place to give birth, right? So there is trickery. There is trickery in the conversation. And it's making me look at this when I need to look at this. It's when the mention of dogs came about, like my dog, I give her when she's wilding out, I give her an option of 2 things. I give her an option of 2 things because I want her to behave. And so she's going to choose this or that because that's what I showed her. But I'm sure maybe if she went on a few mushroom trips, she would see that, yo, it's not just those 2. She's trying to trick me. You know, so I believe that it's
I just
greater.
looked in Denver and there isn't anything that we don't know what other name might be on it. If
No. I think that what happened is
yeah, they're talking about the bag. So I do think that there is a special there's a special responsibility that we have one-to-one with one another in relating. I do think that there are levels of our awareness that we need to check ourselves on and take a look around and see what roles are we playing, what identity, how much of our identities are actually habit. And like a lot of times we'll find that
but you
much of our
got his
identities are
bag,
habit.
so at least that person can get their bag.
And we don't
Thank you.
recognize that they're habit because there's background on what is right, what is wrong, what this looks like, what that looks like. Even language when it comes, as a sexologist, when it comes to language, I had to start changing my language and saying white culture. And even that is still off, right? But I can, for the sake of what we're discussing, I'll say white culture because I have white friends that don't behave that way, right? And when we think of man, woman, the label woman outside of these bodies, like it is my perception that the universal womb encompasses all matter. And so all bodies are womb bodies. Now, when we start getting into man, woman, because of the culture that comes with the label, there's an assumption of a behavior that is adopted or assumed. And so because of the language itself, we end up tricking ourselves even further and thinking that we're righteous in the words that we say, when the words are actually the thing that can distract you. And so much of the time, so I was born with a lot of my other life memories, and I was able to keep them. And so words for me have been very challenged. I stuttered a great deal, and when I'm in my ceremony, I prefer tones. I spent a few years going around the country touring, doing touchless orgasm to show everyone that the energy that we project off of these bodies are the true language. It is a true universal language. But because we are distracted by the illusion, because we are distracted by the words, because and remember, language is an encompassment of a culture's experience. So if a culture wants to hide something, if a culture wants to repress something, whatever it is, then it's going to be built into the language, and you won't be able to speak around it unless you start going outside of yourself and really going outside of yourself. And even then,
No,
you
if
say
you
that is not enough.
understand the language, Nikki, if you understand the language, you can articulate what it is that you want to be speaking about that language.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
The systematic racism is only because the system allow it to continue. If we all say, I'm going to treat my next encounter like I want to be treated, we won't systematically treat people. We won't say, because you're black skin, I think that you're 3 times more likely to lie to me. We won't say that, because we'll be treating them like we want to be treated, not like they have traditionally been treated. Do you get the simplicity of the treat people like you want to be treated? It's a simplest.
I do understand what you're saying. I absolutely understand how you are explaining this. And when I say, so, okay. Okay. Perfect example, right? When I'm talking about the language.
Mm-hmm.
So have you ever been in a room where someone walked in and they're angry, and you feel that they're angry, but they're like, I'm fine. But you can feel that they're angry. I'm fine. Yep. I'm fine.
Yep.
So sometimes, because of these bodies, because of how these bodies work, our minds work faster, our energy works faster than these bodies. These bodies are an absolute now, and these bodies are completely obedient to our navigation. We are not the body. We have a body. We inhabit the body. So if your body has a relationship with family, the word family, as something that's hurtful.
Uh-huh.
And then I come to you and I say, but you are my family. But you have your body, even if your mind understands that I intend to say family as in love, your body is still going to process family as the hurt until the body and the mind and the spirit are aligned. So I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm
sorry, I don't want to overtalk you. Go ahead.
So I'm not saying, I hear your point. I'm not saying that it's what you're saying is incorrect. What I am making a point to say is that the manufactured consent and the epigenetics, the generational habits that our identities have taken on, make the suggestion that you have a bit more challenging in its actionable execution.
But if you stop it every single time you are interacting, I'm not saying let any action go without doing that. Every action that comes from you, your action. I'm not like when the angry lady walks in the room. The angry lady walks in the room, she's gonna be an angry lady no matter what you do.
But she's gonna say, I'm fine.
Listen, and she's gonna say, I'm fine. So the only thing you have to do is figure out why she's there and what is your role to fix. When I'm in the courtroom and she's angry, but she don't want to talk about it, all we do is go to business. And that's how I would want to be treated. I would want you to handle my business.
Hey,
what is my business? Why am I here? Yeah.
we only have like 20 minutes left with you moderating, and I'm wondering if you can get to your story about the inequity with being a public defender and having cases.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you about it. I had a 3-case scenario from the Port of Seattle, and it was a Russian lady, a Black lady, and a Black man, and they all were trying to park their car on the airport drive and do something, either go and get a person or, wait for a person or what have you. The white female hit the cop, told the cop they're not taking her car, stayed in her car, locked herself in, and was never arrested. Her car got released. But she did get charged with a crime. The Black lady attempted to get her purse out of the car, was thrown to the ground, and her car was towed, and she got charged with 2 charges. And the Black man got charged with 3 charges, and he was arrested right away and wasn't able to say anything about the scenario other than I'm going to jail. I got all 3 of these clients the same day. And the Russian lady automatically said, I don't want you to be my attorney, period. I'm going to have another attorney. The Black lady, I negotiated a scenario in which she was only out of the cost of her car, and she had a deferred sentence. And the Black man wound up doing 10 days jail. I looked at those scenarios and I thought maybe there's some real difference in what the people are and who. And I couldn't figure out what is the difference other than their color and their sexuality. But what I did know is that the Russian woman was indignant. She felt as though you can't treat her any way you want to, and I'm not going to take that kind of treatment. Whereas the Black woman felt as though she had to succumb to the will of what the police officer were saying in order to survive that scenario. And I think that the Black man, he didn't even wrestle with it. He didn't offer a solution. He didn't do anything. He just said, go ahead, take me to jail. And so I think sometimes it's in the way you present. However, we've seen with Sandra Bland that, you can present indignant and die, and nobody is responsible for your life. So we've seen people act in these manners. But I think in our ex-president Barack Obama, you could see how when you're raised in a certain manner, to have a certain amount of dignity about yourself, and you understand who you are, nobody can rock that. So when everybody was saying, get his birth certificate, he's not a citizen, he didn't have to answer that, because he already was proud in his stance of how he stood as a citizen. And so I think a lot of what happens to African Americans in this country is that we don't even understand how to deal with that issue or how to articulate ourselves out of the issue or how to handle it. And so I always, lately I've been taking a page from my younger African Americans who say, I'm just proud of me and I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to be American and I'm going to be able to speak. I'm going to be able to handle whatever they say. And if I don't like it, I'm leaving. Whereas the school that I come from is we usually stay in our shit and we play in it and, and just act like it's, it ain't shit. It's a wonderful life, but so many African Americans do not get promoted. So many African Americans get sideswiped and don't get the things that white males get when they walk in the door. But I'm speaking to, people who already know that. Everybody here already knows the systematic racism that we encounter. But I want to challenge everybody to challenge themselves to empower the whole nation because of the way we treat each other. And if we did that, I think we would be a better society. And I've worked a lot in doing that. And I feel like I'm living my best life ever because of that. And I know, Nikki, you think that there's some overwhelming thing or entity that makes this so built into our system. But I think something as simple as a thank you, as a hi, can break this stigma on racism. Because I think that's how I broke it for myself.
So could I interject?
Mm-hmm.
What I heard you saying was there's basic human decency that you would like to see as a way to revolutionize the way that we treat people in this world. Basic human decency. I think that's what
Yep.
that's what you're
Yep.
speaking to. Hold on. But what I hear Nikki saying is that the institution of language, of verbal language, is such that it's so impregnated with so much misogyny, so much racism, that we can't use that language to kind of like break free or to express, because it's so riddled with all these isms, like the language itself. And what I hear you saying is, because you practice law, you're using that language, right? You're using that white man's language. And I hear what you saying. And for me, and this is just my impression, but I feel like that comes from your background of like Islam and like the Black Power movement. Like when I think about Malcolm X and stuff like that, I feel like what you're saying is, no, we're going to learn this language and we're going to use it to create equal rights for Black people. Right. But what I hear Nikki saying,
we have to. We can't create our own language.
Well, but I don't know if she's saying we're creating our own language, but I think she's saying let's tap into the body, because what I hear her saying is that the body actually speaks more truth than anything. I mean, I don't mean to paraphrase, but
I agree. I agree that the body does speak a lot of our language. I agree to that. But what I don't succumb to is the way we have classified those body movements. Like, sometimes when I put my hands up in the air, people think I'm frustrated. But sometimes I'm just saying, let's all get together and do this. And so I'm not saying not convey what we're trying to say. But if we take a human stance on everything that we do and treat everybody like we want to be treated, we won't fall into the isms, because we won't be a part of the isms. And that's what I'm working on, making myself not a part of the isms, period. I'm not even in it. And so when they start talking about it or they start doing it to me, it don't have nothing to do with me. They're not doing it to me. They're doing it to their own system. I'm not involved. So that's when I go home early. That's when I don't have to deal with that. But I also have educated myself to the point to where I can do that. You know what I mean? I can take a week off anytime I feel like it and still be in the same financial position that I'm going to be in. But it's what you're set up. How do you set yourself up so that you can combat this? And that's what I urge us to do. Set ourselves up so that when we combat this, there's this is outside of us. This is human. It's more, it's bigger than us. It's not even me. So when I talk about racism, I don't talk about Corettaism or it doing something to Coretta, because it's not doing nothing to me. Because I'm taking it with stride. I'm making a living. I already learned their language. I already speak it well. I already say it and do it. So it doesn't matter how you treat me, because I'm still going to treat you like I want to be treated. And I'm still going to give you that example of that. And that's all I can do, because the big picture eludes me of how anyone can stand by and allow someone to be whipped with a whip, or mauled by a dog, or shot or held down until they choke, until they're dead. Who does that? Us, Americans. That's who. So we have to all take on all of those burdens and say, we are not going to be like that. But I think you also have to empower yourself and get yourself in the place to where you can say, I'd like to legalize this drug or that drug, because it doesn't affect your livelihood. It only would enhance it. And so I tell people to be prepared. Be prepared for your biggest fight. It starts when you're younger. It starts when you're younger. Be prepared for your fight. Know exactly what you're fighting. And so just to say that racism, we're beat by racism. We're not beat by racism. But if 12 of us could get on one conversation together and we're all different races, we just beat racism. But we got to recognize our power, like they did in Georgia. See, Georgia recognized they had power. We can flip this state. We can make this state blue, because we're blue. And everybody came out and did what they had to do within that system. You can't fight against the system without knowing what the system is. And you have to fight within that system.
That's interesting, because I always have this quote that I say to people that, you can't fight evil without knowing evil. Like, you have to go and understand evil. And people are like, no, we don't want to learn about evil. And I'm like, well, evil's going to learn about you.
That's right. That's right. And it's going to take you on. Evil's going to take you on like you his partner. And you got to know evil and go, I'm not your partner. So when they do kill your mother, you take another stance. You don't say, I'm just going to kill you. Because I'm just teaching you to do exactly what you did. I want to teach you something different. So I don't know. I mean, it's been great talking to you guys. I'm sorry about the glitch in the beginning. I lost the bag, but it doesn't matter. Things come, things go.
So yeah, I was hoping to hear, does your heart break with working with like Black men that you see in the system getting so many of these drug charges, and like here you are helping to legalize psychedelics, but yet seeing the punishment to people of color in the criminal justice system, like how does that affect you emotionally?
I think emotionally, I don't get affected by things that happen to America, unfortunately. And that's because I have a big family base that I'm always thinking about. And I'm a mother of 4. I'm a sister of 8. And I'm number 9. America interfere. So it's sort of like I live in my own world, because I have so many people in it that love me and care about me, that I don't have to, worry about the rest of the world. And I understand that that's not necessarily the way that we want to be humans, but that's the way that I've come to this place that I'm in today. I mean, I can't tell you any other difference because that's my life. And so when I get frustrated, I go to see a 1-year-old or a 3-month-old or 6-year-old or a 12-year-old that, want to talk about how grandma's doing. And so I don't get frustrated by my job anymore. Job is a means to an end. And, but when I see it, which is what would be ironic to you, is that most of the problems that I have are with clients that look like me because they expect more and they want more and they want me to give them more than I can give at times. And I'm not going to compromise my position to improve yours. And I'm not going to look away from it when I should be looking dead into it. And so a lot of people want you to be on their side, and it's not about sides. When I'm a lawyer, it's not about sides. It's about making sure that your rights are not violated. And that's what I make sure, that their rights are not violated. But sometimes that still means you go to jail. Sometimes that still means you lost your house, you lost that apartment, or you lost your job, or, and there's nothing I can do about that. I always tell people, think before you take an action, and then maybe you'll know. And that's a whole part of my treat people like you want to be treated. Before you take an action, you know how you want to be treated. You know what I mean? If somebody smacked me, I know smacking them back is not going to be beneficial. But I also know that if I step back before they smacked me, I wouldn't have got smacked.
Claretta,
Yeah.
we're at the end of the hour. So is there anything you want to say, because our next moderator's here? You're welcome to stay on.
No, I want to stay on, but
Okay.
I want to say, treat people like you want to be treated. That's what you should do. Try your best to do that, and you'll see how your life changes. My life has changed enormously. My dad taught me that when I was a kid. And I remember people doing things to me and saying, I don't want to treat him like I want to be treated. I want to treat him like the shit that he is. And then I always thought about it, but it makes me the shit that he is. Why would I want to be the shit that he is when I know what this could be? And that's why I do that. Try it. And it's so different. It's so different, especially when you got people screaming at you, telling you you ain't shit, telling you you're a fuck up, not even being nowhere near your side. But treat them like you want to be treated, and watch how blessed you get.
Thank you.
That's all I have to say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. So take it away.
Good morning, folks. This is Michu Oliveira coming in from East Hampton, Massachusetts at 4 a.m. over here in lovely Massachusetts. A little bit about myself. My pronouns are she, her, first of all. Very proudly female. I am a psychedelic guide, actually. I am someone who sits with people, who educates people, who advocates mushroom medicine in every possible way, from cultivation to teaching people how to microdose to integration. A lot of sitting with people lately, a lot of journey work, 3 times maybe a week lately. People are really stepping up to seek access with themselves. I personally changed my entire life with mushrooms. I have a story. It's a bit of a wild ride of a story, actually, from back in 2018 when I was reintroduced to mushroom medicine in January. I started taking about 3.5 grams because it felt good. At the time, I was at the little did I know, I was at the tail end of my 35-year excessive alcohol relationship. And I took them basically for fun once a month, because it was one time a month that I could actually feel my heart and feel the rest of myself or my being without feeling like I was underwater with alcohol. So I took an eighth to 4.5 grams once a month. And at about 7-month mark of doing that repeatedly, I woke up one morning and just didn't want to drink that day. And on top of that, I just actually felt whole. I didn't feel like I was basically filling holes with alcohol. Basically, I took that as a sign to keep kind of not drinking, but not just that though, but to go deeper into mushrooms and understand what they're trying to show me. And I had a spiritual awakening about 6 months later, on 3.5, almost 4 grams of golden teachers. Nothing crazy, no 5 grams needed here. I actually saw 4 entities that showed me, basically told me I knew the way this mushroom methodology works, and to share that with people. And to really step into myself, I had to really walk that path of righteous truth, right? Of radical honesty. And for advocating for basically earth medicine of mushrooms specifically, because this is what I've changed my life with. So now I know how to use this medicine for these massive results. So I sit back and I live my life here in Massachusetts. I used to be homeless during this whole time, no longer homeless. I have actually a business with this now. I married the love of my life. My entire life is actually a dream now, which is crazy because it never was. Before any of this, it was a disaster. So I'm someone who speaks from the heart about mushrooms. I know a lot about them from personal experience, from professional experience with people. I do a lot of advocacy work. I was on the board of directors for Bay Staters for Natural Medicine here in Massachusetts, and we helped to decriminalize, lowest priority 4 cities, including the one that I live in, for entheogenic plants. So we are allowed to cultivate, consume, and gift entheogens. Yeah, I'm absolutely so honored to be a part of that, and we're hoping to continue spreading that wave of consciousness around the state so that people can really kind of see, I don't know, like there's no harm really in advocating for earth medicines to be accessible for people. But I'm here to hold space for whoever wants to share their experiences, their stories of mushrooms. If you have questions, please ask questions. I would love to answer anything that comes to mind, anything that you're curious about, that you want to know from somebody in actual real space who lives their entire life in this world as a guide, as an advocate, as a educator, ally, as a supporter. So please ask. I'm here to moderate, but I'm also here to share. So don't hesitate to ask questions. I'm here to answer every single one of them, even about myself personally. So please, you can ask every question about me that you'd like. I'm happy to share. So cheers and thanks for having me. Crickets, huh? How is everybody today? How is, let's see, is anybody in the chat? No? We have 14 people here, right?
Well, I feel like some people might be sleeping. We just had a very active conversation. It was kind of intense, but it was like,
oh shit.
It was like funny. It definitely had some aspects of humor to it. Like I personally am starting to like crash, but my husband ran off with Doc Z. Doc Z, I don't know if you saw him from last time, but he's like this scientist who is creating like new drugs and so forth. So anyway, we're up here visiting him in Vancouver. We had met him at the last 24-hour microdose sit-in. Like we had already had known about him, but this is like the first time we got to know him better was at the last 24-hour microdose sit-in. And so he invited us up to his house in Vancouver, BC.
Nice.
So it's just had this beautiful, it's just been a beautiful 24 hours wherever we're at in the 24 hours. But I know that I'm really tired, but I'm happy to share, but I would hope that Rick, could you share, or Yasmin, are you still awake? I know Lovely probably has gone to sleep. She was saying that she was feeling tired. I think it would be really cool. I would think it'd be really cool if you could do, okay, maybe someone's, oh, here comes Rick. So Rick, you're muted.
Yep, I'm here.
Do you mind sharing anything about what what was just asked, or like in general, like maybe what your observations are, what your thoughts are after listening to all these speakers so far?
Oh man, it's been amazing. It's been really cool hearing all
That's
these
awesome.
stories. I'm sorry, is it Michu? Is that how you say it?
Mishu.
Michu?
Mishu.
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 Oh, okay.
Yeah. Mishu.
I remember you from the last time we had that
Yeah.
very, like awkward moment where some dude came in and started talking about like
Just took over. Yeah. Some weird stuff. I was like, I don't.
yeah, I
that
don't
was a
know
little
where
strange.
that dude came from, but I remember you and I like sharing that kind of awkward moment, and so
Yeah. That
I
was
think
great.
you're
That was
awesome.
bonding.
I love hearing your
Thanks.
stories about the
I
treatments
think
you
you're
do
awesome too.
and whatnot. Yeah,
Thank
you're
you.
the bee's knees. Oh
I
man.
appreciate you. Thank
Okay.
you.
I know I've been so shy all day. I'm not
It's all right.
exactly
You can be
sure
shy.
why.
There's no reason. There's no reason to
But
be ashamed of that.
geez, where
I'm shy
to
sometimes too, though. That's okay.
come in? Yeah, I'm sorry. I really don't
No,
know
you're
what
good.
to share.
So, Mishu, do you feel,
Hmm?
could you tell us about the work you do and how you see people getting transformed by the work that you're doing?
Yeah. In fact, I'd love to share. I had the most beautiful experience with a woman just on Thursday, and it was phenomenal. It was an 11-hour day. Like I actually just posted about this on my personal wall and my business wall on Facebook. Instagram won't let me because my context or my caption is too long. So, but on Facebook, I posted about this. So here's in sum, I'll break it down. This woman reached out to me in July with a very similar, same kind of message that I see from people almost every day now, is that she's been living for years and years with debilitating depression, and she's been thrown the gamut of pharmaceuticals. Nothing's working, and she's miserable. She's done. She's like, this is not my life. I've read about microdosing. I don't know anything about it. I know that it's illegal, but I don't know how to get access or how to do any of this work. But I need your guidance. Please help me. So, right off the bat, we go right to the phone. We start to talk. We get her into, she agrees to do microdosing because she feels that would be a good place to start. But she's still taking 50 milligrams of Zoloft and has been for 20 plus years, basically, right? So this is July. She starts microdosing probably the end of July, beginning of August. And so August, September, October, November, nothing's resonating for her, right? And I'm not surprised because you're on 50 milligrams of Zoloft for 20 plus years. You're gonna need a little something extra, right? So she basically speaks up and says, "Look, I need to go higher. I think my body says I need to do a bigger macrodose." And I'm like, "All right, let's make space." So she's up in New Hampshire, which is, her town is 2.5 hours away from mine. And she wants to meet at 7 a.m. because that's when her kids go to school. And I'm like, all right, I'll show up. So here I go. I get up at 3 in the morning. I leave my house at 4:30 in the morning. I drive to her 2.5 hours, crack of dawn, right? Pre-crack of dawn. I get there. We basically start off with, I have these really beautiful tats, or true albino teachers that are beautiful right now. And I started off, I asked her what an amount resonated with her. She said, I'd like to start with 2 grams. I said, all right, start with 2 grams. 7:30 in the morning, she ingests 2 grams of true albino teachers. And an hour and a half later, nothing. And these mushrooms are very, very energetic, right? So in 15 minutes, I feel immediately they're binging, right? So we wait for an hour and a half and she's got nothing. So I asked her, well, how do you feel about another gram? And she said, I really want to feel something today. I have you in my house to guide me through something. I feel it. So let's keep going. Okay, well, here comes another gram. Another hour passes, nothing. She said, I'm afraid to do more, but I think if I do one more, I think that, let's try that. And I said, all right, one more it is. So now she's up to 4.2 something, 2.7. And I'm like, I'm not going any further with you on your first one, right? Because at 4 of these, because they're very potent, I was worried for her. Well, in 15 minutes, I could feel her starting to come up on those. And she's like, you know what? I need to lay down. I want to get comfortable. Can you put some music? And because we've been talking this whole time, because she's someone who's very verbose. She's got a lot to say, talking about some, starting to unravel some belief systems that are entrenched, that are completely not helping her at all, even before the medicine kicks in, right? So doing this work, even the integration before the actual, is happening. So she starts to feel really good. So she gets on, she has this giant sectional. She's at the other end of it with her dog, super cute. The dog, who's been barking the entire time, he finally chills out, little tiny Yorkie. So he's chilled. She's got a blanket, a hoodie over her eyes. I put some music on. 3 hours later, she's out. She's gone. She just dips out, gone. 2 hours later, she starts to stir, yawn, stretch, and says, "That was the most unreal experience I've ever had in my entire life. I do not even know where I went, but it was the most beautiful, peaceful experience I've ever felt." And she just sat up and was just like, wow, like just astounded that could be possible from her own self, right? That this has been hiding within her for so many years under so many layers of bullshit with whatever conditioning in her mind, pharmaceuticals, all these things. And so she calls her husband in because he's been upstairs kind of hiding out doing his thing. And she calls him and starts talking to him, "Babe, I've never felt like this. This is amazing." She is lit up. It was like she was almost like on a sedative almost, but she needed to drop in for the first time in her life to herself. So we spent another couple hours talking, drive my 2.5 hours home. And the whole time I'm wondering which direction she's going to go in the morning when she wakes up, because some mornings on a dose like that, you can feel really raw, really sensitive, really kind of ripped open in a way that doesn't feel safe, but still is awesome, right? For those of us who've had larger journeys, we know what that feeling feels like the day after. But she woke up when I texted her and I was like, "Look, I really want to know how you're feeling today." And she had great things to say. She said that she felt really good in herself. She felt really empowered. She felt happy. She felt connected. And I said, "All right, well, enjoy your day. Keep listening to yourself, a lot of self-care. Keep checking in, finding out what you need. Now I'm right here. Please reach out, right? I'll check in on you tomorrow morning." So she goes on about her business. The next day, yesterday, I check in with her and her response was beautiful. So beautiful that I had to ask her if I could please share it publicly, if I could screenshot it, because her own words were the best. They're better than any words I could have said. And it's just like her screenshot of what she said it's just beautiful. And I felt like if more people could see this and realize that you can feel mushrooms through antidepressants, you have to have the right medicine. You have to have someone there to actually walk you kind of through like what you're even looking for, and kind of figure out, like, everyone's different. Like, what dosage do you need to feel something, to connect something? So it's just, I'm doing this, I feel like, because of people like her, like ultimately everyone who comes to me seeking guidance around mushrooms. I'm here to help provide access for all of them. But specifically, I feel like people who are stuck on depression meds that aren't getting relief for all these different years, there's a stigma around these people, I feel like, that, psychedelics aren't going to touch you. You're not going to be able to feel them. And that's not true. And it's exciting to see that somebody who's got, this woman's been taking 50 milligrams of Zoloft for 20 years plus, and she's not broken. She's not any of those things. She just needed a bigger dose and to have some space to drop in, and then someone to talk about all this stuff. When she came out of her space, like she had so many, like, not huge aha moments, but so many little tiny connected dots. And I felt like even on that level, like for her, someone who's never had those in her life, like that is such a huge thing for her. It's life-changing, basically. And all she wants now, she can't wait to do it again. She wants to go further. She wants to unpack, wants to learn about how she can take care of her body, because mushrooms teach us, when we take any amounts that are large enough to really resonate and come through, then they're giving us information. They're reminding us of what we already know, right? So for her, like, I'm so happy that she has like what she has right now. Like, it just makes my heart just like explode almost in my chest. It's just, yes. So good. So that just happened Thursday, and I'm super excited for her. And Yeah, it's a big thing, and I've been doing this now. People have been physically coming to me and sitting with me and asking for my help since I've been doing this since 2018, but the most people have really come in this last couple of years with all this new public, all this publicity in the media and all this different testing being done and people speaking up, sharing stories, right? How we are right now, how I have been, and but people now are really coming through, and it's pretty exciting. It's exciting to see from this end what's happening and people seeking access with humility, like deep humility and courage and hope, and it's really beautiful. So, yeah, thanks for letting me share.
Yeah, thank you. Do you have any thoughts on the political realm for women in the psychedelic space, the business realm for women in the psychedelic space, and the spiritual realm for women in psychedelic space? Because I feel like a lot of times we'll let women be the Kama Sutra goddess role and do her yoni workshop, but we won't let her be the head of the political movement or the head of the new venture capitalists, the businesswoman.
I think that what I'm seeing out here on the East Coast is actually we've got a group of women that are around the New England area. We're all talking. We've all kind of risen up and have somehow found each other, basically. And we're forming a coalition, actually. Women in Psychedelics are like a New England Women Psychedelics Coalition, or something around that. We haven't really named it yet, but there's about 15 of us so far. And we really want to start a coalition and do some sort of nonprofit and start an entity, right? So that we have something in place when stuff does start coming through as far as like medicine. They're trying to like medicinize stuff and clinicanize things that you have to, go to a clinic to have a session with. And pretty much all of us come from everyone's in a different modality. A lot of psychologists, a lot of therapists, a lot of doctors, mental health workers, psych nurses, like all types of varying, but we all see the potential for where it's going, potentially back into Western medicine. And that's not the location. So we're all trying to kind of carve a space and kind of like, put our feet down and say, look, we're here doing this work. We're here already. And we're trying to also do, I think, a list of facilitators in, I think, at least Massachusetts that has, people listed that are doing this work that are available. But as far as, political space, I don't have a clear answer for that, honestly. Like, there's definitely not, there are women doing this work actively, myself included, but they don't really hold the space that is so powerful and large. We all have our small little platforms that we can share from and we can advocate from. But other than that, I've had the honor and pleasure of speaking on several panels with city council folks around Massachusetts on Zoom calls and sharing stories, and had the pleasure of speaking at UMass Amherst campus live. That was awesome. But as far as that, there's not, I don't hear any real talk about women in psychedelic politics or anything about, there isn't that. And there's no places of, I hate to use the word places of power because it sounds super gross and just not like where I come from, but there's no one who has, I guess, any of those seats. So we don't even know where to start, because clearly I think for some of us, myself included, especially now that things are heating up so much, this is still illegal. And there's a lot, for whatever reason, now you type my name into Google and everything that comes up around me is related to psychedelics. So there's a little tiny bit of nervousness that comes with that territory, because I'm in a place where still technically, we're not 100% legal out here or anywhere really. And, but now I'm very public. So I think a lot of people that might be more political are on the page of realizing that there is a bit of, safety sake that, you have to kind of be mindful of. So I don't know. It's definitely, I don't spend much of my time in political mindset because I'm so busy with doing this work. But I would be, if I was ever asked to, or if I ever had the time to pursue more of a political role in this space, I'd probably be interested in that, just to share my own story, just to advocate as I've been doing. But, I don't know. There's a lot of opportunity, I think. Yeah.
But in terms of misogyny, do you mind speaking to the misogyny that you've either experienced or that you've seen for other women, including women perpetrating, violence and our non-violent action, but aggressive action towards other women?
I haven't seen any of that actually. I've seen a lot of love, a lot of space holding, a lot of appreciation for everyone doing this work right now. Out here on the East Coast, what I find is less of a divide of like spaces of women and men. Like when we hold events, we hold like, you know, things like mushroom talks and mushroom cultivation classes and stuff like that. And they're pretty mixed across the board, and people are really well received everywhere. There is a little bit of mansplaining that happens sometimes on, I mean, at least it used to back about a year or so ago, but I think what's happening now is that there's people like myself who are actually doing this work like physically on a regular basis. And what I saw in the beginning was a lot of men trying to assert their knowledge, but without ever having the experience. And so now that they don't have the experience of what I'm doing, not that I'm not special, but I've been asked to do this work on a universal level, and the universe is sending people to me every day to help them step in, right? And so for someone to tell me how this works, who's never done this, it makes them look really, really silly. And so that was happening back in the beginning, like back in 2000. But now, I think I've just stayed on this path and not tried to like puff myself up when I feel that someone's stepping on my toes, and just keep staying in my lane and do this work, basically, is what my life has been. But I do hear, if you go especially into the psychedelic groups on Facebook, there's a lot of good communities out there, but there's a lot of people that come from a place, a lot of men who come from a place of, I guess, maybe devaluing women's experiences or women's knowledge. That's happening all over the place, even in our community in the psychedelic world. But I think that over time, what I psychically see happening is that stuff is very visible now to those of us who have done a lot of psychedelics. And so you can really see who stepped in and done lots of work to not be reacting to that kind of stuff and who hasn't. So on some level, it becomes, I see you and you're going to go ahead and I'm going to continue to let you walk your path. I'm over here doing this, but I'm going to keep my distance from what I watch, you know, behavior wise. Certain people in the community are going to start to really come through as those people. And I think it really makes sense to, I don't know, just keep doing what we do and just not really engage on a level that's kind of gross like that. And that's just, to me, it seems like it's a waste of energy to even engage it. I know it needs education in some ways, or it needs some sort of form of, I don't know, just gentle calling out, you know, possibly. But really, I don't, the world that I find myself in now, I used to be very much centered in the queer community. In fact, the funny part about my past is, if, you know, back in the day, you could type my name into Google and type in hot butch, and my pictures would come up for that. And so now that kind of stuff doesn't happen anymore. And I don't really involve myself really in just one community. I am with people. And so I don't see myself in like, oh, I'm part of the queer community. I'm part of the world. I'm part of the universe. I'm part of everything and helping everyone. So I don't find myself to be coming from like this group of people or only this group. Like in fact, most people that I work with are straight, and okay, so I'm with everybody. But the men having an issue, I don't really see a lot of that out here. Like I see a lot of respect for people doing the work.
Could you talk about the men that you're working with and some of the issues they're struggling with? We're actually going to do a 24-hour event on March 11th for men.
Nice. Good.
For men to be telling their stories, but it's for all genders like this one.
Yeah.
But anyway, so yeah, I just would be curious to see, like, because I feel like when we're going to have the 24-hour men's event, we're going to really be looking at, like, I feel like men get treated like shit in their own way, you know, and the things that are expected of them by society.
Oh yeah. Toxic masculinity everywhere. Yeah.
Right. But I also feel like it's very powerful to see men being vulnerable, talking about these issues with one another and supporting one another and showing that brotherhood. I think it's going to be very beautiful. But I'm wondering what you're observing in your work with men, because I feel like sometimes we treat men very callously, like we don't respect them as sensitive human beings, or we don't allow them to be sensitive, like that's seen as weak. So I'm just curious if you could talk about toxic masculinity, if that's what you want to call it, in terms of like the men that you're working with.
Sure, absolutely. I've had the pleasure of working with men that were really trying to break down some of that ideation and some of that like mindset or like belief system of what they were essentially told or how to be as children by their fathers and by grandparents and all that. Just essentially legacy of this is what it means to be a man. And these men that I've seen, I mean, I will say right now though, here's something that I find interesting. I've seen maybe 10% of men and 90% of women are doing this work. I think men are afraid of this work in some ways because it cracks you open in a way that you don't have control over. And I think that they realize that they're stepping into vulnerable territory that they might not want to be part of. Women, on the other hand, are like diving in head first to really crack open and to step in and access their heart and their inner child, right? Or parts of themselves that are very vulnerable and fragile. And I don't think men find the importance in that. I do see now more men are starting to reach out and to connect and to talk and to ask questions. Because I think more people are showing success. And so I think men have been waiting for more people to do the work so they can see, is this a real thing or is this actually something that is totally BS? But I mean, from what I see, I mean, there's a lot of men who have a lot of fear of change and of fear of vulnerability. And that's something that I feel is, I mean, I totally understand why. If you're somebody who has been taught and educated and essentially shown your whole life that men aren't vulnerable, men don't cry, men don't have emotion, men don't have, parts of themselves that are soft. So they're not going to run out. Most men aren't going to run out to do this work. The men that I do have in my community here that are doing deep psychedelic work are beautiful, and you feel that there is there's no competition with them. There's no part of them that's like looking for there to be, I don't know, like that they have an insecurity that they need to rise to speak about, right? Like in a weird, gross way. The men that I work around with and that I have, shared space with psychedelically here in this part of Massachusetts, especially, some of these people have been doing psychedelic work for many years. And so they're true hearts, but I find it interesting that it's mostly women that are doing this work, mostly women that seek me. But I do I've had moms seek me for their sons who are struggling with all types of behaviors, addictions. I find it interesting that there's been a few dads who have sought help for their sons also. And I find it interesting just from a standpoint of just who shows up and who doesn't. And there are really hardly any men that want to come and do this work like readily. And they're very trepidatious. Women, I feel, have a lot more courage in this. And I find it interesting. Earth-based medicine, I feel, appeals to women. I feel a lot of men are drawn towards LSD for some reason, which I find interesting. And I don't even think that they even know why. It's just I'm watching this. I'm sitting back and I'm watching who does what. And I find it to be very interesting that a lot of women are really gravitating towards this type of work. Like mushroom work is, for them, it resonates. It's earth-based. It resonates with, our own bodies, basically. We're all organic matter, right? So, but I don't know. I think a lot of men find this work to be a little bit terrifying, or maybe a little bit, trepidatious, because it involves so much vulnerability, so much rawness that they don't really know what that even looks like. What does it mean to be open? I don't know if I want to be open. I don't know if I want to go through life without my exterior shell, right? And they're probably afraid that that's going to be taken from them. So in a way, it's true, in some ways, right? But I don't know.
Nikki has raised her hand.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Nikki.
Yeah. So as we crossed over and just touched on like woman culture, man culture, the culture, not necessarily gender. So as you're moving through this and you're perceiving, like you're saying, like the men lean towards LSD, do you find a differentiation between those vessels that can find the softness versus the ones that cannot? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like that.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, basically, what I see happening is that there are, I mean, there are men that are drawn to doing this work, I think, because they innately know that they're going to be going in for essentially like a soul cleanse or a shift of complete and total, all their belief systems are going to be like wiped. And I think that there's some men out there that really seek to vulnerabilize themselves, or to notch themselves down to a level of rawness that they can be a little more palatable by the rest of the world. Because I think a lot of men are realizing that the way they present it in the world doesn't taste good for the rest of us. It doesn't have a good look. It doesn't have a good feel. It doesn't have anything that even remotely resembles love and appreciation for everybody else, because it's really all about them, right? And so there are men that I'm seeing that are definitely coming into the space of awareness, and I think it takes maybe a little more for them, I think, for men to really do psychedelic work, because it's a complete dismantling of all of their structure of conditioning. But, you know, for LSD, I mean, I do have some experience with LSD, obviously, and it's a very different experience. It's very social, it's very up, it's very jazzy, it's different. It's a whole other mindset, whereas mushrooms are here to teach and break us down so we can rebuild from raw heart, right? And so I think men have a lot of fear, and what I do see with men is that there's a mindset in these communities that I'm in of like, oh, you got to take a big dose and you got to have this, you know, it's this whole bravado, this machismo shit about this giant, they're taking strips of LSD, they're taking handfuls of mushrooms. And that, I think, pure ego. And even still, it's like the mindset around the way that you're consuming psychedelics that's not even how it's supposed to. I don't feel like that's helping, because it's still back in your same mindset of this more is better. I have to be this macho person in this experience to really, I don't even know, make my mark, or to show off in the group that I've taken 10 grams of mushrooms or whatever it is. And it's really kind of ridiculous. So I'm watching this also. And I think men sadly hold a place in this community of, I don't know, it's a little embarrassing to watch sometimes, honestly, like to see the behavior. But there are those out there that are seeking to, I think they are aware that they don't, you know, the rest of us are watching. And then it's not, and it's kind of embarrassing to watch some of the behavior and some of this, I don't know, lack of appreciation for the rest of what's not men, right? And I don't know, I'm over here watching now, is all I'm doing. I'm over here doing the work and I'm watching. And I love whatever's on your face in your setting right now is like so magic and awesome. I'm like, I don't even know who you are, but I want to know you, because all this is like perfect. So thank you for that right now today. You look like you're out of a movie or something. I'm like, wow, what is going on right now?
I just needed to turn down the lights a little. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Rick looked like he has the hand raised.
Yeah, poor Leo's been begging me to jump in and help grab the conversation a little bit. So
yeah, please.
I'm gonna do it. Okay, so I was watching Goonies the other day.
I love that movie.
From my childhood.
My childhood too. Yeah.
Movie, and there's this scene in there where Andy, you'll remember the cheerleader character, and they're going through tunnels, and it's comic relief, right? She starts going into hysterics, like, oh my god, and my da-da-da, this and that. And it's supposed to be like funny because she's a kid going into the same kind of hysterics that normally a grown-up woman. And I remember just thinking, like, man, I'm so glad. Like, I have two nieces, you know, they're just coming out of high school. Like, they grew up in an age where there's just like so many more like awesome female role models in film, you know, from Mad Max to you know, all the Marvel universe. Like, you know what I mean? So anyways, that was my thought on that. So a couple of years ago, I was dating this girl, and she was amazing. She was like tiny. She was like 5'2" and weighed like, 125 pounds. And she was like the most like bravest dare and do. I mean, this girl, she was she would like dive down to the bottom of the sound and go like play with octopus and shit. And she, like, I watch a lot of true crime, you know, like she took like all the wrong risks. Like she would go on these camping trips and do everything that she did a girl like her, like murdered. Right. Anyways, so there was this one time where I was like, she, you know, we're texting each other and she's on her way back from this camping trip. And like, I'd taken a pretty heavy dose of some mushrooms. I'm a cultivator. And I was like doing this meditation where I was kind of just like praying to the universe, like, please bring this girl, you know, back to me. Yeah, I was like terrified. I was like really wanted her to come home. Right. And while I was kind of just like putting those feelings out in the universe, I hit like a pretty high level of like a mystical experience, right? Like I kind of started going third eye a little bit, and like I've contacted the divine, you know, through psilocybin. Like this was the like this has only happened like the divine energy I was like distinctly like feminine. Like this was like the great mother, right? Like, and like I was just like brought to like tears. It was so beautiful, right? Like not only was I like in her presence, but she was like cradling me, and like man, I really started doing like a lot of crying and shit. And you know, I like signed this contract with that beautiful presence, right? Like I was like bowing my head in front of something just like so profoundly like beautiful. Like I still like words don't really like, you know, describe it. And like I've got 4 sisters, you know, like I've never really treated, like I've never like, you know, messed around with a girl that was like passed out drunk or any of that. Like I actually, you know, like there's some dude that like fucked with my sister at a party one, and it took me like a year and a half to find this guy. But when I finally got my hands on him, like, anyways, and like I just, you know, like I've been kind of like careless with a couple like heart, you know, I broke some hearts along the way. Anyways, I just like signed this contract with this beautiful feminine energy to like from this day forward protect women. Like I just like dedicated my life to defending. You know, I trained martial arts. I've been kicking ass for about like 10 years, and anyways, yeah, no, and I was like forgiven of all my transgressions or whatever against like, you know, like the women, and yeah, anyway, so it's been really cool, you know, and like that experience, like I'd never heard the term the great mother, right? Like I just kind of like brought that into, like I Googled it the next day, right? And then find out there's like a whole history of like these awesome carved figurines from like 35,000 years ago, like, you know, these large breasted, you know, anyways, like, so yeah, I guess that's I study a lot of like alchemy and like all of that, like you know, the image of like the hermaphrodite is like ubiquitous throughout, like, you know, alchemy, and like those like hermaphrodite like drawings and stuff like started making a lot more sense, you know, like after that experience. But oh yeah, anyways, I'll pass the mic for the next little bit here, but thanks for letting me share.
I really enjoyed that share, Rick. I did have a question. Mishu, you mentioned that like you've also been serving or sitting, right? Sitting for people. And it's been increasing now.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. I know that for me, when I started serving, it amplified my learning. It allowed me to see things that I I would not have if I was only working through this vessel. I'm kind of curious on what has come through for you. What are some roses? What are some thorns? I'm very, very curious.
There's so much, and thank you for this question. This is a beautiful one. I really am excited to answer it. Since I've been doing this work, what I think one of the most remarkable things is to have done so much of this work on my own first, like when I was in crisis and homeless and all this stuff was going on, and I was really taking mushrooms to be shown how to navigate my complete disaster of a life, basically. And doing that deep work with myself and huge journeys and spiritual awakening, all this stuff. And then to go into service of others doing this work, what I've found is that when you're sitting with somebody and they are in psychedelic space on all phases, come up, peak, plateau, however you want to call it, and then basically coming down, there's so much, I feel like what I was shown in my spiritual awakening was that I knew the way. For some reason, it's kind of similar to you, Rick. I was asked to step in and do this work. It was some sort of a contractual agreement. It wasn't a contract, but it was certainly being asked to step in, step up, and to show up, essentially, to do this. But there's no book that says this is the way. I just know this somehow innately. Well, as I've been doing this work now for these last 5 years with people and sitting with them, and on the back end, I started having people start talking to me about what's happening. And like, I have these thoughts, and innately I have answers. And this kind of stuff has been the most profound and craziest shit that it's almost like I'm in their trip with them. And because I've always been psychic, but all the mushroom consumption, all the work, all the psychedelics has made my psychic stuff like through the roof, like to the point where I read my wife's mind. I do a lot of like weird stuff that I never did before, and it's fucking crazy. And I don't even ask or try to get into it. It just happens, and I access it, right? So when I'm in psychedelic space with people that I'm sitting with, one of the gifts that I bring here is that when they're coming out of their experience and coming and connecting really deeply with collective consciousness and universal truth, and they're having these questions that are really like, breakthrough kind of questions, I have answers to that stuff. And these answers give them peace and comfort. And I've had to do a lot of my own self-worth work to trust and believe. And I never saw that as something that I would really have to do, because I know the way, right? But to being worthy of knowing the way is a whole other ball of wax and work that you have to do. So I feel like part of doing this work is honoring yourself and trusting yourself with what you know already innately in your cells, in your DNA. I was meant to do this work my entire life. I'm a woman who looks like this and who has remained female because my work has been to do this, right? So coming in contact with yourself in brutal ways, in painful ways, and then appreciating and loving what you see and who you are with this medicine, and then watching other people and helping them do the same thing, stepping into themselves, you're shown so much of your own work that's still left to be done in such awesome ways and with such gentle and loving hands to kind of like help you. I feel that watching other people go through their experiences, showing up for them, it basically peels back the layers of basically more work for myself in some really kind of sometimes uncomfortable ways also. But really, I think doing this work, when you're sitting with somebody in psychedelic space, sometimes for hours on end, like I'll sit with people for 7 hours straight. And that's the work. You're there for them until they're finished with their experience, right? And until they're finished with their questions, because the integration aspect at the end and during is everything. It's the entire crux of this entire work is to give access to truth, right? To give access to connection to, okay, what does this mean? I'm having these feelings. I'm seeing these thoughts. I'm seeing whatever. What does it all mean? It's basically, I feel for some people to be pulled open in themselves in a really raw way, to be, it's for me, I'm doing a lot of work on self-worth. It's brought me to places of deep humility. I feel even more so, it's like, the work I was doing with alcohol addiction and with cannabis addiction and nicotine addiction, that was like the little small stuff that was like tiny, small compared to your own work around maybe you're not good enough to do this. There's no model for this. Who are you to step into this space and to take these people and to do this work with them? But when people keep coming to you over and over again, when people are referred to you, I don't even advertise what I do. I don't advertise. There's people that are set are like, hey, my friend, my therapist, my doctor told me to come in and reach out to you. This is what's happening to me now. Whole communities of people. A woman in Albany, New York, which is an hour and a half away, reached out to me because her and her Reiki master want to do Microdose sessions. They don't know any guides. And so a therapist who knows me connected me to her. It's this whole thing now happening out here. And at some point you have to start to accept yourself, accept your path, and start to step in with trust that I'm meant to do this work by proxy of the fact that people are coming and asking. And you have to essentially take ownership of the space that you hold, that you've been asked to hold. And you have to step in. If you find yourself amongst people, I mean, I'm guessing, do you do similar work? Are you sitting with people, educating folks on medicine, or?
I am.
Awesome.
Yes. I do a lot of intimacy work with psilocybin, and
awesome.
there's also a lot of I'm also friend to the toad.
Oh wow! Okay.
And so that is very profound and very physical sometimes as well.
Yeah, I've heard stories of that one. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of deep learning there as well.
Yeah.
Especially in trust of self in that.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious then, as you're mentioning all this, I'm big on like discussing like identity. What were some of the identities that you had to put down in order to do this?
Okay, well, look at me. First of all,
I mean,
I'm the poster child. Here, look, I'm gonna give you the full show. So back in the day, like, look, I'm muscle tattooed. I was the macho butch poster child. I was the knuckle dragger, right? Beer drinking, football watching butch. I was that. So let's talk about identity putting down right now. Let's talk about. I had a spiritual awakening that took this from me. Imagine this. I took the mushrooms and I had a complete death of identity, a complete crushing of all I thought. And here's the kicker. In the online community on Facebook or anywhere you go, people were stealing my picture to catfish for their profiles. People knew me as this hot butch. And so I would start to share my experience on Facebook with a selfie, and then with like some words about my feelings, and all people could comment on was how I looked. And I started to realize, I'm like, wait a minute, like this is the way that I'm seen. I'm a face, I'm tattoos, I'm muscles, I'm an identity. I'm not even a person.
Take your time.
So
I just don't know how to turn it down.
You can mute your volume on the microphone there, whoever is not wanting to be heard. So part of the work that I've had to do was work that I never asked to do this work. I feel that it was it was fated to happen for me to step into the role that I am in now. I had a spiritual awakening that took away my entire identity to the point that it's taken me. I'm still doing the work around that. It's taken me years to be able to really feel like I know who I am in a way that feels comfortable. I can't watch sports anymore. There was a whole year that I couldn't even really eat normal food. I could eat salmon and Brussels sprouts after this awakening. Drinking water all the time. Like none of what I did in my past before my awakening is the same, except for the fact that I walk on the earth, I drink water, I breathe air. I'm still human on some respects, but even then I don't feel entirely human. What's left of me is my raw essence. And so my identity as a butch woman was shattered, was destroyed essentially. I still consider myself to be butch in a way because I am a masculine woman. I'm proudly female. The work that I've had to do around myself as a woman who is often, mistaken for a man my entire life. I've had to, what I realized is that, like, I was born in this body this way to do this work, to be accepting of myself in this frame, has taken me, I'm 53 years old now, so it's taken me my entire life to really, sink my teeth into in a way that feels like home, right? It feels good, and it feels like I'm coming home into a beautiful, warm place that's welcoming, instead of feeling like I'm a complete monstrosity who doesn't deserve to be here because I don't look like everybody else, right? And I felt like my bigger body of work was, in the beginning, was to be, okay, I'm this way, so let's really be this way. Let's really push through the roof my attributes that are masculine, that are like the most masculine, because back in the 90s, that's what you did to be seen and appreciated, right? Is to be the biggest, the best, machoist, whatever, right? Which is disgusting. So all around me, my friends, when I was living in San Francisco, I lived there for 17 years. So I'm from a little town called Half Moon Bay. I grew up there. I lived in San Francisco in the 90s, which was both a blessing and a curse, right? And all my friends were transitioning, and they're like, let's go, we got to transition, we got to start this, and I'm like, you know what, that's not my path though, because I was just born this way, and I don't feel like I was born in the wrong body. I'm accepting and learning, trying to figure out what this all is, but I'm still me, and I don't feel like that's my path, but I respect your choice. And now this whole time, this whole life, like, I can understand, with lots of psychedelic usage and lots of inner reflection, lots of soul searching, lots of being broken down by the medicine and rebuilding myself back up with truth and not lies and not misconceptions of what it means to be a woman like this. I was meant to be this person and to do this work in this body this way as a woman, because being a woman looks like all kinds of things, right? Being a woman is not just about this one, looking this one way and doing this one thing. Being a woman is power, is coming from a place of harnessing your strength, right? And connecting to both power and softness, like in most cases simultaneously, right? So I feel this mushrooms has really kind of helped me to step into myself and to really destroy, like, they basically destroyed all limiting belief systems of who I thought I was, and the importance of being that type of a person. Now I'm just me, and I'm actually, for the first time in my life, I'm dancing with my wife, basically. I've never danced on a dance floor before because I thought it wasn't macho enough. It wasn't butch enough, right? To be on the dance floor and dance and, like, to move your body and shit. And so there's all these belief systems that have been, like, literally taken away from me. And it's been really wild. It's been really wild to like come out from a spiritual awakening of that degree and to assimilate into the world and to really try to understand and find words for not only just what happened, but who you are after the fact. And so I've taken a lot of time to, when I do my own personal journey work, I think a lot of that time is spent really trying to just be. And there's no answer. There doesn't need to be an answer as to who I am or what I'm doing or any of that kind of stuff that comes from my past before mushrooms, right? And I don't know, I feel like it's important to just, it's not even about gender, it's just about being present in a vessel that is respected and is coming from service, basically. My entire life is service oriented now. So who I am is a service provider, who I am is an access provider. I don't really see myself in labels anymore. Butch is a loose label. It does definitely link me to my community of people that I find myself closer connected with in some ways, but even still, it's not my identity. My identity is service, right? My identity is love. My identity is truth. It's tangible things that I feel make somebody into who they are. This is a suit of this life, right? This is a suit of now. And I don't know, next time, who knows what I'll be, but I know for now, this has been a wild ride and I'm grateful. So, and good question, but thank you.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Jumping in here for just a quick second. So
yeah, do your thing.
I hadn't seen
That was an hour already.
remember Dustin Hoffman. It's from like 1968. It's called Little Big Man.
Oh, that's an old one. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so I watched it recently. So they get kidnapped by like Native Americans at the time, and she's like wait, she does this whole like dialogue. She's like, oh, they're gonna come and rape me, but like they never come to like do it. And then there's like another thing where like they thought she was a boy at first. Anyways, but like it, you know what I mean? Like that this stuff has been around, forever. That movie is really amazing. It's the only time like it honestly showed like women and children being gunned down by the cavalry. Like it was a very honest movie, like that had never been on the big screen before, where they, the genocide. So anyway, yeah, if you get a chance to, you should go back and watch Little Big Man, Dustin Hoffman.
I'll have to put that on my list.
Funny as hell. Oh my God, Faye Dunaway. Is that her name, right? I got such a crush on Faye Dunaway. She's so awesome. But yeah, no, she's
that's crazy.
Got this great role. Okay, all right, I'm shut up.
Well, so it's 5:00. Is there the next person coming up, or like what's the?
She's not
talking.
She's not here. I don't know why. But I had asked Nikki if she could help us out until Shada shows up.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm open to it. What to discuss? I mean, I tend to talk about orgasms and sexuality. If no one tells me a direction, that's generally where I lean. Please.
I want to talk about that. Okay, so in my spiritual awakening, my sexuality out the window. I don't even know who the fuck I am after identity death and all of that. I don't even know how to. Okay, so the way I used to show up for sex is that I was packing a giant dildo in my pants and I would fuck the shit out of whoever I was with. But now that I'm not that person anymore, I don't even know what the fuck. I mean, I do enjoy raw like contact with my wife, like physical, without toys and any of that kind of stuff. But part of that shit was my identity. That fucking strap on was my that was my thing. But I don't even relate to that anymore in that way, or that action. That was my life. Like that was my bread and butter in some ways, of like, this is who I am. This is what I provide. And that was a persona, and it was taken away. All that was taken away from me. So now I don't even really know what the fuck, like, yeah. So
I relate to that very much.
Do you? I never talked about this other than with my wife. No one else, and I am happy to share this with you today. Yeah, so I don't even know. So what do you know about this? Like, please share. I would love knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, I feel in the same place as you as far as what my identity was and what am I doing with it now. So as I mentioned, I'm a sex. One of my many titles is clinical sexologist, and I've been doing that title.
Where's your volume go?
Uh-oh. Can you hear me? Testing. Can't hear me?
Is it my volume? I bet it's my volume.
Testing. Okay. Leo says you.
I can hear you now.
You can. Okay. Wonderful. Okay. Yeah. I was saying that what you're saying, it resonates with me. I've been under the title of clinical sexologist for the last 20 years.
Oh wow, that's beautiful. That's awesome.
Yeah, but you know what? But even that was something like I've been multi-orgasmic since I was 15, and poly. Once I learned, once I decided to engage with body sex. And so there was a point in my journey where I was not sufficient enough, and so I could only use we in my discussion. It felt so icky for a long time to use I, and so we was a part of it. And yes, I've held space in the BDSM community. I'm holding space in the tantric community, and even in those spaces, and I'll just use those two in particular. There's so much compartmentalization, and I say that I'm omnisexual. I walk orgasmically. I can experience orgasm through the sun, through breath, through all the things. And so spirit told me I need a new perspective of what home and security looks like. So I went through the last year and a half being nomadic, gave away all my things, meeting all my community around the country. And I've landed back here, and I don't know what to really do with my new lovers. Like the things that I used to do are not the thing anymore. It doesn't move me the same. And so those were, like you said, personas, the things that you do with your body that says, this is what gives me pleasure. This is what, but we're so multidimensional. Exactly. We are multidimensional, period. So it's been I personally have been just feeling an empty space that I'm not sure if it should be filled, or I just need to take a step back and just dissolve it completely. And I do partake in pleasure in all different ways without trying to be perverse, unwanted by others. So it's been, I don't really have an answer. It's just
I totally get it. Well, no, it confirms my own thought that this space, I find that people like you or myself find ourselves occupying is it's interesting. I think there's a lot to learn, and I just for me is just settling back and trying to also honor. I feel like because I'm 53 years old, I'm also like my sexuality, my sex drive is like definitely like tanking because my whole life was always like through the roof, and I woke up in sex space constantly. And I was always hunting for interaction because that's how I expressed myself. I was hyper that, that person that I feel the community that I was in the queer community in San Francisco in the 90s, I was being asked to be on calendars and on book covers and photo shoots and porn and all kinds of stuff. So my entire identity was sex. And so I kind of feel in some way the pendulum, it's swinging opposite direction. It's like extreme to extreme other. And so now what I really seek is just some sort of balance, but who am I in that balance is very different than when I began to even do, and I wouldn't even call this work. This was foisted upon me by a spiritual awakening. So I didn't ask for any of this, which is the most beautiful thing of all, because I'm finding myself completely stripped away from this person who was that self, basically. So now finding out who we are after the fact, I feel like is really the work, and going into it with peace and just with a lot of trust that whatever comes through is what comes through. And I also find, here's another thing, in my community, I went through a point of my life, maybe 15, 20 years of partners who didn't know what to do with a woman like me, who had a misconceived idea that women like me are meant to be givers and not receivers. And I have always been open to all of it because I am comfortable with myself and my body. And so I spent many years with partners that were totally uncomfortable with the idea of doing anything to me other than receiving. And so now I'm with my wife who's completely into giving, right? And so she is like my fucking high holy of all the things, right? And I'm like, wait, I don't even know who I am. Oh shit. I finally have someone who like wants to step up for me like that. And I'm like, fuck, I don't even know. Like, she's like, come on, babe, let's go, go, go. And I'm like, wait, shit. All my life I've been like, where's my girl? Where's the girl that's supposed to go down on me? Where's the girl that lives for that? Like, I want that girl, right? Well, now I married her, and I'm still like, I'm in the place of like, fuck, like, how do I don't even really feel like I feel so much of, I don't feel sexual anymore in a sense of I'm horny, I have to get off. I always feel satisfied in a way. And so I don't understand, like, it's like, I don't have that burning need to always be getting off or fucking someone to prove something or to fill this void in my life. I feel satisfied. Like, I am deeply satisfied without orgasms, right? I don't know. Like, I guess, I don't know. I still have them. It's still nice, but my whole life doesn't revolve around it anymore, which blows my mind because that was my life. Yeah.
So so as you're saying this, like, I've been stretching myself around the idea of sexual act versus sexual expression, right?
Yeah.
And feeling hungry for it, right? Versus I just feel this thing and my expression happens to look this way.
Right.
Right. And so my understanding, as it's been delivered to me, is body sex in particular is one of our oldest languages.
Sure.
And so it's like a huge nuclear bomb, a nuclear decolonization bomb. Oh, sure. Yeah.
Thank you, Leo.
Leo.
Thank you for everything. Thank you for having us.
Thank
Sleep
you.
well.
You guys
And
have
thank
been
you so much.
amazing. Thank you so much.
Rest
you
well.
get a good rest.
Okay.
Yeah. Night. Yeah. So it like sets off this huge decolonization bomb of our sexual expression, right? And how we've contained it. And so my response has been different from yours, where I just feel like I want to make love to the world. And I want deep intimacy in that expression with the world. And so in essence, it's like my question for myself, my identity is, how do I express that? How do you express that in a physical form? Because it's still all energy exchange. And it can be equivalent to having an argument or having a really great discussion. Or, you know, so, and then what is attraction to body, you know, body parts. So, you know, just playing in all of those places, I don't have any landing answers or anything, but you know, this is just in this work and how it reminds you that you are not just this identity that you've been told or programmed. What does sexuality look like from a multi-dimensional space?
Yeah, that right there. All of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. This is where, I mean, I think you need to write a book. I think I see a book in the making.
I have so much writing and I couldn't even tell you
I have like
how I should put
so
it
much
together. Maybe we should
in
start
a place
talking.
like that. Yeah, I'm in that same place. Well, I know I have books to write around identity and gender, and around like so much around that. And I know that there's books to be written about obviously mushrooms and about through like mushroom methodology and philosophy of the work of integration and why that's crucial to the experience of taking this plant, because it's part of how you understand what's being shown to you, what your opportunities are, what your access points are, But I think that there's a lot to be spoken around those of us who have taken the time to self-explore, right? And to do our own personal homework with varying modalities, whether that's earth medicine, animal medicine, whatever your medicines, they're showing us aspects of our larger points of opportunity, but beyond our humanness aspects, right? Of the physicality, of the sexuality, of connecting to physical body, sex, and all that. So, I mean, I've had in the last 2 years of my life, I've had more physical intimacy without sex in my entire life on this earth. Because of my wife, our birthdays are a day apart. We're Scorpio Sag cusps, and hers is November 21st, and mine's November 23rd. And so we have fucking magic. And she's femme, and she's 4'11", and she's like my ideal dream. She's a little tiny girl, fucking powerhouse. She's a badass middle school special ed teacher, and we have so much intensity and chemistry, and we're always like this together without even fucking. We're never even having sex. We're always together, holding, kissing, but it's like we haven't even broken that. I mean, we've obviously hooked up. We've obviously had many encounters together, but the real stuff, I feel like we're waiting to come into those people still, to go to those places, if that makes sense. Like, because we already see each other on such a high place. We just, I feel I've never had this before, and it feels perfect though. Nothing's missing. But other people would say, oh, well, do you have sex? Well, yeah, we have sex, just not all the time. It's like here and there, but we have the most beautiful intimacy. Who cares? It doesn't even matter. I get exactly, I'm full. I'm overflowing with what I need. And it feels, I feel blessed every day. And it's so weird. I feel like our culture puts so much stigma around like the actual act of sex and this prioritizing like physical contact and expression of that level. And I don't know, I feel like there's a lot to unpack and look at on a deeper level there. That colonization, ridiculousness. It's a lot of grossness though. But yeah, I've never had these conversations with people, and I really am enjoying. We should connect outside and have more conversations, because I don't have many people in my life that I talk with on these levels who have done this kind of work. So I'm grateful to make a connection with somebody who's out there doing this work also, and who's been pulled into these places, these places without choosing them. So yeah, it's awesome. Where are you based out of right now? Are you in California, or are you on the West Coast?
I'm in Brooklyn. Oh,
no way! You're in Brooklyn? I love Brooklyn. No way!
I know.
That's so badass. That's awesome.
Yeah. So I'm very.
That's fantastic. Okay.
Yeah. So I would love to connect.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
And even in our so one of a point of and I open this up to everyone, right? Like a point of I want to say, I'm loosely using the word challenge in our medicine sacrament community, is that like I will hear, I did 60 grams, I did 30 grams, these very high doses, but there's still conversation about like, yo, but you begging for pussy, or like you or still, like there's so many things that are like, the sexual trauma is so deep that it's like we're doing the work, but we're not doing the work. And that makes me very uncomfortable. Because we hold space, and I know that we connect with our mirrors as we do. Every key has a hole. I completely get that. But the body shaming and like, it's just so wildly heavy. But we're connecting with our teachers. We're connecting with our intergalactic teachers. So what is happening? What is the missing link that we can sit with we can sit with the mushroom. We can sit with we can sit with the toad. We can sit with salvia. We can sit with all of these beautiful, amazing sacraments and still have such a huge stronghold on a nipple being shown. Meanwhile, we're so angry about sex trafficking. Like it's, I know this, if there's something to speak on that's going to come out of this vessel that's pushing the edge, this is something that I don't get to discuss very often, and it challenges my work. And I know that obviously if I'm being challenged by it, then it is my mission.
Yeah.
I understand that. Lucia, who opened up earlier, when we first started, Lucia and I are holding a gather, not for particularly clients, but facilitators, people who have high dosage, and we want to use we will be using the sacraments so that we can work on touch and dissolve what worldly perceptions we have about body, sexuality, intimacy, and can it exist in sacred spaces? And I feel like it's building the container for it has been, when a ceremony's coming up, all the things that want to push back on it, all the resistance builds up. So because we're building towards that at the end of the month, I'm telling you, I have encountered the most scrutiny ever. And building the container for something like that, the consideration of building the container for something like that, right? So everyone can remain safe, so that the magical beings that show up, who do whatever they want anyway, because they're such magical beings and they know it, can also be able to understand permission and what consent is, all of the things. And then because of all those high frequency beings being all in the same space, making sure that we have the right I want to say security, because when you put all of these high frequency beings in one space, you can in essence throw off the balance elsewhere and attract, just like moth to flame, all of those resistance energies. I know it's a long way around, but like, what is the experience in this space here? I welcome everyone. What is the experience in this space around sexuality and sacrament for you all? Even if it's a little bit, like what does that look like? Because this is a part of our work, and we're not going to be able to be fully us if we are not okay with this. It's spirit hour, so.
Veil is thin. We got some sleepers out there.
That's fair.
Someone's up in the chat. Some sleepers. I think it's unpacking is a lot of it. I think a lot of it is the dismantling of what is the belief system around sexuality and spirituality. I think when it comes down to it, I don't really see, I used to be very focused. You mentioned like body part focused and stuff like that. Like you started talking about that. And there was a part of my life that was really focused on asses or whatever it is, right? Like that was my thing. I'd walk down the street and someone had a nice ass, I'd break my neck. I'd be looking at that ass the whole way down the street. And now you could have a parade of asses in front of me. I don't even know if I'd even notice it. And I'm like, I find that to be very interesting and also relieving, because it felt really gross to be like some sort of an animal. Like completely fixated on this part, and it was like, it felt really predatory and disgusting. I felt myself even in the back of my, just as I was walking down the street with my feeling very powerful in my butch self in the 90s, in my 20s, right, with my 10-inch cock in my pants, ready to go to a club or whatever, gonna go have a good time. Predatory. And when I look back on that, that's the taste in my mouth that's left in the remembrance of that. And so I don't feel like that's a good way to be at all. And to be who I am today, to live this life of not seeing women or bodies like that, any bodies. I don't objectify people like that, I think is the right verbiage there, because I don't know, I see them as they're a whole being. They're not an ass, or they're not tits, or they're not beautiful hair, or whatever it is. It's not some objectification of this person. It's them as a person, right? So I don't know. It's wild to step back and to look at behaviors of myself from my past life as who I used to be. And it was gross. It was really fucking gross. Like, and now I understand more of why some of what I used to chase as far as women would just look at me and laugh and not want to go anywhere near me, even though they thought I was attractive and I had like big muscles or whatever. That's not good. That's not good. The behavior that I was exuding towards women, towards even out of myself, was really not savory. It was really unsavory, in fact. And I think a lot of my work around sexuality is a lot of shame and a lot of undoing of the shame of being that person. And of all, I don't have much ego left, but what is left definitely feels the shame of that behavior. and that's okay. Like that humility to me, I feel like is so beautiful and necessary. But I think when you're taken out of a sexual self and you're able to look back and see those behaviors of objectification or of focusing in on people as sex objects, basically, it's really not how we're supposed to be on this earth. And I think a lot of that comes from a lack of a deeper awareness of who we are, like on a self-realization level, no consciousness of who we are beyond, physical body and physical desire. We're much more than all of those things, but I think we live in that space because our culture really supports that. It's very much like our culture is geared around that type of relations with people. It's all about, how do you look? Do you look good to me? Then we should go have sex because we look good together, right? Like, you think I look good and you look good, and so we should go and have some fun, right? And it's very surface level. That's how I feel like in the queer community, when people are dating and talking about dating each other, it's from a physical standpoint. It's not even from a who are you on the inside standpoint. It's, do you look good to me? And there's the first fucking problem right there. What the fuck is that? How about who are you? What do you stand for? Who are you? What are your, what's your fucking meat? What's important to you? What do you stand for? What comes out of your mouth when you speak? Like, how do you show up in the world? That's who you want to be with. Someone who has some sort of substance to them, right? Not just because they look good, but our culture doesn't give a fuck about any of that. We're just here for the shell, right? For the meat suit.
Yeah.
And that's that's the beginning of the problem that we have out here. I feel like, and it's the beginning. It's the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. I encounter my close friends who have secret sex lives, and their secret sex lives, it's only secret because it's sex, but like,
it's shameful.
Yes, and could it be possible? Could it be possible that you can have meaningful, intimate relationships with many people and still treat them like human beings, still be safe, still be healthy, still care about their existence?
Definitely.
And it seems like it's a tall ask for this now.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah. And I do experience impatience sometimes around that. And I know that that is hard work for me to do. The impatience that lives there. Because we're so amazing. Like we're just we're so remarkable. And goodness gracious, even if you really wanted to get into it and you really like even just slow down your body, just slow down your body's experience, you can feel, as you said, the intimacy. You said you've had more intimacy than ever before with your wife.
Ever in my life,
right?
yeah. And the least amount of sex of all the partners that I've been with.
Yeah.
It's beautiful though. Yeah,
It
perfect.
really is. But we break it down.
Looks like we lost Nikki.
There we go.
For a little bit. I'm sorry.
A little bit. Yeah, she
she's
did a
back.
little bit of
Mishu, I'm sorry. Did I hear you say you were 53?
Yeah, I'm 53.
Oh man, there's no way I would guess.
I was born in 69, yo. Yep.
Incredible.
Yeah, 1969. Hey,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
I'm not from here. I'm a space alien, so we don't have any. We're timeless. We don't have any age, right? So
yeah.
No, I don't know. I am 53. I just turned 53 November 23rd. So yes, that is true. You can't see all the gray hair coming through right now. The wrinkles.
Yeah, you look great. I forgot that I'm from I grew up in Santa Cruz, actually. I heard you say.
Oh no, wait, I'm from Half Moon Bay. Yeah, I'm from Half Moon Bay.
Yeah.
Where did you live? West Side? Are you from South Side? West Side?
Like 26th Avenue, Live Oak. Yeah, so East Side, Pleasure Point area.
Pleasure Point. Yeah.
Yeah.
I grew up
that was
there.
my stomping ground.
Yeah, that's awesome. We would go down to Pacific Avenue in the 80s and get our LSD from down there. We'd get for like 10 cents a hit. It was awesome. We were like 15. It was amazing. And then we go see the Dead. And that was our whole fucking lives. We just chased the Dead around. So yeah. Santa Cruz though. Very nice. Look at my shirt. Look at this.
All right, yeah. Hell yeah. Awesome.
Yay, Happy Bay in the house, all the way from Massachusetts. Yep.
I'm a little bit from that area myself.
Oh, no way. Where are you at?
I spent the first year of college there in Santa Cruz, but now I live on San Juan Island in Washington.
Oh, beautiful. San Juan Island is gorgeous. Lucky you. That's beautiful. Very nice. Nice to meet you also.
As far as beautiful places that we know.
Yeah. Half Moon Bay's changed a lot. I have a lot of sadness about that place. It's really not what it used to be when I was there in the 70s and 80s, but it's all right. People, sadly. Is that your artwork, Eva, behind you?
This is sort of a idea board for
Beautiful.
My host for this meeting is Techno Hippie.
I like it. That's awesome. Beautiful.
Yeah, they produce music, and this is
nice
art that's inspiring them right now.
Beautiful. Well, it's inspiring me. It looks really nice. I like it. Yeah. Very nice.
I also just came from an art show for Henry, and
oh, cool.
This is I got a tarot deck, so this is
I love that. That's fantastic.
That comes in it for the oneness idea of oneness, and then I also pulled out.
Oh wait, look at that guy.
And harmony.
Those are great. Those are great cards. Who actually made those? Those are actually really creative.
Henry is the artist. There's this
Let me see.
radical.
Oh, nice. Oh, I love that. That is awesome.
Is really full of a lot of smiles and contemplations.
Nice. I'll have to check that out. I like it. Radical abundance. That's the life I'm in right now, and I'm having to do a lot of work around, again, with self-worth. That's a little bit tricky to come from homelessness and a life of perceived poverty to really just stepping into more abundance than I ever had. Everything that I've wanted. It's weird to live that way and to actually come to terms with the fact that, you know, we're all worthy of abundance. We're all worthy of the life that we want, of the dreams that we have, of living every day with so much more than you could ever imagine, you know, every one of us. But to actually live it, there's a lot of work to be done in that space, and it's difficult. It's painful to sit with, have, you know, everything that you want. It's painful to sit with sometimes all the things you ever asked for all around you, surrounding you, right? Yeah, it's interesting. It's humbling.
I'm going to take just another 10 minutes before my hour. And it looks like Nikki is back.
Nikki's back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was enjoying the cards and everything. I didn't want to
Welcome
interrupt.
back.
Amazing. Henry's tarot cards, amazing. And
yeah.
And I am a little curious about what the transition looked like between homelessness and everything that you desire. Yikes, that's
Manifestation. Manifest. When I was homeless, I injured both of my shoulders in 2017. Like basically on my birthday, I re-injured my right shoulder and then newly injured my left shoulder. I wasn't able to work. I had sold everything that I owned to move to the East Coast from the West Coast. And I had I had no savings. And so when I injured myself, I couldn't work. And I was asked, you know, in 5 months' time, I had to get my shit together to have rent or not. And I couldn't come up with $500 for rent. By the time that it was April 2018, I was asked to leave. So I went back to California to try to get help, surgery, taking mushrooms, right? And every time I would take them, I would have insights into where and how and kind of how to navigate. And I felt that I was being guided by them to do certain things, to put myself into higher vibration, higher energy. And I was literally manifesting. I would go live. I didn't have anywhere else to get help. So I'd post live video and post it on Facebook and Instagram asking for help financially. And it would come much more than I imagined. And it broke me to ask, and it broke me to receive. It was so hard to ask for help and then to get 10 times more help than you imagined, because immediately it's, am I worthy? I asked for 200 and I got 1,000. Fuck. Now I'm like, fuck, this is too hard. I don't want to do this work. It's like, I'm getting all of this and I'm not feeling like I'm worthy of any of it. And so here's the work immediately. And so literally going from that space little by little and asking and being raw and open and honest and so vulnerable and humbled and just asking for what I needed directly. Speak your truth, ask directly for what you need every day. I would do this. And I would also talk about how to step into yourself, how to be. So I'm giving some, I felt like I was trying to give as well as receive from people that I didn't even know. And I just kept asking for help. Every time I'd climb up a half of a step. Here comes more help. Here's me helping other people. Here's people coming to me to ask about mushrooms, right? And me helping them to connect to how it works and access and everything else. And I'm getting all these things. I manifested a place to live in a woman's basement in Greenfield, Massachusetts. She was a Quaker, and I had the awareness to look on Craigslist because the hotel that I was staying at up in Brattleboro, Vermont, I couldn't keep getting people. I mean, I was asking for $250 a week for the stay. And I'm realizing that this is not sustainable. I need a place to stay. And I had the awareness to look on Craigslist. And there was an ad, and I reached out, and she had me come over. And I told her my situation, and she's like, well, how about $50? You can stay in my unfinished basement. It was a fucking disaster. But I stayed with my Chihuahua, Chico. We stayed down there on a twin-size mattress on the floor in the winter of 2019. It was basically New Year's Eve that I moved in. Her basement was moldy. It had standing water. It was raw concrete. It was unfinished. It was a complete and total disaster. I thought I was going to die down there. Then the pandemic hit. And I was convinced that but then I didn't feel like that I was going to die. I knew that we were going to I felt like this was part of the awakening. This is part of what's necessary. Cleansing in some ways of some people to step in to deeper spaces of themselves, right? And so I'm doing this work. I'm helping people. I'm creating a business card. I'm creating a business now in the basement. I'm making a website. I'm doing all this work. I'm having people ask me to come stay with them to do medicine work in different states. And I'm still in this place. I'm still in the basement, right? But I'm still continuing to honor myself and to stay present in the day. I'm still trying to essentially stay present and not care about what's next, because I didn't have an answer to what was next, right? Except for to show up for myself and to show up for those who show up to me to get help and to get access, right? So I keep doing this work. I keep going public and speaking about it. And little by little, just basically life is just handing me what I need to continue to grow and to move higher in myself. And literally to the point now where it's been almost 3 years. I've been with my wife for going on 2 years. I'm not homeless anymore. I have the car of my dreams, which is crazy. I have my best friend as a wife. I live in the most, to me, I've wanted to live out here my entire life. And I feel geographically, there's a connection to being where you love geographically, to how much energy you can really harness and apply to your life and for manifestation purposes, for personal rising through your higher self purposes. Well, if you're living in a location that doesn't feed your soul, your spirit in a way that you feel good about, it's taking from you. I feel very strongly about geographic location being either a hindrance or a huge help to either pulling you down or bringing you up. And being out here in Western Massachusetts has always been a dream. So to basically live exactly where I want to be who I want to be with, to do the work that fills my soul, fills my entire self with gratitude every day that I wake up. I'm excited to be alive on this earth and to contribute and to be participating in a way that to me feels really important and that feels real is everything. And I feel like when you're in that space, you'll bring into your life everything that you wanted. And it becomes very difficult at that time to have what you want and then realize that you're worthy of all of it, right? That you deserve it all. And so to not be able to, I don't know, going from homelessness and living out of the back of my car to living in a gigantic house with a beautiful woman, it's a lot of work to do. It's very humbling. It's very difficult sometimes, only because of my own limited belief system that still, whatever is left of that, of thinking that, a life lived of struggle, of strife. I was always in my own way. And the way that I looked at how to get ahead was skewed and wrong. And so I feel the way of living in harmony with yourself, with showing up and with being accountable and with being present, that is the way to essentially attract what is yours and what's always been yours, right? So mushrooms have taught me to basically prioritize and cherish presence and truth, and basically to seek all of those things to align yourself, right, in a way that essentially pulls what's meant to be in your path, people-wise, manifesting people to teach you and to show you what you need to know. All of that happens when you walk a path of truth, I feel. And it becomes really difficult, though, to go. I'm still doing the work around being homeless and then not being homeless. Learning how to basically have money and to basically just spend, because it's going to come back to you, to basically spend on what you need. It's going to come back to you. What's meant for you is already coming. It's already making its way to you. All of this kind of stuff, it's all wrapped up in doing this work. I feel like psychedelically, when you open your consciousness is when you're opening up access and avenues to these parts of yourself that no one teaches you about, but you already know the way. Innately, we already have the knowledge of how to get to these places. So I feel that trusting and releasing any type of control over the process, but accepting what comes your way is part of the hardest work that I've ever done. And it goes back to self-worth. It goes back to not feeling worthy. It goes back to, there's a part that I think for a lot of people that they believe there's a weird existential kink around poverty life, around struggle life, and about this daily grind struggle mindset that is, it's BS. And I don't know, I think it's interesting to be having that shifted out of your view and into now your life is full of abundance. All that you need is already right. Always, it's already surrounding you. Everything that you need, and whatever else you need that you don't have, you just get it, right? And that's, I never come from that life. I come from a life of struggle, always living hand to mouth, paycheck to paycheck, never having enough, always looking at something and going, oh, I wish I had that, and always wanting something that was always just right out of my reach. And I don't have that anymore. I don't live that life anymore. But yeah, I don't want to take all the time here. Whoever's time it is to speak. I know there's 13 people in this room right now. I wanted to open up if someone has things to share, if they want to contribute to the conversation, please do. But yeah, I don't want to hog the space here, so I'm trying to be mindful.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing.
You're welcome, Rick.
Thank
you for having me. Nah, we're all the best. We're all the best. Definitely. I'm going to throw a contact into my phone here really quick.
Hey, sorry, I just wanted to chime in. I've been on the line, but I haven't been awake. Are we still on the schedule? I'm sorry.
I am listed for 3 a.m., so I'm here.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I was just seeing what we were talking about now. I didn't want to miss anybody's story.
Sure. Yeah, I'm bringing the perspective of a science fiction author with just kind of I have a background in biology and some plant biology as well as lab. But I write science fiction and fantasy. What I'm creating right now is the trilogy Bones of Starlight. It's a fantasy space opera, which combines elements of both genres. And I make what's called speculative fiction. So it's really, it dovetails really well with psychedelic culture.
Okay. I'm sorry. Let me go back to sleep.
I could keep on rolling on that. Are you there, Mishu?
Yes, I am.
Okay, because you've had the most consistent response, so I just wanted to check that everybody's on.
Yeah, I'm right here.
No, I can keep on rolling. Yeah.
Yeah, please do.
So yeah, I write stories that are fiction, which are something that can be considered a translated experience. So it's the art of experience, and I think that is something that people encounter when they're in the world of entheogens. The art of experience, and then this ability to transfer the mind and the perception to another focal point, and then experience a shift, and then have a shift in perspective that gives us some difference to how we relate to life and our own selves. I think a great connection between fiction or especially science fiction and fantasy, sometimes called imaginative fiction or speculative fiction. One of the connections that it has to entheogens are broadening perspective, opening the eye of the imagination, this kind of ability to be receptive to things that don't exist or are invented or have never been seen or described or understood. It's this beautiful process of reaching out into the unknown or encountering the unseen. that that's the medicine of these experiences. That's why people seek it, employ it, teach it. And it's not, interestingly, you could say it's not something that's addictive, but actually science fiction and fantasy can be very addictive in good ways, possibly. I'm a personal attestation. I have, at this point, devoted a large portion of my life to science fiction, fantasy literature, not just reading it, but now creating it. Bones of Starlight has been going for 9 years now. I'll put the link in the chat. And
I'm going to jump off the video, but I'm still listening to you, so please continue. I'm just going to stop my video for a moment here.
Sure.
I'm still listening to you.
And let me see. That could be a more live link for you now. And yeah, so it's been serializing twice a week. And I think it's not just escapism, because the interesting thing about getting outside of oneself is that it might allow someone to see themselves. So that's the beauty of the mirror in fiction to me, about this ability to think or imagine as though one were another person. And it may be that psychedelics or entheogens give people perspective from a different kind of mind, which is similar enough to understand and empathize, but different enough to come up with different ideas a little bit, or reorder things in a way that can be really useful, especially when guided or knowledgeable. And that's why ancient cultures have sort of traditions of how to encounter their ancestral medicines and make sure that the space they occur in is nurturing and receptive and encouraging. So those are things that help make it work. And that's, interestingly, those are the same conditions that make art possible, art and creativity. Nurturing environment, supportive, kind of loving or even caring or interested. Art and creativity have a similar magic of exploration. And I've heard people say to artists that I know that art is drugs. Art does what drugs do. Paintings open portals. Books are absolutely, wormholes into some other person as far as humans can imagine. And then it's almost like the psychedelic and theogenic experience can create that safety for exploration. But it's interesting, it's not just, woo-woo visions, because it really absolutely lets us explore how we feel and how we could be, or perhaps we're able to allow ourselves something. There are so many different things that people have gone through, experiences that lead to a more grown life as a human being. So I personally love to get to know about a person by looking into their library as a little bit like a materialization of thoughts and shared experience, because art is like shared experience. And entheogens, in some of their ceremonial uses, are absolutely shared experiences, like the ayahuasca circle, where many people come together with a guide or a guiding team, and then people share this experience of vulnerability and inquiry with each other. So it and then, you know, like a book is a shared experience. Everybody who's read it has encountered all the events in the book, but had different ideas about it, were affected differently. And it's ideation, I think, is one of those things that science fiction and psychedelia both address. You hear this. I've encountered articles about microdosing that you know, people that discuss it in realms of business, not just therapy, but functionality. That these are power tricks, kind of ways that people who have a lot on their shoulders, who are in charge of a lot, who have structures to create for their networks, are able to work better with their minds, partially through microdosing. I swear it could have been in Forbes, and if not in Forbes, then something equally well read and peer reviewed, like the New York Times. Dicey to call it peer reviewed, because there are different perceptions of that term, but there's some sense of social approval in those publications. I also want to I have this right here. I'm going to flash my emergency event slip for Bones of Starlight, Fire Within, Abyss Surrounding. Wow, that shows up backwards on camera. So, but that's, you know, it's not the fancy card. Intergalactic, mythic, fantasy, space, opera. So, yeah, I journey far and wide. I go into, you know, both alien realms, planets, spacey stuff, technology, and then there's magic in this as well, like cosmic elemental space dragons that that connect to like the periodic table of elements in this universe and its alternate universe. So I get to play a little bit with ideas of physics and science. And I see that I've managed to go on almost, no, this is just the beginning of my hour, isn't it? Let me just take a breather and I guess open this up to some of the media that other people would like to tie into, as well as like, it doesn't have to be science fiction and fantasy, but these bridges from creativity to psychedelia. And I haven't even begun to touch on, you know, the experience as a woman in my realm. So yeah, anybody just feel like bringing in some media discussion?
No, I guess so. You're the 3 a.m. speaker?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I just got given the mic a little bit.
You're already, like, the floor is already yours, but awesome. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Psychedelia. began to first encounter at 18. I think, no, you know, like, and then there are these things going from the heroic experience to the microdose. And I think heroic is heroic is one of those realms where people want to just discover other worlds and really kind of blast off. And then microdosing can be a little bit more therapeutic, where it's you're not very far from your own experience. And there are different ways that people can think. So that's where that comes to. It's like then there's this whole journey, you know, from encountering different teachers and then having them be present at the right times. So that's a little bit, you know, like my creative journey has been not in tandem with that. I began writing really young, at age, you know, 3-ish. Well, you know, I started reading young, and that was something that really inspired my early life and aided my development, or, you know, shaped me as a person. I began writing sort of in science fiction, fantasy, creating worlds around 6 or 7 in my journals, deciding that, you know, I'd like to come up with landscapes, just really exploring the art of words. So that would carry on a little bit further through growing years and became my focus sort of for my life path. I took some divergences in college along with my year abroad in other dimensions, let's call it. The path actually was beautifully varied and ended up being my own designed study that would pertain to science fiction and fantasy. I was accepted into UC Santa Cruz for creative writing, which made perfect sense for all my life experience. And then I shifted. I took a break. I'm both a dropout and a graduate. So I'm kind of honestly, I wear both as a badge. You know, I'm both. I can work with the system, but I don't completely, you know, I don't completely follow authority. I question authority, but I can work with the system. So that's my journey there. Yeah, I went from creative writing to arts and humanities. I refocused on arts and humanities in community college, thinking about creative development, community arts. And I did a lot of volunteering in the San Francisco Bay Area, working faculty rosters, managing venues, interarts. I was sent to a school for interarts collaboration as a high school honoree for creative writing. So, you know, I earned myself a medal in creative writing. And then I went to a special program that focused on interdisciplinary collaboration, but also development in our own skill set. And I was admitted for creative writing, and that's called That was called CISA at the time, California State Summer School for the Arts. It was amazing. And so I have developed since really a long time ago a synesthetic approach to creativity where I draw on a lot of different influences to produce something new. And so synesthesia, I think, is one of those. It's a psychedelic working for some, or it's a part of the experience where the boundaries between discrete sensory but the boundaries between discrete sensory input start to connect more to each other and flow more into each other, so that music and color or feeling or like things we take for granted in our consciousness that are really truly miraculous, and people have suspected, people have investigated into these explorations of mind that lead us to things like music, giving us feelings. Like how can a vibration in the air elicit, the beat of my heart? But it does. There are moments in the early evolution that are recorded through art and history of the concurrence of explosions of art and entheogenic medicines. So this is part of my tradition as a storyteller. This mind work and emotional work. I think a lot of what happens in stories, I was thinking of this term the other day, emotional Sherpa. Sometimes it really feels like, especially as a writer, people want to come to me with their stories and their faces and their energies and deposit them to me for my work. Stories approach me and insist on being heard or acknowledged. And that's something I've contended with since that very young age, when I began to read and love writing. And I'm not sure I connected them both. I think maybe that sense of sharing story also relates to entheogenic medicinal practice. This is part of community healing. There are some tribal healers in various disciplines around the world connect story with healing. Specifically, I've researched or found out a little bit about something that hadn't been discussed a lot previously, recently, and the Babaylan is having a resurgence in the Philippines, and it's this idea of the tribal woman healer. The word means woman of power, babae meaning woman, and Babaylan being woman, like woman of power, special power. And in that tradition, what I've read, this could be from the Visayan Islands. I myself have old roots in Mindoro with the Mangyans, the mountain tribes, and Batangas, the traders, carvers, weapons and coffee. Yeah, so those are my provinces. But there may have been Babaylan. There were definitely other kinds of tribal healers. I believe on my mother's side, her grandfather was a Manghihilot, someone who used various a tribal healer with various modalities, including physical therapy and something like something energetic as well, like Reiki. So, but the Babaylan, which I've been reading about in its resurgence, is one thing that struck me about it was how story was seen as part of community healing. So, and this is definitely true of other tribal healers that, you know, I've read of, and, you know, I've just read ethnographic articles here and there, that, you know, a story, people call them myths, as well as stories, myths and stories. It's the fireside chat, and it probably relates to the same idea as the sermon, where when something's happening in the community, we can tell a story that's not about any one of us, but that might help us figure out something that's going on, or discover something within ourselves that the community wants to encourage. Things like social responsibility or ingenuity or coming of age. And that is what stories serve. Some sacred books collect a lot of stories into one book that can be the only book someone reads, if such be the case. I love many books. I love that there are many books. I love that there are many authors in this world of authors. I look around and I'm glad there are so many. It takes a lot of us to fill a bookshelf. And when I look around, even at the slightly bigger industry events in science fiction, fantasy, we're only part of a library. And that's full of a lot of people who came before and hopefully after. We say hopefully because these stories meant a lot to us developing. And that's the role of psychedelics and entheogens in development of humanity has been noted variously, but that has a sort of fractal reiteration to maybe the points when entheogens come into the life of a single person, a little bit like when a person encounters a story for the first time that changes their life a little bit. And these experiences outside ourselves can change our life a little bit. Our lives are always changing as we age, more or less as people prefer, but necessarily so. It's almost like different entheogenic teachers, different types of chemical, different plants address different areas of need for healing. And it's really amazing what psychedelics can do as recorded for people who want to change their ways or find a new relationship to their habits. And then we have these things where stories inspire people to choose their life path. It was a thrill to me to meet an astronaut who put a book at the bottom of their launch patch. So somebody's out there on the International Space Station. So that's Dr. Kjell Lindgren, who hung out with a whole bunch of science fiction fantasy authors at the World Science Fiction Fantasy Convention. And, so that book at the bottom of the launch patch is one of those milestones in development where an experience outside ourselves inspired us to achieve, to create. Yeah, there are various mind states to story and language that it seems are visibly historically recorded in concurrence with entheogenic medicines or plants or psychedelic plants in culture. But I'd like to just go further into some of these mind states because they're so interesting. Things like metaphor, where stories can be seen as not literally true, but rather true as they relate to real events. This is like this because, and that's, it's like these are leaps in consciousness from taking everything literally, are not necessarily hierarchical leaps like a ladder, but these are different modes of consciousness that exist alongside each other. There's that part, we could be taking everything literally, like every story is true, that this is happening somewhere on some level. And this almost ties into quantum physics theory, like in Einstein's dreams, where he's thinking about all the different possibilities of time. But no, I'm gonna go back to metaphor. That's a fantastic book, by the way, Einstein's Dreams. As a mind state. So there's the literal interpretation, and then there's metaphor, where it's almost like in video gaming when somebody, like, say for instance, I like to watch, like if I watch a secret agent film, I feel like I'm not relating to it because I myself am an actual secret agent, but rather because some of the things in my life feel like what the secret agent is doing. They require the same sense of managing chaos and applying oneself to an indistinct goal. These abstractions that become our insights. So metaphor is a beautiful invention that is simply one of my favorites. This relates to, I think, I'm going to tie into something I talked about at a concert. There was a concert with a couple speakers beforehand, which was a really fun event. That poetry is a little bit like science fiction in the ways that it increases the newness of our mental experience through linguistic experimentation, similar to how science fiction and fantasy bring in novelty through outer realities. Poetry can be talking about something mundane, yet still be expressing the unknown. And it's just by examining our feelings, we find uncharted waters immediately. It's every feeling is unique and has its context and requires a unique expression. When trying to be faithful to its deepest truth, it's almost like the truer something is written, the more mysterious. And that's this kind of relationship we have to poetry. So it, people do a lot of different form alterations, grammatical shifts. And grammar is really structure of thought. We have languages of communication by ordering our minds to certain structures of thought. And within these structures of thought, certain kinds of thinking are more possible. And these structures are actually always living. Even the dead ones, it seems. There are constant generational debates on the pronunciations and meanings and discoveries in history and etymology. I love etymology. It's like the evolution of a word is also the evolution of a concept. So yeah, it's poetry, the experimentation of language, structure of thought. These are all related to freedom of mind. And these are those moments that entheogens have had in human evolution. Things like revolutions have come from medicines or accidental medicines. The French Revolution and its relationship to ergot, which is a producer of LSD, possibly, or LSA. Yeah. So it's this wonderful, I just want to say that entheogenic exploration and development is wonderfully non-addictive. Though maybe it's a little bit like science fiction fantasy. Some people really decide that this is their path. And then take that role for themselves in society. I myself, I trip twice a week for sure. Just, as a writer, because I'm currently writing and releasing new story at least twice a week for Bones of Starlight. This was the deep commitment I made to this trilogy that's lasted years and years, pretty much longer than anything else I've ever worked on. It just became my passion, and it became every kind of opportunity that I cared to pursue. So yeah, it's just these developments for us when we need to rethink our experience and our existence. And poetry being part of that, and language. Yes. So this is my kind of, and here we are at a microdose sit-in on the cusp of, it's pretty beautiful hearing about how therapies are being developed in Oregon, where psilocybin has been legalized. And people are working with other things as well. And learning again how to reintegrate sort of guided healing with these plant teachers that can affect the emotional and physical well-being in such a way that, you know, they become something we're thankful for. And they're not always easy on the experience, depending on how they're approached. But that's part of why these new therapy modalities are kind of inspiring. Where in other countries, the guide for an experience is customary. There is a festival called Tribal Gathering, where indigenous tribes are invited from all over the world to share whatever of their teachings they're willing to share with people who come to an international location. And they, you know, they bring their processes as much as they can. I've seen they, and I as well, I was invited to host some of my workshops there. And I created a unique 7 workshop string for people who are, you know, exploring story and heritage and healing. And some of that was recorded and shared. And so that was my offering for myself as a modern, you know, the artist and the role of the artist and the shaman are really close. And I'm not claiming Babaylan really specifically, because I feel like that might have certain expectations to it. Maybe there's something natural to how I approach being a storyteller about it. It's like a devotion. It is a devotion. It requires a great deal of that. And sometimes what I feel like I'm doing is processing the realm of experience. It's almost like experiential compost, where there are all these things floating around that have caught the attention, that seem a little bit important or at least a little fun, and then reinterpreted through newness. There's an evolution of the mind, of the being, of the moment. And so that actually, tribal gathering was something in elementary school. We had this discussion about how to help disappearing indigenous cultures. How could disappearing indigenous cultures, or smaller, lesser known, perhaps advocacy deficient, or not deficient, those in need of advocacy, how could disappearing indigenous cultures reach out to modern people in a way that would share things that are important, and maybe find them aid and sympathy? And we thought, well, yeah, maybe we kids, I think this was approximately 6th grade, we thought that, well, maybe like a gathering, like a summit, where people would come together and learn from each other or share their knowledge and express their needs in a spirit of open, well, as an adult, I'm saying in a spirit of open-heartedness. But I think we might have implied that as sixth graders. We thought, yeah, maybe that. Yeah, it sounded like a sixth grader thing to say. Like, let's throw a party and invite everyone. And that this one gathering, there could be more that serve this purpose in different cultures. I acknowledge myself as a hippie, a total hippie. I'm also a total wordo. I created a convention ribbon that says complete and total wordo. That's my play on words, because the word for word comes from weird, which is magic. Yeah, so, tribal gathering is sort of a hippie land experience, but it's also, really connected to, as much as possible, not perfectly in every corner, but like, humanly, as much as humanly possible, in a good way, that is genuine for the cultures contributing and for the seekers. It attracts seekers. I myself was seeking a reconnection to a tribe of my ancestry. I'd been wondering about all the lost pre-colonial knowledge in the old country. I was born in San Francisco. I am Filipino American, with some part European British through America. But so I was looking to connect with some element of pre-colonial culture from the Philippines, which had seemingly entirely disappeared from my conception, or the conception of ourselves in those around me. Not entirely. I mean, when I made my family, when I went with my family back to the Philippines, one of the some times that I have, we went to a cultural center where we saw dances. We went to a cultural center for our own culture, yes. As first generation, that's a thing. Isn't it in my home? Don't I live it all? Well, not all anymore, or something. And there's so many tribes that, we get what we get from our own tribe, and then maybe go to the cultural center to see what else is out there. But yeah, so there are dances, pre-colonial dance, some that are shared, and dance is a really powerful communicator. But yeah, I went to discover that, and that became its own journey, and it's pretty cool. I'm seeing stories come out from these corners now that are, it's great to have some of our own stuff back. Yeah, and sometimes that's, bringing it back to sort of the theogenic topic a little bit. Yeah. So that's what led me to tribal gathering. But then I brought my perspective as a storyteller. So a modern storyteller who just goes off the deep end, so to speak, but in the best of ways, hopefully. It's this kind of exploration. It feels like it feels exploratory, kind of the human explorer into the unknown. And I think about my colleagues, so to speak, in our genre, colleagues in our genre, but also my sense of connection on this team. I think about that. I feel like we're a team, the people who are doing the exploration. I myself, primarily as a writer, but then I feed that with all kinds of different creativity. And then other people, as other writers, they can be writing something similar, they can be writing something different. Artists, musicians, researchers, all this inquiry. Researchers are also famously in touch with entheogens, psychedelics. Yes, that was part of my development. So I feel like I would have to have many more hours to speak specifically to my specific experience. Yes. I feel is my experience in this realm so deep as to require many hours? Perhaps. I think many hours could be extrapolated from a single experience. If one were to write it in detail, I dilated time in a poem recently that takes about 20 minutes to read. And it just seems like small moments become like this deep, intricate fabric of experience just for that small moment when dragonflies laid it. Yes. But you don't have to believe it. I wrote it as a poem so that people don't have to believe it. And that's the interesting thing, I think, about visions, visionary exploration and healing that we talk about, that we discuss with entheogens. It's that kind of self-knowledge. Visionary exploration. I just, headed off to the corner of that ship there. So in the story, I think people seek different things like resolution, conclusion. Maybe people like things to make sense. Maybe people want things to have meaning. And events have meaning when they're tied to others. Thoughts and experiences reflected back to us help us feel seen. That's one of the biggest things, I think, is the way that fiction makes people feel seen and understood from within. And so there's that same sense. There are a lot of accounts of what people experience on mushrooms or LSD that, it's about self-realization in a way that can somehow be applied to life. Sometimes it's applied dramatically, other times gently. And it's not all expected to be serious. Yeah, there are ways to encourage, the seriousness of the experience. But some of these experiences themselves will teach you to laugh. And science fiction fantasy I dearly love this genre because it's, no matter how serious it is, it's not supposed to be too serious because it's fiction. There's that just sense of disconnect that, you know, don't worry, this is just a story. You can think what you want about it, more or less. Decide what's important about it. And these are assessments that are healthy for us to exercise. Kind of encountering ideas as though we have the liberty to mold them because it's just a story. And so, yeah, it's that dynamic evolutionary quality that sometimes people need addressed or people need a portion of when they go to a plant medicine. And there are all kinds of different reasons why people do, or plant or chemical medicine, as the case may be. Many chemicals are plant derived that can be synthesized. And yeah, it's there's that, the Iron Goddess of Mercy, Kuan Yin, I think mercilessly brings compassionate self-realization, like the hammer of enlightenment or the sword. Like ego death, full, you know, totally shocking ego death. These are things that can happen in increments, but like the ego death that results in self-growth. That's one of my sort of meditations on the Kuan Yin. And that's one of those reflections that come forward in both psychedelics and science fiction fantasy. I think some people have experienced shocking ego death reading novels. Mm-hmm. I know I have that moment where I read something and I think, oh, you know, just look around at the world and realize something. And remember this moment as having happened, reading a book, and understand something. You know, it's connecting to experience, connecting to others. The interesting thing about entheogens is that they act as shared experiences. People who benefited from one like to discuss them with each other. Like, here we are, sharing an experience because of because of our relationship to psychedelics. We're having a discussion that comes together from many different kinds of lives who are focused on healing, or developing, or embodying, or just being. So yeah, that's one of the traditional interpretations of the concept of medicine. Medicine is what heals. And that's sometimes also connected to brings people together. You know, medicine brings people together, bringing people together heals. You know, medicine is what heals and what brings people together.
Oh, but she's still talking.
Hey, am I coming through? I should be. Yeah. Yeah, I guess we've got this whole hour and I'm just, you know, sending this hour into story. Yeah. So medicine bringing people together, the medicine of story the medicine and entheogens. Not necessarily with each other, with or without each other, on one hand or on the other, or, whichever works. I'm certain that many authors have credited psychedelics, and here I am at a psychedelic event as an author. These two things are related within my existence, if only through concurrence. But, there could be a greater connection there, I'm admitting. Why not? I have a mind that is focused on ideas for the most part in this main pursuit of mine that is writing. They're not all ideas. Sometimes it's art, the art of telling and showing. Yeah. So I wanted to make sure and bring that storyteller's perspective to this whole gathering on my as a microdose sit-in on the cusp of greater acceptance for plant medicines in our culture, and psychedelics, entheogens, to bring in their connection to those, ancestral methods of healing, which include art and story. It's healing to create them. It's healing to receive them. And the same can be said of plant teachers, that they are healing to make and healing to understand and healing to share. People find great joy in providing medicine to those that need it. In our cultures, it's a risk. It could be less of a risk. We can make it less risky for each other. But it's a risk that some people decide they're willing to take for themselves and others, potentially. And medicine is tricky. Medicine does involve knowledge of balance. And it can take experience and finesse to help to find that balance in themselves and others. And yeah, I guess that's just what I do. I work on stories. And this, I'm just glad to bring this into this realm where that has, helped me and been a part of my life. And I think, I'm treating this like a panel at the convention. We're like, whoa, we got a panel and I'm the only person. Like, hello. And panels often end at 10 to the hour, and we're at 10 to the hour. And I could open it up for questions and just let people talk into the next topic. I guess it looks like Teresa Ellis is next on the schedule. I'm not a moderator. Who actually is the moderator currently?
Hi. I'm not sure who's coming on it for. Leo did. She sent me the whole set list. but I mean, I'm kind of like hanging out and making sure the people are admitted in and stuff like that. Kind of supposed to be, making sure the trains run on time.
Sure. Would people in this window consent to sort of a screenshot? It might be a little sensitive.
Wait,
oh, like a picture of the Zoom chat.
Oh yeah, I'm okay with it.
Sure.
Do it.
Anya, yourself? Seems like I'm not getting total, but I'll just screenshot like part of our screen, the part with us in it. Da, 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 da. Yeah, and so any questions relating to story and psychedelia, poetry, but yeah, I don't know. It's been cool. I just I wasn't exactly sure which parts of my topics in life I would decide to address here, but that was a deep dive. Here's again my 3 Henry Tarot cards that I pulled just before. We've got oneness, health, and harmony. and oneness just pertained perfectly to this, microdose sit-in event. And I guess I didn't really go into. I went into a little bit of the feminine experience. I'm a little bit. I say I'm gender fluid, non-binary, but I'm more. I'm she, they, she or they are good pronouns for me. Either is acceptable. They is fine. She's great. So, but yeah, maybe I didn't dive into as much of the women's side, just feeling gender fluid and talking about my topics. Sometimes I'm not always feeling very gendered. It's something that happens sometimes. I'm going to dip out, I think, for a minute here, but I can keep. I can keep.
Cool. No, I mean, if you want to take a break, that's cool. It looks like Naja is, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, is up at 4 a.m. So they want to start a little bit early. That's cool.
Oh, well, I'm at 5 a.m. actually.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Teresa Ellis is up at 4? Is there Teresa around?
Yes, Teresa's not here, so yeah, we could.
Oh, crap. Well, sheesh. Yeah, no, I'm not even. Nah, I don't know what to do.
And what? Do you have a topic yourself? Rick, I didn't see your background, but what was your, experience coming to this group?
Oh man, how I got here? I guess, so I have a buddy out in Fall City. He runs the Kung Fu club out there, Sifu Johan. And I've been good friends with him and training Kung Fu out there with him for quite some time. And he sent me Leo's number, and I volunteered at a fundraising and helped out with the last microdose thing. I'm have been like have pretty severe PTSD. It's kind of, it comes and it goes. I have a really awesome service dog who's like trained to recognize a couple, like my tells of when I'm starting to kind of go into panic attacks. So she's awesome. It's been, it was really cool training her and getting her through the service dog program. I started cultivating Cubensis about during the pandemic. I just had done some research that John Hopkins, studies and all of that stuff. I had otherwise, treatable anxiety and depression, thrown a bunch of pharmaceuticals at it for, years and stuff, but nothing really seemed to do the trick until I started growing Cubensis, and just had some really amazing breakthroughs as far as like addressing the, the trauma and all that icky inside that, drove me to self-destructive behavior, heroin, and all of that. So yeah, no, I've been doing killer. I got like coming up on 3 years cleaning off of hard drugs, and yeah.
I'm gonna get going for now, personally.
Okay.
Yeah, happy to hand this off to folks for the moment. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, I'll catch up with you.
All right. Enjoy the rest.
Yeah. Okay. Good night. So yeah, I guess we've got a 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. hour to kill. Does anybody want to jump in and share anything, or ask any questions, or tell any stories, or anything like that? No? Yes? Huh. Well, I don't know what to say, unless, somebody wants to share something, or yeah. Do we know if Teresa Ellis is going to be coming at all, or is that just, is there anybody that can like maybe send her a message or a text? Does anybody know? Yeah, no. Well, I'm afraid this is terribly awkward. Yeah. What about, is Yasmin still with us? I haven't heard from her in a while. Is that a no? Or okay, well, somebody's gonna have to jump in and say something, because I'm kind of done talking, and this is kind of weird. So I'm gonna sign off for just a second, and compose myself and figure out how to kill this hour. So I will be back in a couple minutes. I also have to pee, so I'm gonna go take care of that. I'll be right back. guess I'm gonna have to do some talking to fill the 4 a.m. hour. I really don't know what to say. We had a pretty cool talk earlier about women's roles in film and how it's changed. I was mentioning having watched the Goonies recently, and there's this kind of really silly scene where Andy, the cheerleader, kind of goes into hysterics. I got a couple of nieces. They're like just getting out of like high school, and I'm really glad that we grew up in or that they grew up in an era where there's like so much way better female role models in film. I also recently revisited, I hadn't seen it since the late 90s, Princess Mononoke. I don't know if you guys have seen that. It's Studio Ghibli film. Like it's really, really awesome. And so I kind of started like Miyazaki is the director. He also did Spirited Away in 2001. I don't know if anybody's seen that one, but it's yeah, really cool. He was like kind of a bit like ahead of his time, really. I watched a movie as is from 1992 called Porco Rosso, or the Crimson Pig. And it's about this like pilot dude, and about like halfway through the movie or something, his plane gets thrashed, and so he's got to go get it rebuilt. And it's like you meet this girl, she's about like 17 years old, and she's like an awesome engineer and fully like, it's not just like her designing it, but like the whole, like all the women in the village from like different ages, from the older to younger, all pitch in and help like build this dude's plane. And it was like really, I don't know, it was just really freaking cool. Like that kind of was like one of the plot, like you know, having this guy change, well, I don't know. Anyways, it's a it's a pretty cool story. Yeah. Spirited Away too. That's a really like amazing story. This 10-year-old girl you know, gets taken away to this world of spirits and whatnot, and has to learn how to, I don't know, deal with all kinds of crazy situations. So yeah, that one was really cool. And I guess that's that. All I have to say on that. Will someone please join in this discussion? Help rescue me here. I'm kind of floundering. Yeah, no. Also, has anybody seen the new the Wednesday? It's a Netflix, the Addams Family thing. It's actually pretty cool. Like Tim Burton and Danny Elfman are behind it, and like she's she's a really awesome character too. Very like resourceful. She's kind of like a James Bond, Indiana Jones, you know, like kind of get herself out of any situation. And yeah, it's no, anyway. Well, Sorry, I guess I probably should have like prepared for this type of situation should it happen. I really didn't. And yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna shut up for a minute and I hope that someone else wants to hop in here. Yeah, I've been yakking for a while and I'm gonna shut up for now. Floor is open to anybody that wants to jump in here and say anything. Would, yeah, be awesome. Damn. Well, sorry guys. I guess since nobody really has much to say, I'm just gonna guess maybe we all just need a break for a little bit. So yeah, I guess just chill, go smoke something if you got it or whatever. And I'll check in back at in a half hour or something. So yeah, all right, I'm taking a break. Hey guys, anyone still with us?
I'm still here. Do we not? Because it's daytime where I am. I'm in France, and it's
Oh, awesome.
middle of the afternoon. But do we not have another speaker coming on at some point?
So I believe Naja is up at 5 a.m. Yeah, we had someone flake out at. Sorry, let me hold 1 second. I was sorry, I was listening to some music. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. We had someone flake out at 4 a.m. and that was yeah. So we just all kind of like took a break or something. I actually feel a bit refreshed. I went and had a cup of tea and smoked a cigarette and a little meditation. And yeah, no, I guess yeah. Please, where you said Virginia? You said you're in the UK?
Well, I live in the UK, but I'm in France at the moment.
Oh, right on. That's awesome. What part of France?
I'm in Brittany. I'm waiting to get the ferry home. It's I came over here to collect a puppy. It's a long story.
Yeah.
And they've had their first taste of snow today, and they've really enjoyed the snow. So they're fast asleep at the moment, thank God.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Well, cool.
So you're up all through the night, you people the other side of the pond.
Yep. So I'm in Seattle, Washington, and yeah, Leo asked me to participate in this thing, and it's just been, oh man, it's been such an awesome yeah, I've been here since the beginning, since 10 a.m. yesterday. And
wow. Oh my God.
I'm in for the long haul. I'm pulling the all-nighter. Someone, excuse me, Sean, I believe Leo's husband is going to be coming in at 6 a.m. to relieve me and take over. But in the Naja, am I saying that right? Naja?
No, you're saying it wrong. Like almost every American, it's Nadia.
Nadia?
But it's fine. I'm getting used to it. Yeah, it's Nadia.
Nadia. Okay, I will not make that mistake again.
No worries.
Where are you, Nadia?
It has a special charm. I'm from Berlin. I'm sitting here in Germany, Berlin.
So same time zone as me then at the moment.
Yeah. I guess so. What kind of puppy did you save?
Pyrenean sheepdog.
Ah, that's so cute. And you're going extra to France to save a puppy?
Well, I haven't saved this one. I bought this one. I have saved a lot of dogs, but this one is because they're hard to get hold of in England, and you actually have to go to the Pyrenees to get them. But can't. I couldn't bring her back until she's had her rabies jab. Then I have to wait 21 days after that. So I'm just hanging out in France, but it's so beautiful here. I'm not complaining.
Yeah,
so
it must be a very special puppy then.
She's kind of camouflage, but my blue healer, my service dog, you can see her on the couch behind me.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, that's my beautiful dog. I had her since she was 7 weeks, and it took about 2 years, but I trained her through the service dog program. She graduated, and yeah, no, it's great. Love her. She's amazing.
I train mine but not to do anything useful. I train them to do jumping over jumps and running through tunnels, things like that.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, I guess Nadia, did you want to get started a little bit early, or?
Yeah, well, I can tell a little bit about myself. I'm not sure actually how this is working here. That's why I logged in a little bit earlier to see how the other moderators are doing it. But obviously there has been no moderator.
Yeah, no, I about an hour ago was just babbling on about some movies I'd seen recently. I was kind of floundering. So I'm really glad we have people back in the discussion, and thank you so much. And I'm going to mute myself and let you tell your story.
I'm just introducing myself a little bit. So as I already said, I am from Berlin, Germany. I am like part of the psychedelic community here since a very long time already. I worked for different organizations. One of them is the Mind Foundation. I don't know if any one of you knows about that one. Ever heard of the Mind Foundation in Germany?
Sure.
They're like similar than MAPS, no? They're on this whole medicalization stuff. Trying to bring research and studies to Germany. Now there actually has been the first study with psilocybin here in Germany. And I worked quite a while for them until 2019. I decided with some friends to found my own organization, which is called the Psychedelic Society Berlin. So we just wanted to bring the society also here to Germany and to Berlin. And yeah, ever since I'm trying to let my organization grow. It has been tough because shortly after we founded it, Corona happened. So we weren't so very able to do a lot of stuff during those first 2 years. But yeah, like actually the last year now, 2022 has been very nice year for us. We have done a lot of events. For example, we're doing integration circles. We're doing talks with different topics. We're having community gatherings. We're sometimes making a party. So yeah, we're trying to be very diverse in what we are doing so that there's something for everyone. Also storytelling events, which are very nice. I really love them. And yeah, so our community slowly is growing here. I'm super happy about it. And now I'm looking forward to the next year for doing even more beautiful events, hopefully. So yeah, that's my story or my background working with psychedelics. And yeah, I don't know. Are we the only 3 people now here, or is there someone else who want to join? Or maybe we can have a little introduction so I get to know you also a little bit. I mean, you already were talking and telling a little bit about you, Rick, no? And what about you, Virginia? You're from the UK?
Yeah. Just a quick question? What's the legal situation in Berlin? In Berlin,
Yeah.
with the medicines?
Yeah, well, most of them are still illegal, just like in any other European country. I guess Portugal and the Netherlands are some sort of an exception, but in Berlin, almost everything is illegal. The only exception is ketamine. We actually, since I think last year or since 2 years or so, we're having a ketamine clinic in Berlin. That is actually from the people who are also doing the Mind Foundation, and they are working with ketamine now. But ketamine always has been some sort of exception because it was used medically, so it has a medical Nutzen. I don't know how to say it in English.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But the rest is just the same. We are working on legalizing cannabis now. This is on the table since the new government last year. But yeah, due to all the stuff that is happening right now in the world, it gets delayed and delayed. It just is not a priority of the current government, obviously. But we are all excited about this because yeah, it's already decided, and now they just have to step by step implement it. So the details are not clear yet, but it is quite clear that it gets legalized, I hope, soon. And the rest, of course, will take a little bit more time so that there are at least decriminalization efforts can happen. And this is also one area in which we as Psychedelic Society want to be active here, like being part of this activism and bringing a decriminalization of psychedelic substances forward. I guess in the UK it's not so different.
Yeah, it's the same. I don't think we're going anywhere in terms of legalizing cannabis. I mean, it's just that's a no-no. But what my shaman mentor, she's in America, and she's basically she got a package of medicine got intercepted on its way to her, and to cut a long story short, she was arrested and FBI'd and blah blah blah, and she was lucky, she says, to get away with 1 year of probation, and she says because what's happening now, where it's not where the legalization is coming, it's the pharmaceutical companies, the medical doctors, those sort of people who are getting permission to use these substances, but not people who serve from a shamanic indigenous perspective. And in fact, she says that the powers that be are coming down even harder on non-licensed medical people, that because obviously they don't want them taking the business from big pharma yet again. It wants to take our medicines, and I think that, and this might sound just a bit conspiracy theorist, but I don't really care, it's about control of consciousness, because we know, don't we, that when we take entheogens, it catapults us into another dimension of consciousness. And if that is it, that can be controlled more, I think, by in a medical setting than it would be, say, in a shamanic setting. And I don't know, she doesn't think that the way this is going is very good for medicine givers and at all.
I don't know about the control of consciousness, but I'm totally with you when it comes to people having interest in the sense of making business. And they, there are like all these companies trying to patent. No, if they can't patent the substances, at least they are creating new ones, like just changing a molecule or something, and then patenting the whole situation, like the therapeutical setting, and like even where you put the light and what kind of couch or something you are using. It's quite crazy. And therefore, I think also these people with a huge financial interest trying to avoid that a decriminalization movement is moving forward, no? So that if it's just available for everyone and people can just be free to use whatever they like, they are not so much dependent on going to see a licensed person where they have to pay shit tons of money. And this is something that worries me as well, because then it is just available for a small percentage of people who even can afford this kind of treatment, while a lot of other people can't. And it is a little bit the same with cannabis, no? And in the States, that there are like, I don't know how many people sitting in the prisons because they were selling cannabis, but at the same time, some rich people, rich white people are making a fortune with it. On the other side, it's quite absurd, the situation. I don't know if Rick, a little bit better about what is the situation in the US regarding cannabis.
Yeah, so I'm in the Pacific Northwest. The state of Washington legalized for recreational use, and in the state of Washington, like gosh, maybe about like 12 years ago now. It's been a while. So, yeah, and I'm in a highly forward thinking part of the country, and it's quite a blessing. I was a teenager back in the late 90s and whatnot, and that's like when some of the first laws for medicinal use started to get passed. But I didn't think that in my lifetime that it would be legal and available. I mean, there's all these pot shops open. I got like 3 of them within a couple blocks of my house. Anyways, it's amazing. I'm hoping psilocybin is next. I would love to be able to get mushrooms the same way that like I'm able to get pot right now.
But there are many places already in the US, no? Like in Colorado or Washington and so on, which at least psilocybin is, or the plant medicines are legal now, or decriminalized at least.
So let's see. So I've been cultivating magic mushrooms for a little over 2 years now, since the pandemic. And the spores are available. The loophole is that they're for microscopy, you know what I mean, for just like people studying. But yeah, it's really easy to get these spores in a grow kit and get started with growing in my closet. And that's been like the medicine that really got me through a lot of like breakthroughs as far as addressing trauma and as a mental health therapy, it's been amazing. It's I do kung fu and meditate and stuff, and it's just well, anyways, sorry, I lost my train of thought there.
No worries. And Virginia, the medicine you were referring to, is that ayahuasca?
Sure, yeah.
So you're
and
working with
we can get
ayahuasca?
grow kits, we can get spores exactly the same. So we can get mushroom spores and grow kits. So that's how I do mine at home. But you're not allowed to. You're not allowed to put the grow kit together with the spores.
Yeah,
but
sure.
yes, ayahuasca is what she was what was being delivered to her.
Yeah. Same here, just what Rick said. Also, we can get spores or even spore syringes for microscopic reasons. We can look at it, but we can't grow it. As soon as you put it somewhere where it can grow to a mycelium, it is not legal anymore. Yeah. And how long are you working with ayahuasca already?
Me, I've been working with ayahuasca for about 7 years now. So
Nice.
my first experience of it about 7 years ago, and now I serve the medicine occasionally.
Yeah. Would you like to tell a little bit how it came to this first experience, that you got interested into this topic? And
yeah, I can do. For decades, I've been trying to stop drinking alcohol, and I've never had not been able to function. I mean, apart from the few hot days here and there, but it's generally not been but it's been something that's haunted me really. And when I didn't know anything about spirituality or religion or anything, when I went to live in California when I was about 25, and then you can't really avoid it there. And it was a huge awakening for me. And I suppose my journey has been since then a long time, but it's taken me a long, long time to stop drinking alcohol. And I was at a a satsang being held in the UK by a guy who is a recovering alcoholic and addict and talks on non-duality. And I'd gone to see him, and we went out for lunch, everybody who was at the satsang, and somebody started talking to me about this thing called ayahuasca. I never heard of it, and they said a bit about what it was, and then we all moved around, and the next person I went to speak to started talking about ayahuasca, and I went, right, okay. And then the third person, I went, yeah, okay, I've got the message. And within a couple of weeks, I was on a plane to Madrid, and I didn't know where I was going, what I was doing, what I was going to be involved in. The ceremony, the retreat was really, there were a lot of Spanish lads who were, you know, street drug takers, so sweet, such nice young men. And there's only me and this one other lady, and it was just the most incredible experience. I'd never taken a psychedelic, and it was just the most incredible experience. Something came really painful came up for me that I didn't even know I'd been holding on to. I was able to release. It was just amazing. And then I went back, and it took a long time and a lot of clearing of stuff until I finally managed to let go of the alcohol. But it was again in an ayahuasca ceremony. Well, it was just me and my colleague in my house, but we'd taken ayahuasca, and it finally showed me how I could stop drinking. And hurrah, I finally managed that with a lot of support from, I go to AA, and I go to there's an organization called PIR. Do you know that? Psychedelics in Recovery. So there's even now a 12-step program for people who are using psychedelics to recover from their addiction, which is amazing as well. And there are Zoom meetings for that every day. I mean, it's mainly America based, but it's so and through that, then I've taken bufo, and I've taken mushrooms. I grow my own mushrooms now. I had an experience with iboga, which I will never ever do again.
Same here. Only once.
Not my medicine. Not my medicine at all. So it's been amazing. It's been amazing, and it continues to be. I'm so grateful, really, I'm so grateful for being led to that, and being able to hear that message that was, this is what you need to do. And it's just been an intense learning. The last 7 years have been intense learning for me, but yeah.
So it took you like several experiences with ayahuasca, and you worked like step by step through different layers or something until you really got to the point where you were finally able to turn around the whole addiction thing.
Yeah.
How long was that? How many sessions did it take you to get?
God knows. I've no idea over all those years, because I don't know. 50, 60 doses. I mean, a long time, because I went a lot. And I went to Costa Rica. This year I had 4 weeks in Peru doing a shamanic initiations thing. So lots of time in Spain, lots in the UK. I mean, we shouldn't have ceremonies, but we do. And in fact, the guy who I usually drink with in the UK has finally got to the point where he doesn't want to take that risk anymore of serving, because you never know when you have people come on your retreat stuff comes up for people, they project onto the facilitators, and it only takes a call to the police or from somebody who's feeling disgruntled. So he's now serving medicine in Spain, but Spain's not, I think it's better than the UK, but it's still not safe, is it really? I don't think. Portugal, I think, is the only place in Europe where it's more safe.
Yeah, even in the Netherlands, I think ayahuasca is not legal anymore.
No, truffles. They can give truffles and psilocybin, can't they, in the Netherlands?
Yeah, truffles. Yeah, this is also something. No, they can't work with truffles, but not with the cubensis mushroom.
Yes, how weird is that? It's both psilocybin, isn't it?
Yeah, I think had been an incident where a girl died, unfortunately, taking these specific mushrooms, and after that they made them illegal, but still kept like one door open where you go and use the truffles. And also with the ayahuasca was the same. I think something happened and people died, and then they made it illegal, unfortunately. Yeah.
But it wouldn't have been the ayahuasca that killed the person.
No, yeah, definitely not. There's just a lot of irresponsible people walking around now, no, with like this whole hype happening around psychedelics. A lot of people having the wrong intentions or the wrong motives to work with the medicine, and this is really dangerous. And I mean, like even if you're having good intentions, stuff can happen, no. So you're drinking like quite frequently, like how often? Once a week or once a month?
No, not now. But I mean, I was doing a retreat every month, so I would be having 3 or 4 doses over a weekend.
Yeah.
And then going to Costa Rica, then going to Peru. I think we were drinking like every other night in Peru, but actually I got to the point where I was so literally sick of the medicine in Peru. I only looked at the bottle containing the medicine, and I was I didn't drink every night then. And now, no, if I want to really connect, I'll take a small amount. Like this week, I've got the puppy to look after, so I can't take, and I wouldn't want to take a full dose of anything. But I took maybe half a gram of mushrooms, and I had an amazing experience. You know, I think it's not about quantity of medicine, it's about wanting, for me anyway, if it was, you know, I wanted to connect to something higher, to clear, and you know, half a gram of my own mushrooms and a cup of tea did the job, really. And so now I don't know. I mean, when did I last drink ayahuasca? Have I drunk any since I came back from Peru? You know, months could go by now where I wouldn't, because the processing is already, it's much easier for me to connect now with that energy without actually taking the medicine, really.
I can relate to that a lot. When I was in Peru, just like you said, in the end, I felt like I just have to smell it, no? And I'm already going somewhere. I don't even have to drink it anymore. It's like, and this was also a very intense experience for me. I don't know how was your retreat, but I was like drinking ayahuasca 4 times a week.
Yeah.
But there was like only the weekend and the Wednesday or so were free, but the rest of the week I was sitting in the Maloca and I was drinking, and it was a super intense experience. And in the end, I was just so glad when I left. I was like, for now, I don't want to drink ayahuasca anymore for quite a while. I also, you know, you have a lot to process after these kind of experiences, no? It takes you also a while until your body and your mind and everything can integrate these experiences. It's also good to take some time off once in a while.
Absolutely. I think I'm still processing. I think when I went in
Oh, you're, I don't understand you anymore because your microphone is.
I'm still processing. I think from April or May or whenever it was, I think I'm still processing. And sometimes it's funny you should say what you just said, because this has been, this time I've had like a good 4 weeks in France. It's very isolated. And so a lot of time to process and walk on my own in beautiful countryside. And it's been inspirational for me. And at times here, I felt like I'm under the influence of ayahuasca. And obviously I'm not, but I've actually felt that I am, because I feel like the medicine, I'm open to the medicine, and she works, I'm available to her, and she works through me whether I ingest her or not. I've made that connection, I feel.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
I don't always feel like that, I have to say, but sometimes I do.
Yeah. And just I'm interested in this because you also said it took you some time until coming to this point where you decided, or where you knew how to stop drinking alcohol. That sometimes we're in a process and we have different kind of experiences, but then are these experiences who are different maybe than the other one, because they are like the ones where something is suddenly changing. Do you have this had other experiences where that you had like these experiences who were in some sense like a breakthrough also?
Many, really.
Working on something different kind of experiences, but then like after 10 or 15 or 20 or however how much experiences, suddenly there was this one experience where you felt like suddenly something is changing, or you understood something on which you were working for a long time, but you never really got it. And then suddenly you are like, now I understand also.
Yeah, I mean, I've had quite a few of those, really. I think that, so it started off showing me stuff that I had not looked at, that I needed to grieve over. It gave me an opportunity to get closure with my parents, who are both dead, and I have met them both in medicine, and I have danced with my whole family, and so I've had some just really wonderful experiences, and then I've had ones where, and this was quite one that was really, really so painful, where I felt I was asking God why he had forsaken me, and I felt forsaken, and as that was part of it, and the pain was incredible. And then also, as part of, not necessarily linked to that, but also I was shown that what an arsehole I am, or what an arsehole I'd been, and how arrogant I'd been, how self-centered I'd been, and if you know anything about the 12-step program, it's all about being less self-obsessed. And and I just hadn't seen, and it showed me how I treated some people who were really close to me unconsciously, but not well. I had not treated them well. And it enabled me to make amends and to repair relationships. So that was probably the hardest journey that I've had, but yet something that I really needed to see about myself, and to get a bit more humble and see that in my general insignificance in the eyes of the divine, and who do you think you are, really? So yeah, so a lot of them have changed. And one of the last ones said, look at the state of yourself, you need to do something about your body. So I started going to the gym, but that didn't last too long. I'm afraid. So yeah.
So you also said that you are working with different kind of medicines, no? As I get it, mostly with ayahuasca, but now you're also growing your mushrooms, and you said you had like this experience also with Bufo alvarius and with iboga. And what is like is like ayahuasca your favorite one, or is there like you use them for different I don't know. Yeah, is it different for you to take mushrooms and ayahuasca, for example, or are they just different keys to the same door? No, are you going to the same places, having similar experiences, or are you taking them for different reasons?
I think with the iboga, I was still trying to give up alcohol. So it's just because I'd heard about iboga being good for addictions, and it just really, I was probably not in a good headspace for iboga anyway, but I just found the whole thing just horrendous. But with mushrooms before, when I haven't had access to ayahuasca, I've used mushrooms and I've said, please take me to ayahuasca. I've asked the mushrooms to take me to ayahuasca. But normally, so I would take mushrooms during the day, where I would take ayahuasca at night. And on mushrooms, I tend to laugh a lot more than I laugh with ayahuasca. And mushrooms tend to show me the absolute ridiculousness of humanity and human life. And I get to laugh at myself and see what an idiot I am, and how, and how, one of the things that comes up, and it came up in ayahuasca too, is how seriously we take ourselves, and that is such a shame, because I think God has got a fantastic sense of humor, and I think the joke is often on us, and and there's such an opportunity to laugh at to laugh at ourselves and not take ourselves quite so seriously. So for different reasons, I think not there's a recreation. I never take any of these things recreationally, but ayahuasca, for a start, I know I'm going to be ill. I'm going to be sick. So I have to kind of gird my loins for ayahuasca a bit more than I do for mushrooms. So it has to be something nowadays. It has to be something really, really, for a really good reason for me to take ayahuasca now. And Bufo, that is just not something one does on a regular basis, is it? I mean, it's just the first time I took it, I'd taken ayahuasca a few times, and I thought, oh yeah, I've got this. This is, no problem. And I took Bufo, and I spent 15 minutes screaming in absolute terror. That was the first time I took it. And then each experience has been different. So it's not been something that I had one experience on it, which was very, very strange and very profound. I felt I can't really describe, but I mean, I approach all of these medicines with great respect and a modicum of terror. And what about you, Nadia? What led you to the medicine?
Oh wow, it started really early in my case. I was starting to grow mushrooms with my brother when I was like only 15 or so, 16. It just happened. We grow up in a Swabian, a little village at the end of the world. It was super boring there. So in adolescence, you are looking for ways out. And as long as you can't leave your village, you have to find other ways, I guess, to travel somewhere. And it just happened. The mushroom found me super early age. And I had like both like a really terrifying experience and like a really amazing mystical experience at a very early age. And I think this has somehow guided the way for me throughout my whole life. That I really early had to learn that these medicines have this potential, but they are also can be very dangerous, and that you have to treat them respectfully, and it is super important how you are taking them, under what circumstances, what setting, and so on. So I was experimenting a little bit when I was very young, but then I had like this very terrifying experience where I completely lost it. And also after the experience for many weeks or even months, I had like troubles. I was dissociating and so on. So it took me quite a long time to get my feet back onto the ground. And after that, I was somewhat scared of using psychedelics. So for a very long time, like during all the years while I was studying at university, I barely touched them. I maybe sometimes took a little bit of mushrooms, but like only very small doses. And then I came to Berlin after my studies, and I somehow was experimenting also with other drugs, like taking MDMA or so, because here, you know, you have this big party scene in Berlin. So I got in touch with this again. I experimented with some things, also with ketamine and so on. But I also got in a very abusive relationship back then to a guy who was very abusive of drugs. And so I also was using a lot of amphetamines and so on together with him. And I started to feel really terrible after a while. No, I really at some point realized that this is not good what you are doing. You're abusing your body. You're in an abusive relationship with a man that is like very bad for you. But still, I was not, it's just similar like you, I was not able to access. No, I was like somehow trapped in this relationship, and I was trapped in my abusive or in my addictive behavior. And I was looking for a way out, and I didn't find one. I was splitting up with this guy several times, but I always got back together with him again. He somehow always managed to bring me back, although I didn't want to, no. But I somehow, it was like this addiction was like so multi-layered with the relationship and with substance abuse and so on. And then at some point, a friend of mine, she came and she said, like, listen, Nadia, somebody just gifted me some mushrooms, and I really would like to take them, but I don't want to take them alone. And would you be willing to take those mushrooms with me? And I was like, wow, I'm in such a bad place right now. I don't think it's a good idea to take mushrooms. I think you should be in a good place to take them. And right now is not a good time for me. But somehow, I don't know, I changed my mind. And at some point we were like, okay, let's take it. Why not? Anyway, everything is shit right now. It can't get even worse. And so I met with her one evening, and we took the mushrooms, and we were sitting at a Landwehrkanal. It's like this river that goes through the city. And we were just the whole night sitting there looking at the water. There were like the swans swimming on the water, and they were drawing some mandalas on the water, and it was really beautiful, and I felt so serene and peaceful inside. And we were just hugging our dogs, and we didn't talk all night, but something happened. No, I just somehow at some point had the feeling that I was like so much in touch with myself, like in this place inside of myself where I felt like so sorry what is happening to me, that I was like just looking at me from a perspective of understanding and like caring and kindness. And I felt like, no, I want to hug myself, and I want to give love to myself. And I somehow felt like I don't want this person that is me, I don't want you to be abused anymore. Then neither that you're abusing yourself by taking drugs or being abused by this man you are in a relationship with. And I just felt something changed in me that night. No? And the next morning I went home, I went to sleep, I slept a very long time. And when I got up, I finally finished this relationship the same day. And never got back. And no matter what he did, he was not successful anymore, because something in me was just so convinced that I don't want this anymore and that I don't need it anymore. And that I want to change my life. So I stopped to take any drugs. I stopped this relationship, and my mind was just completely blown by this experience. That I, for such a long time, I was looking for a way out, and I wanted to change, but I had no idea how I can change my situation. And I just took a few mushrooms and everything changed in that night. And from there on, I was just so fascinated by these things again. And I remembered these experiences I had earlier when I was younger, that I also had like this experiences that really changed my life, somehow for the better, others like for the worse, but still, I felt like I am aware again of the potential these substances have. And I started to get more interested again, and I was trying several things. I also wanted to do ayahuasca then, because back then it was like starting with ayahuasca. Before that, I never had heard of ayahuasca, but suddenly, like, you know, more and more people were talking about ayahuasca, and you were hearing it here and you were hearing it there, and you were like, okay, intrigued, what is it? And you were researching a little bit. And then I wanted to do ayahuasca, and it was just all these coincidences happening. For example, that I was like, okay, I want to do ayahuasca, but I have no idea where can I do it. And I don't know anyone who is doing ayahuasca. And then one evening I was going to a friend, and there was this guy, and he was coming from Italy. He was moving to Berlin, and he said, like, we were talking a little bit, and then he also started to mention ayahuasca, and that he was working it for several years, and that he was asking me if I know anyone who's working with ayahuasca in Berlin. And I said, like, sorry, I have no idea who's working with ayahuasca. I'm looking myself. I would like to try it. And he said, like, okay, yeah, if you know something, let me know. And I said, yeah, you the same. We exchanged the phone numbers, and like 3 days later, he was calling me and said, like, listen, I went to see a flat, because obviously I need a flat. I want to move here. And like the first flat I was visiting, this is this guy that in his flat, there are ayahuasca ceremonies are happening. And the next one is this week. And if you want, you can participate. And so it happened. I did my first ayahuasca ceremony. And also this fascinated me so much that, yeah, like this journey began. I think like, yeah, now it was around 2010, so 12 years ago or so, I think. And ever since, I am just like you. I tried different things. I also smoked bufo. I was experimenting with DMT for a while. I was trying iboga, which was horrible. Never want to do it again. But yeah, it just fascinates me. I see a lot of potential. It helped me a lot in my life with so many things. I also see, though, that it is a long process. It's not a panacea or something that can cure you overnight from all your ailments. You really have to work on yourself, not even with the medicine, but also in your daily life, really implementing those teachings you're getting and these lessons. And so it's a long way, but yeah, somehow I never lost my interest. And like I said in the beginning, I then founded this organization because I think I'm also worried a lot about what is happening due to this mainstreaming of psychedelics that is happening, and this huge interest that people now have. And I think for a lot of time, the substances also have been romanticized a lot, and the emphasis always is on the positive aspects. And so people are sometimes really naive like I was when I was very young, just taking LSD and then completely losing it, and that can have consequences, and let alone all these people who are abusing substances, because also, of course, if you are the shaman, you can wield a lot of power over people, and this is perfect for people who have some sort of personality disorder traits, like I think like a lot of narcissistic people, because like I said, you have power over people and you receive a lot of admiration, but also you can earn a lot of money with it. So I think it's also getting dangerous, and I think we have to take care that people in the community are safe and that they have access to good providers, and that there are ways how we can deal also with abusive people, or that we are supporting people who had abusive experiences and so on. So this is a little bit also my task in my organization, because I'm very worried, and I think there's a lot of things that must be done, that people are have access to safe settings where they can have these experiences under circumstances that are beneficial and not harmful. This is my story a little bit, no?
You can never, it's a bit like with the legalization of cannabis too, where, you know, too much cannabis or cannabis in the wrong hands, I mean, people can get paranoid, they can have car crashes, they can get taken advantage of sexually if they're out of it. I mean, the thing is, how do you create that middle of the road thing where it's available for all people, and out of those people, but it's the same with alcohol. You know, some people don't bother to use it at all. Some people use it responsibly, and some people abuse it. And I can't, if a substance is made available to the population, then you can't regulate for human beings, can you? And those, and you know, I've heard quite a bit about you know, shamanic narcissists and sexual blah goings on, but we've had that with many teachers like Osho, or many of those guru-y type men, that there will always be predators in every situation where there's sex and money and those sort of things involved. So I don't know how can you protect. I mean, I suppose you can make available safe tripping spaces, I guess, or license, but then are you back to the medical thing again?
Well, for me, it's a lot about this community, you know. For example, first of all, it's a lot about education, and providing information and so on. If there are people who are totally new to this whole thing, mostly they don't have so many contacts, they don't know really who to ask and where to go and so on. So I think, first of all, it's important to provide a lot of information so that they first of all get an idea of, okay, this can be beneficial, but it can be also harmful, and it depends on how I'm using it. So what is safe for use, what I have to take care of, and so on. You can provide lots of information. For example, when you are going to and you decide, I want to have a facilitated experience, what do I have to be cautious of? It's like there are, for example, I think it's especially people who have not a lot of a network or don't know a lot of people. They maybe see an advertisement on Facebook or something, and there are a lot of promises are made, and so they are like, this is this ayahuasca, I heard about it, and then there's this list of it helps against depression, and it is beneficial with this and beneficial with that, and addictions and so on, and then people are like, oh, okay, cool, I book it. And you have no idea who are these people who are doing it. I think it's especially these dubious organizations like inner mastery or so, that are like everywhere, and they are like really advertising a lot. And I think this is like, first of all, you have to bring information to people. Is like, be really careful with who you are doing this. Be really cautious, and maybe this and that are red flags. Be aware that if a person behaves like that, or if they don't provide this, then maybe you shouldn't go there. And also, if you have a community, how the one we are trying. For example, we're having like a Telegram group also, where people constantly can exchange each other. So they share their knowledge and they share information and they support each other. If somebody, for example, is looking for a good ayahuasca facilitator, there are other people who maybe have a lot more experience and they can like propose people. And so, you know, this is, I think, very important that people, first of all, have access to all the information and education that is necessary so you can make informed decisions and not naively run into something. And then right now, I'm very interested in like finding out how we can, besides the information, how we can really help also people who maybe had already bad experiences or have had abusive experiences, because a lot of these people are really alone and they don't know where to go and with who to talk to, and maybe you are ashamed, you know, because you blame yourself that you ended up in a situation like this and so on. You also can't talk with your friends because they have no idea about what is even ayahuasca or so, or they will blame you. So why are you so stupid and do such crazy stuff, you know? So there need to be a place where they can go and the people who they can talk to that are not judgmental and that are understanding what kind of situation they are in and trying to find a solution for how these people can be supported through their processes. And this is like something I just did a talk like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I want to build a working group who is just working on all these issues and trying to find solutions how we can be more supportive within our community to help people and to support each other, you know.
How do you make that community, how do you make that known? I mean, how do people find out about you and your work?
Well, we are having like, obviously we are present on social media. We have like a Facebook group. We have like this Telegram group. We have an Instagram account. So on social media, we are advertising our events, and then people are coming to our events, and mostly if they like it, they also invite their friends. And so slowly it's growing. I think we have like now 600 members also alone in Telegram, although our group is not even visible. So it's only through people who recommend us, no, and you can get the invitation link then, because you don't find us if you just look for us. So this is like something is growing organically over time. And I really love it. No, it's like if we are having community gatherings, so many lovely people who show up, and we also do sometimes this storytelling or experience sharing, and it's always so interesting. People from all kind of for all kind of reasons were starting to discover these substances, and they are all have their own story to tell. And I really, just like with you, I love to listen to people who are telling their stories, because it over and over again convinces me that there's so much potential, and it's so important that we are working with these kind of things in a really respectful manner, because it's always people involved, people often with a very big wounding or with trauma or with addictions and so on. And so, it's good to create a safe space so people can not only work with these things, but also have a safe space where they can share with each other and exchange with each other and grow together. I think this is the intention.
And do you just do that online or in person?
No, we do it mostly in person, the gatherings. I mean, during Corona, that was not so easy, but now I think like every meeting this year we had was like in person. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I also intend though to make online events next year because I think it would be good to connect on a wider plane with people who are not living in Berlin. Right. It depends on how many manpower we're having next year. Since everyone is working voluntarily, this is sometimes also not so easy to manage. But I think we're getting there that we can slowly expand. And I'm really eager of this idea of connecting with other communities around the world, just like the mycelium, like the mushroom. We are all growing together, and at the end we are one huge community, no matter where people are living.
I love that idea. Just remind me again of your have you got a website or?
Our website is not out yet, but it will be soon. We had one, but right now it's under construction. We're making a completely new website. I hope maybe it's still this year, end of the year, we will publish it. But yeah, I would love to stay in touch with you. Maybe
What's the name of the organization again?
Psychedelic Society Berlin. Yeah, are you in Facebook?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. So in Facebook, there are two groups. Actually, there's someone who stole our name, but the original one is like a Psychedelic Society Berlin official.
Official.
Yeah. Just look us up there, and would love to connect with you so we can stay in touch. Are you somehow connected to the people of the Psychedelic Society UK?
No, I'm not, but I have been working. Oh, no, I just have to let my puppy out in case she wants a wee. I have been working with decriminalize nature, who are trying to establish themselves in the UK. So I've been having meetings with, I haven't been meeting with them. The group of us have been meeting with them. Let me just let her out a second. I'm going to go for a wee.
So I also saw that, there's also someone new, Dariet. Are you there? Dariet? Or anyone else that is still online right now and that also wants to join the conversation? I think we're really the only two people here.
I think everybody else is probably asleep because it's the middle of the night for them.
There's Dariet. I have not seen her earlier. She's new to the chat. But
yeah, a couple of people just kind of came on, and I think they just logged in, but then they obviously gone back to sleep or something. Yeah. So, are you involved with the Psychedelic Society as well? Is that something you're in touch? You're in touch with? Are you in touch with them as well?
With the UK?
Yeah.
So my colleague from the Psychedelic Society Berlin, Gabriel, he is like very much involved with them, or like knows them all personally, because he also always went to the Breaking Convention. I never have been there, but I actually intend to come this year in April. Are you going there? This conference they are doing?
I haven't really given it any thought at the moment, but possibly.
I think they're doing like really beautiful conferences. It's like, I think they're really lovely people, but I don't know them so very well personally.
I think it's really important what you're doing and what they're doing as well. And I think that as more and more people venture into this world, and because it's so underground in the UK in a way, there's a few Facebook groups that I belong to. I can't even tell, but to do with psychedelics.
Yeah.
And a lot of people also, I think, have problems finding decent integration or knowing how to integrate.
Yeah.
After that, I stay very, very close to everybody I've ever served medicine to. I'm available at all times to But when you have an organization like Inner Mastery, which is in fact where I went many times, it's hard for people to get the integration that they need sometimes, I think.
Yeah. How was your experience working with them? I don't know them. I never participated, but I heard like lots of bad stuff.
Yeah,
So,
well, I know, but I think Alberto tried to grow the organization too quickly. And now I think he's really more focused on his community. So I don't really know how Inner Mastery is doing as a whole. But when I went there, I had every experience I had was really good. So yeah. I mean, crowded. They tend to pack everyone in like sardines, but yeah. I think they had good staff when I was there, good facilitators when I was there.
Yeah, I don't really, like I said, I have no experience with them. I just know people who were like really disappointed and had like a lot of like, especially also this, that it's much too crowded, too many people, and that nobody really is taking care so much of the people then, because it's just simply too many people. I don't know how many facilitators there are. Probably it also differs. I don't know. And also they have some sort of pyramid scheme or so and stuff like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know.
I don't know about that. But the only time I found it was too crowded was when I went on a couple of school cycles, because they train people to be facilitators. And I went on a couple of those and they were ridiculously crowded. But most of the retreats that I went on were fine. I didn't feel at any point that I wasn't taken care of, especially the first couple that I went to in Madrid. I mean, the only thing that was really irritating for me, but that's my problem in a way, is the Spanish thing of, they have no concept of time. So if a ceremony is supposed to start at 9 p.m, then don't even think about getting ready for it till midnight. It ain't gonna happen. So yeah, but I think that's just Spain, not particularly Inner Mastery.
Yeah, I hope I can do ayahuasca again next year. Actually, I didn't have an experience for 4 years. The last 4 years, I didn't drink ayahuasca.
Right.
When I came back from Berlin, I actually had quite a bad experience here in Berlin with very unprofessional people.
With ayahuasca?
Yeah, and that was the last experience I had. And I was interestingly, we just had a talk by Eva Cesarova. She's like from Czech Republic, and she's from the Czech Society, Psychedelic Society, and she did a talk about addiction, and she did say something very interesting about her taking ayahuasca many times, but she kind of missed out of integrating the experiences. And then at one point, she had like a terrible car accident in which one person died. And that for her was like the point where she felt like she has to stop taking so much ayahuasca, because she felt like her whole life was turning upside down and stuff did happen. And she felt like it is because she is not really worked with the things she learned in the lessons, and that it got too much, and that at some point it was just like only about drinking more and more ayahuasca with missing out to integrate the experiences. And so she said like she kind of got kicked out by ayahuasca in the sense of, please now integrate your shit, and when you're ready you can come back and I give you more lessons. And that's how I felt, because I was like in Peru and I did drink a lot of ayahuasca, like I already said, and I had like really horrific experiences when I was in Peru. It was like really yeah, I don't even know how to name it. No, it was just really horrible. And when I came back, actually, I should have taken the time to process this. But then somehow ended up on another ayahuasca ceremony, which was also horrible because the people who were doing it were just like incredibly incompetent. And so somehow I feel like the same as she said, I kind of got kicked out by ayahuasca, telling me now that I have to implement and to process all my experiences. But like this year, I really, really feel the call again. I feel like I'm so ready now because a lot of things have changed. I worked on a lot of stuff. And now I really feel next year is the year I want to go back. I want to drink ayahuasca again. And hopefully,
yeah, I think yeah. So that's how I'm feeling about wanting to experience ayahuasca sober. You know, because I've always and at one point she said to me, you know, really, who do you belong to? Are you mine or are you alcohol's? And now I'm working on my sobriety. You know, I'll be interested to see how my relationship with the medicine has changed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so nice. Thank you so much for sharing your story.
It's been great to have this hour with you. I have to take my dogs out for a walk now. They're scratching on the door, but it's I'm gonna join your Facebook group.
Yeah, if you like, also add me. You find me under Nadia Schollenberger.
Yeah, I'm just writing your name down now.
Yeah, there's only one on Facebook, I believe. That's me.
Okay, all righty.
Yeah, super
All
nice
right.
to connect with you, and thanks for sharing your story.
Yeah, no, you too, and good luck with your society. I look forward to watching your progress.
Thank you.
All right, you take care, my lovely.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
So, Rick, are you still there? Anyone? Is there anyone still there? Rick, are you there? Rick?
Yeah, I'm here.
Well, there are obviously people waiting since eternity to enter because
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh shit. Yeah, you're right. My bad. My bad. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Sorry. I think I might have dozed off for a little bit. Sorry. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. Sorry. I fell asleep for a little bit, but I'm back.
All right. Hey, Janelle.
Hey,
Hey.
is it my turn?
Turn, yes. I'm not sure though if there's still anyone there because I also had a conversation with Virginia now for the last hour. We were only 2 people. So the rest, I don't know, has disappeared. I don't know if there is anyone.
It's very early on the West Coast. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm actually also finished now. I guess I'm leaving you now because I'm super hungry. I didn't eat yet. It's 3 p.m. here in Berlin. I'm super hungry. I'm starving. I need some breakfast now.
Right on. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. I hope someone is joining.
Yep. I'm Janelle. I'm supposed to talk this hour. I just got let into the Zoom room. So
Hey, Janelle, how are you doing?
good. How's everyone?
Good.
This morning or afternoon, wherever.
Yeah, I haven't seen you in a long time. Did you move from Seattle?
I did move from Seattle. I'm coming to you on the East Coast of things, kind of. I don't know. I'm in the Eastern time zone now.
Okay.
In Michigan. Yep.
Nice. Right on. Good to see you again.
Good to see you guys too. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep. So I guess I'll start off on what I had prepared. I have some notes here, so excuse me if I'm like looking over every few seconds. But yeah, my name's Janelle. I've been involved with using plant medicines for over 20 years. I've been involved in working with plant medicines of different types since 2009, on and off. And I've experienced a lot of things within the communities and a lot of healing myself. So I'm very honored to be here today to kind of shed some light on those things. I want to talk a little bit about my experiences with microdosing and macrodosing, as well as kind of shed some light on how someone can get involved with advocating for drug policy change, something that I think is needed kind of worldwide, but is kind of starting to come to a head here in the US with some hopeful things on the way. So I am coming to you guys now from Washtenaw County in Michigan, which is the first county in the US to decriminalize psychedelics. And here in Michigan, there's a few cities, Ann Arbor, I live in Ypsilanti, which falls in the Washtenaw County, Detroit, Hazel Park's a newer city to decriminalize, but it's looking like for 2024, it's going to be on our state ballot. Some exciting things have been happening in Seattle and the Spokane chapters in Washington with decriminalization. And as the laws are beginning to change, I think that it's really important that we all speak up and we share our experiences with using psychedelics and how they can be used in a responsible manner. And they have benefit despite their scheduling in the Schedule 1, substances in the US. So a little bit about my usage of plant medicines. I started recreationally using psilocybin mushrooms. when in my teens, and I had a couple nice, memorable experiences from it. But I got more seriously involved in this space when I became a bud tender in 2017. And I worked my way into a bud tending management position and customer educator position in the cannabis industry, where I remained for about 4 years. And in that time, I met so many people whose lives had been changed by cannabis, whether it was they had gained kind of an edge up on their health. Like there's a lot of health related conditions that people would come in for, or whether cannabis had destroyed parts of their lives, because I met people who had gone to jail and served serious time for both large and small amounts of cannabis. And so seeing on both ends how one thing could be so beneficial for someone, but it could also tear someone's life apart very easily, due to the status of it being a Schedule 1 drug, as psilocybin is. So seeing all this firsthand, I started becoming a little more compassionate about ending the war on drugs. And I do think that even though laws are changing across the US, I kind of implore anyone to get involved, and whether that's reaching out to your local Decrim Nature chapter, which those are popping up all over the US. And if you don't have a local chapter, all it takes is like-minded individuals that are all working towards decriminalizing nature to get started. I know I've worked with a little bit of the Seattle chapter and a little of the Michigan chapter, but I also don't hesitate to reach out to any of your local chapters to get involved with passing the laws, basically. So let's see. My interest in psilocybin mushrooms specifically, beyond because I had spent time as a bud tender, and I also sold tea for many years as a teologist. So that involved educating people on various types of teas, their benefits, those kinds of things. But my interest with magic mushrooms, besides recreational interest, began when the Johns Hopkins studies started coming out, calling psilocybin a breakthrough therapy, which, if anyone's unfamiliar with what that means, breakthrough is the status. It says that preliminary research indicates substantial improvement over available therapy. So they were comparing in this Johns Hopkins studies using psilocybin mushrooms against common treatments for antidepressants and anxiety, which include SSRIs, SNRIs. There's a lot of other, various ways to manage anxiety and depression. But for me, I, as someone who has struggled with mental health issues my whole life, basically, hearing that there was a natural way that I could perhaps even, learn to grow myself, that held a lot of potential for helping in those incidences. So that's where my interest in mushrooms really gained traction, was seeing how it was being used to treat anxiety and depression. When I started growing mushrooms with my partner, it was because I wanted to have a more steady supply of them to use for myself. At that point in my life, I was dealing with treatment-resistant depression, which started as moderate depression disorder, but had gone on for, 10 plus years. And I hadn't successfully responded. I had tried all kinds of things with that, along with generalized anxiety disorder, premenstrual dysmorphia disorder, and a slew of other kind of serious medical, autoimmune and other things that I've dealt with. But the depression was starting to really kind of get to me. And I found that if there was hope with psilocybin mushrooms, I was on board. Because previous to that, I had tried years of therapy. I've tried Celexa, Lexapro, Prozac, Zoloft, Effexor, Xanax, acupuncture, yoga, breathing exercises, journaling, screaming into a void when I could find one, sleeping excessively, and rotating between feeling overwhelmed and numb. So I was ready for a change. So when I started to have access to mushrooms, and started using them to microdose, I immediately began to see some changes. A lot of them didn't really take place immediately. It was more like a culmination of some other things I was incorporating at the time, which now I like to talk to people about microdosing and give them my experience, or give them anecdotal experiences that I've heard from other people, or refer them to studies, as I'm not qualified to guide anyone in this. I can just share my experiences. And so that's what I enjoy doing, is, talking about what I've gone through with microdosing and relating that to how other people can incorporate it into their lives. And so lately I've been focusing on making infographics, which I'll share here towards the middle or end of my speech here. But yeah, so that's where I'm at. When I started microdosing, I was taking an SNRI, and I was working with my doctor to try to get off of this SNRI because it was having some negative side effects with me. So outside of wanting to microdose, I also just wanted to get off of other pharmaceuticals. And I do think microdosing really helped me. I remember in like the 2-week period of getting off of my SNRI, I had really horrible withdrawals. I had what they call like brain zaps, where I just kind of felt dizzy and out of it, and felt like sleeping all day, and like very just strange. And in that 2-week-ish period of coming off of my SNRI, I turned to psilocybin mushrooms, and I do think that they helped me kind of just slowly acclimate. So my serotonin kind of doing weird things as I was coming off of my other meds. But then after that initial coming off of my meds period, I stuck to microdosing. I found that I had to lower my initial dose, as pharmaceuticals like SNRIs or SSRIs, they commonly block or diminish the effects of psilocybin. So I did find that my dose was too high, and I kind of had to alter it down a little to avoid feeling a little too euphoric from my microdose. But after a while, I was kind of going at it very heavy. I was doing a 5-day on, 2-day off schedule, which you won't really find recommended, but that's what I did. And yeah, I noticed after, like when I would initially take a microdose, that I wouldn't necessarily feel high. I would feel a little more happy. I would feel a little more in touch. I know that when I would take them before I went to my job, it would help me feel like I was able to connect with people on more of like a social basis. And that is something that I can struggle with. So that was really cool to find what I felt like was a little bit of an answer, like, oh, this can help me get through the days a little bit easier. I also was involved in some macrodoses that I think helped. And I think anytime anyone is microdosing or macrodosing or really doing anything in order to help their mental state, that it can be really important to incorporate other things that are healthy, whether it's eating a healthier diet, or, maybe just sleeping more if you feel like that's what you need, or journaling. I personally read a book that I was finding to be really helpful in general. But I find that reading this book while microdosing and macrodosing had more of a profound effect on me, because as your brain kind of adapts to the mushrooms and how they make you think a little differently, or maybe it's technically you're shifting from your default network of the pathways that your thoughts tend to go through. they change a little, like you're open to thinking about things a little differently. So reading this book, it was based on cognitive behavioral therapy. It is called, it's very cliche title, Feeling Good. It's called Feeling Good, The New Mood Therapy by David D. Burns. It helped me to identify the thought patterns that I was falling into when I was becoming anxious or depressed, and identifying those thought patterns for me while using the mushrooms, I think ultimately was the most helpful thing, because I was able to think of things a little differently. I was able to identify when I was falling into a thought pattern that wasn't really accurate. And then I was able to make up my mind and change it. Do I not want to feel this way about this situation? It's in my power to not feel this way about this situation. And so that was very powerful, knowing, of course, no one wants anxiety. Of course, no one wants depression. You don't ever want to feel that way. But knowing that within yourself, you have the power to not feel that way, was, and I can't say in all moments I feel amazing, but I do think that this has helped me to kind of reason with my anxiety and depression a lot. And so I wrote down some of the positive changes that I noticed from macrodosing and some of the positive changes I noticed from microdosing. I'm going to start with the macrodoses because I haven't talked much about that yet. But macrodosing, although can be a little nerve-wracking for me, especially like when I'm eating all these mushrooms and then I'm like, oh God, what's going to happen? What are the mushrooms going to tell me this time? Usually the mushrooms they tell me awesome things, like I have a purpose, like I'm accepted and I can be accepting, that really just a sense of love and feeling loved and feeling like even if things aren't okay, that they are okay. It's okay to not be okay and to focus on that if you need to, and then move on if you can. So that was not on my list. I went on a little tangent there, but positive changes from macrodosing. I felt more connected to the planet. I felt like I had a sense of purpose. I acknowledged that I've always been questioning things and I've always been trying to figure things out. And so me feeling like that in the moment wasn't anything new, and that it's okay. I also learned in macrodosing that I can't telepathically communicate with my partner, although that was kind of something that I was, man, can I? I can accept things. I can not accept things and move on. And this led to establishing certain boundaries with people in my life that they were becoming unhealthy relationships. But as I was able to advocate for what I would like to see out of the relationship, or what would be, feel receptive and beneficial, if I was able to acknowledge these things, that felt really powerful. I could choose to either establish boundaries with someone or accept a loss if that was the case. I can feel love, open to accepting the love that's being given to me. As I said, it's all okay, even if it's sometimes not okay. And, every time I macrodose, I feel like it reestablishes my love for the planet and my connection with the planet, and how we all share so much of the same DNA and we're very much alike. Even with, as hippie and silly as it might sound, like we talk to the trees, we breathe in the trees, and we're all connected, and we forget about that often, but I think it's really important to feel connected to the planet in that sense. And then some positive changes that I've noticed with microdosing. I have a better day-to-day outlook. The anxiety that pops up in my life, because it still sometimes does, I can decide that it's not worth my time, not worth my mental capacity to deal with. So I don't have to deal with it. And it's helped my focus and concentration a lot. I've never really had any diagnosed focusing problems, but I do know that I lack focus and concentration often. And I do know that microdosing helps me with that a lot. Willingness to address more physical issues is also something that came about. I've been dealing with back pain since I was like 15, and although I have addressed it, I made more of a point to address it. And this last year at 37 years old, I was diagnosed with scoliosis. And so it's like, shit, if I had like made a point to deal with this much earlier on, or like valued, myself, I guess, enough to like look into these things, like, I don't know, like, so it is pretty amazing that like, even on a physical health level, I feel much better having microdose and feeling able to deal with those things better. And just overall acceptance. And I noticed that I was gaining all these positive benefits and stuff from microdosing, but there is a line, there's a tolerance you build to microdosing, number one. But every person that I've read who has studied microdosing or who tries to give advice about microdosing will always recommend that you take a break. And so for me, that break, beyond like just a couple of days off in my schedule, that break looked like I was going for 10 days. And then my 10 days turned into 17 days when I realized that, after 10 days of not microdosing, do I even really need this? Like, I actually feel pretty good, which is so foreign to me. And so now I really only microdose when I am looking to boost my focus or my concentration. Say I have a lot of things to get done in a day, or I want my outlook to be a little brighter, just because I will microdose. But I don't think that psilocybin has addictive properties. I don't think that cannabis has addictive properties. And I think that you can use them responsibly and that they can be very beneficial, as they've been beneficial in my life. And it's been 2 years now since my strict microdosing regimen, where I was doing like 4 days on a week, 3 days off is what I kind of transitioned to. And it's been 2 years now. And I still on the day-to-day feel like I have a better handle over my anxiety, a better handle over my depression, a better handle over my life. And which leads me to the second point I have is like, why is this still illegal? Why was this ever criminalized? Why are we punishing specifically our communities of color in this this war on drugs, which after doing a little more research on it is, like, in my opinion, specifically a war on communities of color, because the wars on drug, none of it's science-based. It's all kind of social based and class based and race based, really. I do recommend, if you want to look more into that issue, that I do have a book on that I read that was really influential, that I loved, and I can't recommend enough. Let me find where I quote it here. It's called Chasing the Scream. Where'd it go? Anyway, I don't, oh, here we go. Chasing the Scream, The First and Last Days of the War on Drugs by John Hari. This book, it examines the racially motivated origins of the war on drugs, which to me is, like I said, a war on communities of color. It also demonstrates how decriminalization of drugs only ultimately led to positive change in the communities where it's been allowed. He takes a look at societies that have decriminalized to some degree and all the positive changes that come about. I know that when cannabis was legally passed in Washington in 2014, voters had three main issues that they were concerned about with retail cannabis locations popping up. Their first problem was property value. They were concerned about, all the businesses next door to the cannabis shop, their property value just going down as the neighborhood goes to shit because all of a sudden there's a legal place to go buy weed. So that was the first concern. The second concern was access for minors. They were concerned about people under the age of 21 getting their hands on weed more so than they did in the past, which when I was under 21, I always knew a guy. So I don't think that that's necessarily super valid concern personally, but and then the other issue that they were concerned about was the crime rate going up around these cannabis dispensaries. And in the 4 years that I was bud tending and doing that, I tried to keep up on every study that I could. And I found that all three of those factors that voters were most concerned with, a lot of them turned out to actually be opposite. The cannabis stores that opened, actually, I don't know if they single-handedly increased the property value, but that was a non-issue. In fact, in most cases, property values increased. Access to minors, I mean, that I think is always a valid concern, 100%. But they were finding in Washington state that access to minors had not gone up since the legalization of selling cannabis. They were finding, as much as you can put trust in a poll that's given to kids, but they were finding that pre-legalization, that minors actually tended to have a little more access. And so that's interesting. And then the crime rate issue, I think we can all agree the crime rate's kind of gone up everywhere in the last few years, but at the time when it was being studied, that was also a non-issue. So I do think it's really important for us to use our voices when we can to kind of speak up about these issues. Because beyond what I'm telling you in this, I've met people who have used entheogens to help them manage debilitating conditions, to help them get over incredible loss. I had one person say that they went to the fair and they went on a ride for the first time for 10 years because they had such bad social anxiety that that wasn't ever anything they could do until they started microdosing. Or one person that said they hadn't heard their father laugh in about 10 years and that they started microdosing with their father, and now they had laughter in their house and how amazing that could be. I've had other people say that they've given up, one woman gave up her cane. She had some physical issues. I'm not saying that mushrooms will cure all pain things, but I was amazed to hear that she literally, she was like, I threw my cane away because I'm done with it and I'm going to focus on healing myself and doing what I can to feel better. And I am feeling better. It changes people's lives. I know that it's changed my life. And so I just think that access is super important. And if anyone out there wants to learn to grow mushrooms, there's a wonderful book by an author called Peter McCoy called Radical Mycology. It has literally anything and everything regarding mushrooms in it. It's all you need to know, but there's tons of online sources. It is legal to buy spores within most of the states. And so I just think it's kind of amazing that, this is something that grows on our planet that's available to us, yet it's still criminalized. I don't know if anyone has any questions, comments. I can show you my infographics I've been working on, but first, I just want to show you a map of the US states where psilocybin is becoming legal or becoming decriminalized in some way, shape, or form. It's looking more and more full I don't want to say every day because, that's a little hopeful, but there is a lot of traction and a lot of really good efforts around the US. This is my psilocybe cabensis dosage navigator thing, because people are like, what kind of effects do mushrooms have? I can read through it, but basically it starts at the small, more of a microdose, and works its way up through the 7 gram, with like common experiences people have. And I'm also made this like how to microdose guide. Again, I am not a medical professional, but I'm going off of my own experience, studies that I've read, and anecdotal experience. And most people will commonly agree that microdosing is between 0.05 gram and 0.3 gram. And I just included some things like you might think your dose is too low, might be ideal, might be too high, if things of that nature. So I intend to continue making infographics and see what I can do to further educate myself in this. But if anyone wants to speak on anything or has any questions, that's about all I have really prepared.
Greetings, Janelle.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Sepsanaki, or Aki. You can call me Aki. I just want to comment and say that was phenomenal and
Thank you.
Beautiful share.
Thank
And
you.
just grateful to hear that, and really grateful for the research that you've done, and for I just commend you for doing the work first for and with yourself. I see a lot of people have the experience a few times and they rush off to start, hosting mushroom ceremonies, and they just go into that space because they're so eager to share, which I totally understand. And I just really commend you for taking the time to use yourself as self-study and to do that internal work on healing yourself, and also for collecting, this phenomenal data. I personally would love to know how to get a hold of some of that documentation to share also, and for my own use and for myself.
So thank you, by the way. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you tuned in. So right now I don't really have like an educational website of any kind set up, although I would love to. I have a million links I've been collecting, but I have right now, you can find my Instagram. It's Blue Mood Food 2, because my first one got shut down. But yeah, Blue Mood Food 2, and I have those infographics on there, and as well as things I make. So
thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
I have a question for you, Janelle.
Yeah.
So moving from Seattle to Michigan, obviously, Seattle's a very liberal place. How is Michigan as far as like being receptive to psychedelics and mushrooms? Is there quite a culture there as well?
There is, and I'm glad that you say that, because I'm lucky to be in a kind of a liberal metro bubble of Michigan here. Michigan's very much a swing state, and if you go, about 5 or 6 hours away from where I live, or probably much closer, you're going to see like a lot of hateful things and hateful people, and not all of Michigan is so accepting. But I do think even the portion of Michigan that is not liberal, they all are about like their personal liberties. And so they're like, whatever, the hippies aren't hurting anyone. Like I should be able to do whatever. That's my thought. But I am grateful to be in, like I said, a very liberal part of Michigan, who this county I'm in, like I said, was the first county in the US to pass decriminalization countywide. And it's largely why I moved here. The prosecutor locally, Eli Savitt, he's amazing. He's very up to date on why the war on drugs is a failed effort, and why would we even spend any time pursuing any of these things. And if this is decriminalized in one city, or this is the case like where it passed in Ann Arbor, but he was like, if it's passed in Ann Arbor, why would it make sense to criminalize someone that lives in the same county that lives in Ypsilanti, where I live? So that hence the countywide. And I saw him speak this year at EntheoFest, which is something that is put on at it's at a university here. And the second year, I didn't attend the first year. I actually moved here the first year that they had it, like the day before. But they had EntheoFest, where they've deemed Ann Arbor. They want to spread education and awareness about using psychedelics, and they're fully embracing of that in Ann Arbor. And locally, it's starting to pass other places. It's been decriminalized in Detroit, and then more recently, Hazel Park. Grand Rapids has a really strong movement, and it's looking like it's going to be on the ballot for 2024. They're trying to like gather signatures and stuff this last year, but it kind of just didn't make all the cutoffs in time. And yeah, these kinds of things, although they can have a lot of momentum, they still need a lot of there's a lot of work to make things happen, but it is happening here. Yeah, I feel like Michigan's very strong in terms of their psychedelic decriminalization efforts. It feels like a supportive place. Coming from Seattle too, I moved out here, and then it decriminalization passed in Seattle, I think like a month or two later. So big congratulations for you guys too.
Yeah. That's one thing I've used psilocybin obviously several times, but as far as psychedelics go in general, the drug war is such a sham. It's ridiculous, I don't know. It's sad. It's hurt a lot of people. You have so many people locked up, or so many people taken from their families over things that were,
things that we all
there's so
do,
many more high priorities. Right.
Exactly.
Things that we all do. If you think about it, what kid hasn't smoked pot? If you think about that, right?
There's no higher percentage of use among communities of color. I think even up-to-date studies, there's no higher percentage of use, but the percentage of arrests and criminalization and just the repercussions, it's way too high.
Yeah. I was able to, I had used heroin for like 15 years, and not just heroin. It was kind of like the same story. It started with pills, and it was when Oxycontin was being rampantly prescribed to everybody, right? And I had been to rehab after rehab, medication assisted treatment, so like methadone, Suboxone, all those things. And throughout those 15 years of being addicted, I used all of those, right? But the only thing that ever helped me was psychedelics, right? I was able to go to Mexico, go to the jungle, work with a shaman for, I was down there a week. I didn't work with him for the whole week, but was able to use like 5-MeO, which is, Bufo various, the Colorado River toad. And, when I left there, my life was changed. I didn't have any of the temptation or the want to continue to do opiates like I had. Not to say I didn't go back every once in a while and try them, but what drove me to try them, I can't really explain. It wasn't necessarily like an addiction that was unsatisfied. It was just like, I'm going to try this again, you know. And every time I went back and tried it, it never really worked out. And that happened probably 2 or 3 times. So I think there's so much healing that can come from these substances, and they just need to be legalized. I can't say it enough. I want to just scream that to everybody. And everyone at this point has been touched by addiction. And if they haven't, they're going to be, especially the fentanyl, I guess, outbreak. It seems like it's an outbreak right now. Living in Seattle and downtown, everywhere you go, you can't walk 5 or 10 feet without passing someone on the sidewalk who is kind of huddled over with foil and a lighter and a pen in their mouth, right? And
They lived in my alley when I was in Seattle for a long time. Yep.
okay, yeah. So we live kind of down on the water on Alaska on Elliott Bay, and from our tower you can look down and see them, and just there's all sorts of people down there, and I've been there before, and I know that you begin to prioritize your drug of choice as your main priority, right? But with fentanyl, I see that just to like the 10th degree. It's just insane how they seem to prioritize it. It's just so addicting. And the problem with fentanyl is they're going to need something like psychedelics, because when it comes to methadone, Suboxone, fentanyl's a much stronger substance than those. So when you go to get off it, there's nothing that's going to help you to deal with the physical withdrawal, the mental withdrawal. And I think psychedelics work in a much different way, and they actually change your brain structure, and they change the patterns how your brain works to actually heal you, and it's not like standard like medication assisted therapy like methadone, where they're just trying to cover the dopamine receptors with something else, right? Psychedelics don't necessarily work in that way. So
no, and they hold they hold so much potential in terms of addiction. That's something I didn't really super touch on, but I've heard incredible stories about people that have overcome extreme addictions. My mother-in-law is actually one of them, and she used cannabis, not psilocybin, to do that. But she moved to a state where it was legal, where her doctor wanted to stop feeding her oxycodone constantly. Like she lost all her teeth over it and everything. And it just, now that she's able to have access to something that helps her pain, which she says that cannabis helps her back in ways that oxycodone did not. Like she's made I don't want to say a full recovery, but she's off of all opiates, and that's incredible.
Yeah, that is good for her.
And I got a medical cannabis card because I was being prescribed Vicodin constantly. I was going through a series of surgeries, and the Vicodin was just making me nauseous. I was building a super high tolerance to it really quickly. And it was not working with my body. I could have very easily kept popping pills and trying to get the outcome that the doctors wanted of it helping with my pain. But really all it did was made me numb and nauseous and feel like I was addicted to some pills that weren't doing anything for me. And I felt like cannabis was a different answer. And so I got a medical cannabis card in 2008, and I never looked back. And since then, I avoid opioids, and I've had many doctors try to prescribe them for me. And I don't know. I think it's unfortunate that there's not medical studies due to the legalities of cannabis and psilocybin and MDMA and, ayahuasca and all these other potentially medicinally beneficial compounds. There's barely any medical studies on them that doctors have to reference. They can reference studies about Vicodin all day because that's something that's been funded and is accepted and pushed upon people. They can't do the same thing with cannabis because all the studies they have to reference aren't even like scientific studies. There's the one about it killing brain cells because they cut off an oxygen supply to a monkey and said it was the cannabis. It was like, no, you're cutting off the oxygen supply, dumbasses. Anyway, I'm excited that there's going to be more studies now, with the changing legal status. It's going to open, potential research and studies. And one day there's going to be doctors that, there's already like psychologists that are like, hey, you need to try microdosing.
Right.
There's already some people that are on board. I don't want to say that anyone in the medical community is opposed to entheogens, but I also think that a lot of the medical community hasn't been educated on them properly. So, I see a hand.
Yeah, do we have a hand raised here?
Never mind.
Yeah, I thought I saw that too. Okay. Yeah, I think that, Vicodin, what you were just talking about, Vicodin it's a horrible gateway drug, you know what I mean? Because it's the first thing for years that was prescribed for pain. You would go to the emergency room and you'd have some type of ache or pain, and you would leave with 20 Vicodin, 30 Vicodin. I remember back in the, 2003, 2004, you'd leave with 50 or 60 of them. Then as the opioid epidemic kind of grew, you would leave with like 20 and then 15, 5, whatever, you know what I mean? So I went to all sorts of emergency rooms to get pills.
And then you have people that come in, like something I've experienced, like I would come in and be dealing with pain. And they like automatically think I'm trying to seek Vicodin. I'm like,
Right.
no, actually, no, thank you. That's not my agenda. But I feel like sometimes I get stereotyped as being that person too. So
Yeah, no, I hear you. So does anyone have any questions, or how's everyone feeling right now?
Hey,
Does anyone want to
I'm going to
check
jump in and ask Janelle if she's talked about her incredible edibles that she's making there in Ipsy. Have you shown or talked about them? Oh, and Janelle, post your IG name. I can't find Blue Moon too easily. I know I follow you on there.
Here we go.
But put it in the chat so we can follow you.
Okay, let me figure out how to get with this
Yeah,
technology.
so while you're doing that, I'm going to talk for a minute. So
Go for it.
just to recircle around, Ann Arbor and Washington County in Michigan has become the incredible oasis of literally legal mushrooms.
Yes.
As long as we're responsible and doing everything sort of, responsibly, we won't be prosecuted nor arrested on a local or state level. And the county prosecutors blessed us with that. So Janelle and others, Darith, I'd love to hear what you're doing over in Detroit, but we literally are the epicenter of legal, workable mushroom stuff. So I go there every month and hold a workshop to teach people how to grow mushrooms. I have real mushrooms and mycelium, and I've taught hundreds of people how to grow mushrooms in the last year up there. And so, Janelle, put your link in there. Did you do that?
Okay. I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, pop that link
including
in
my
there.
email, because I do communicate through email too. You don't have to have a Instagram.
Come on there. She makes some incredible products that you just will not be blown away. And literally, we can get them. If you drive to Michigan and go to Ypsilanti or Ann Arbor, you can go to a shop and buy mushrooms and trade for them. And it's quite stigma free. It's really a great environment. I run
That's
across
really
the
cool.
border.
Like, what kind of shop is it? Like,
dude,
I only know of one shop that sells them as of right now. Well, no, actually I'm lying. I've heard of two. There's one, and it's somebody who runs a legitimate business. It's like a jewelry shop. It's not
That's cool.
like a mushroom shop, but they have psilocybin mushrooms there, I've heard. And they also have Amanita muscaria mushrooms there, which is really cool. I've used those a little bit. So yeah, they have those. And then there's if you walk around Ann Arbor, it's the college town here, and look at any of the light poles, there's people advertising, here's a phone number, here's my telegram, whatever.
Yeah,
it is definitely a big culture out here, and there are workshops. I attended one called Spread the Spores in Detroit in April, and that was awesome. These events are being held at private cannabis clubs primarily, where you have to like show your ID and fill out paperwork in order to get in.
Not mine. Danielle, we rent the conference room at the Wyndham in Ann Arbor. We're above board. Everybody knows that we're doing mushrooms. We don't require anybody to show an ID. We're really quite open about it. And
well,
yeah,
the spread the spores had, so you show ID and everything, but then you can actually, I don't know if your place has on-site sales. Like you could walk
of course
up and
we do.
there was
Yes,
jars of mushrooms and
yes,
people
we
with
sell and
chocolates
trade.
spores
Yes, we
and
sell it.
beautiful, beautiful thing.
Yes. And we've got one on February 18th. We do them every month. We got to have you come out and talk. We get a good group of people. So I'm pummeling the get together and get over this stigma thing and stop, dancing around the edges, and let's get this medicine to real people like you do. Your products are incredible.
Thank you.
Yeah. So what kind of products do you have, Janelle? Like, what do you make? I'm interested now.
Well, I started using these myself, and then there's obviously a lot of interest in this kind of thing. I currently right now I make a few different kinds of teas. I primarily make chocolates, or I make 2 different kinds of microdose capsules. One of them has cacao, and the other has a lion's mane and niacin combo, which both of those are kind of like synergistic with the mushrooms.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And my partner and I grow them ourselves. So
sweet.
Yeah, it feels good to be in a more accepting, like I said, that kind of drew us out here. Although my partner is from Ypsilanti and I have family in Michigan, so that's also a big draw for me here. I'm not just randomly picking up stuff and choosing where, is decriminalization the most friendly? Although I do feel like decriminalization is very friendly here.
Yeah, so you kind of just got lucky going back there as far as the location.
Yeah, my son is going to the same. My son's going to the same middle and high school as my partner, so
wow,
we're in his old neighborhood, but also happens to be very friendly.
Cool, that's awesome. So we got like 4 minutes left. Our hour's winding down.
We made it. I was a little afraid that
No, you did great. Thank you so much.
But really, I could talk about mushrooms all day. I was thinking about it like, how am I going to fill an hour talking with mushrooms? Then I was like, man, I could really go deep. I could talk about how, we're related to mushrooms. I could talk about mushrooms all day.
Right. Yeah. One of my favorite, stories, I guess, or I don't know if it's a story necessarily, but topics is native people using psilocybin to feed their dogs to hunt. So
interesting.
Different parts of the world, before they would use their dogs to go hunting, they would give them psilocybin to increase their heighten their senses and heighten their awareness.
That's so cool. I haven't heard of that yet.
So,
nice. Yeah, I mean, if there's tons of cultural usage of mushrooms around the world. I went down a huge rabbit hole kind of recently. I mentioned using the Amanita muscaria, but those are like the classic fly agaric or Mario mushrooms.
Right, the toadstool kind of mushroom, right? I was going to ask about that. You said they had Amanitas, and have you tried those or used them?
I haven't tried the ones they sell there, but I have foraged and dried Amanita myself and taken like a macrodose of it. And then I know someone that makes a tincture for microdosing that I really enjoy for sleep, actually. I like taking it. I don't take it often. I want to say maybe like once a month or something. And I don't think it makes me sleepy or like necessarily lends to a better night's sleep. But I know that when I wake up the next day, I feel rested. I feel like my sleep, even if it was a shitty night's sleep, like was like, wow, I feel refreshed. I feel like that was a full night's sleep, which sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. But either way, if I feel that way in the morning, I'm pretty good. So, and I've been listening to podcasts. There's a woman, Amanita Dreamer. I follow her on IG, and she really is like the most knowledgeable about Amanitas, but she mentioned using Amanita muscaria as a topical for pain relief. And I tried that recently, and I was actually really shocked at like this doesn't seem like it should work, but like
Yeah.
it helped. Yeah. So I use other topicals too, like the THC, CBD ones and stuff. But the Amanita, I think, is a little underexplored for those
Right. So
and
my
also
only
something dating back, like the Sami people have traditions, and there's all these things about Christmas that have to do with that too.
Yeah, so my only experience with Amanita is I was in college and I was under these trees where there were pine needles and they were just growing like crazy. And
Yep,
so
they have mycorrhizal relationships with pines.
Yeah.
That's one of the ways to ID them.
Yeah, and so I picked a bunch of them. Some guys like, wow, these are Amanitas. And I picked a bunch of them and I peeled the top off because when I was reading about it, it said to peel the white spots off, like peel the top layer because it's strychnine. And so I did that, and then I dried them out and cut them up and put them in a tea. Thinking back, it was not a great idea. I didn't know what I was doing necessarily. I'm just listening to some guy I barely know, but it turned out to be really wonderful,
Yeah. So the trick, you hear things about them being toxic. You just have to properly prepare them. But,
yeah, cool. Right on. Well, thank you.
Yeah,
And,
thank you everyone for tuning in.
Yeah. So next up we have Darius. Is Darius on right
Good
now?
morning. I am. Can you hear
Hi,
me?
how are you?
I'm great, thanks. How are you?
Good. I'm
Good.
my name's Sean. I'm Leo's husband. She's sleeping right now. We're up in Canada. And so I got up
Awesome.
early to tend to this.
Wonderful. Can you see me? I'm just
Yeah, you
trying to
look great.
confirm that.
Yeah, we
Okay,
can see
great. Thank you.
your whole frame
I
there.
see you. Wonderful. Good. So she's not on. I saw her all night. I've been on and off this all night. It's
Yeah,
been amazing.
we stayed up till about 3 a.m. And then, she's gotten up and down all night, but right now she's sleeping. So
Good. Well, you all are so both amazing for putting this on. Really appreciate it.
yeah, thanks.
Yeah. So, I guess I'll take the mic.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Depending on where you are, I know that we've had so many people from around the world viewing this. It has been amazing to see the number of people showing up, and I am so delighted to have been invited by Leo and to be here with all of you all. My name is Darius Chisholm. I am currently directing a film about women who are leading the field in plant and animal medicine. And many of the people who I have vetted and am lining up to be included on the film are on this summit. So it's so great to see Fairy Hawk and Keither and Aurora. Just warms my heart so much to see that. I also want to take a moment to invite up and say hello and give a little bit of backstory for each of them. Two of the producers that are working on the documentary. My best friend, Mia Lamott, and Mia, I'll have you pop on in just a second, as well as our executive producer, Lolita Files. So good morning, ladies. Thanks for being here.
Good morning, everybody.
Thanks for having us. Hello. Hi.
Yeah. So I'll just start a little bit with a bit of my backstory, and then I'll have each of them share, and then we'll talk a little bit about what we're doing with the documentary as well as the podcast. And if Mia, if you wouldn't mind maybe typing in the link to the website, the waitlist page for the documentary, we can put that up now and we'll put it up before we end. So as I said, I'm currently filming a documentary. My background is in television news as well as film. I also directed and produced a documentary about revenge porn and cybersexual assault against women and children called 50 Shades of Silence. And it was a powerful opportunity for me to exercise my voice and use my story and my platform to support people who in the early stages of what we now know as revenge porn really had no voice. And that was about 5 or 6 years ago. And from that, and with all of my other work in coaching, public speaking, and storytelling, over the last couple of years, I literally was going through this process of looking for something more, something deeper, something more profound. So part of that was my quest to not only heal from that
time's
trauma
10:03
and trauma.
a.m.
I think someone's microphone is open. If you don't mind, maybe putting it.
Oh, it's
on
me.
mute, that'd be great. Thank you. So part of that really led me on this quest to discover, like, how do we heal ourselves? I'm aware that hurt people, then certainly healed people can heal people. And that put me on about a year of going in search of what that would look like. And no doubt that at that time, ayahuasca came into my field, and I really felt grandmother calling me. And so I found myself traveling to the jungle in Colombia with 12 strangers to sit with ayahuasca and for a week. And as most of you all who, of course, have been with grandmother have these profound experiences, mine was no less than that. And shortly after that, I was on a phone call with the daughter of Donna Marta, who's the female shaman at the retreat center that I was at, and assisting her to tell her story at a psychedelics conference in North Carolina. And she said to me, "Well, you should tell my story." And I thought to myself, do you mean like a documentary? And it dropped into my spirit so profoundly that it was an immediate yes. And for me, when messages come in that way and I feel that wave in my body, it was just an unequivocal yes. And shortly after that, I literally was cobbling together a film crew and dragging my best friend back to the jungle to begin filming. And so, Mia, I'm going to ask you to pop in and pick up from there, and then we'll bring Lolita on.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. So after she said that she was going to do this, the filming of this documentary, she asked me if I wanted to come. And I had no experience with plant medicine. I knew nothing about it. I purposefully did not look up anything. And I said yes to her as well. And one of the reasons that I said yes was because of all of the pieces that started to fall together for her once she said yes. So it was me witnessing this divinely ordained filming. And I was like, yeah, I want to witness, and I get to go so I can have some healing for myself too. I recently ended a 16-year relationship, and she's like, I think this might be a good thing for you. And so that's how I got involved. So I went from participant into the film to field producer really quickly, because we realized that it was a lot for us to do. And with a skeleton crew, you can imagine, like, everybody has multiple jobs, and when you're committed to making something happen or have it come to fruition, then you do whatever you got to do in order to make it happen. So that's a little brief part about how I got involved with this. And then I'm sure you'll hear more about the story as we talk this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. She was such the trooper and has had multiple positions along the way. So
including admin.
Right, which is most of that. So
yes.
And so we filmed 6 incredible days there in Colombia, and had the most profound experiences doing that, not only working with the other participants that were there, but with Donna Marta, who was so gracious to allow us to be in her maloca and watching her work with the medicine and serving, and just so inspiring. Her backstory is just absolutely incredible. She's a 3rd-generation medicine woman in a time when, of course, it was very difficult for women to serve medicine. And so to be able to tell her story and her daughter's story and the work that happens there was just absolutely profound. We come back, and I'm, of course, here in Michigan. And as I am beginning this process of dreaming, how does this get to be even larger than this, knowing that this production needs to go to multiple cities and meet multiple incredible people, women of color, LGBTQIA, BIPOC, Indigenous leaders. How does this get to happen? And then the next question that came up was, and then how are we going to get it from inside my head and on paper into the world. And I thought it'd be really great to bring on board someone who has the capacity to support us, who has been in film, in television, written 7 best-selling books. And lo and behold, as I'm at a party, I have a conversation with my cousin about looking for some support. And he says, well, you have to meet Lolita Files. And that introduction was just absolutely grand. So Lolita, I'll let you tell a little bit more about you and your involvement.
Okay, thanks, Daria. And it really was like that. I'm a person who, I don't believe there are any coincidences. And I think when we ask for things, we really are asking and invoking them to be brought our way. And so it was this amazing convergence with Darius and with Mia with this project, because like Darius said, you know, my background is I'm an author, I'm a screenwriter, I'm a producer for television and film. And in the past 6 years, I've done a great deal of documentary work. So that's actually been something I've kind of specifically been doing with docuseries and building docuseries. So Darius' cousin, Jay, says to me, you know, you have to meet my cousin. She needs someone to help her with this docuseries that she's doing. Just so happened that in May, I had my first ayahuasca experience because I'm on my own personal journey. And I have a friend who has done psilocybin, she's done ayahuasca, she's done all these different things. And she's talked to me about how healing it has been for her. And for me, you know, I tend to internalize a lot of pain, trauma, and that's not necessarily good. So I wanted to be on a path of healing and also doing ancestral work. So I had my first experience in May. I only did 1 night of ayahuasca, but still it was profound in and of itself. And so I wanted to do more. And then the next thing you know, Jay tells me, my cousin needs help with this docuseries that she's doing. And I said, what's it on? And he says, plant medicine and ancestral medicine. And so when I met Darius and Mia not very long after that, we talked over Zooms and phone. But then when I physically met them, and I just bonded with them immediately, and I told them that I evoked them, I invoked them, I summoned them into my life, because this is work that I'm supposed to be doing. This is work that I believe in. I absolutely these 2 women are phenomenal. Being willing to put themselves out there, do this work, show it to the world. And I understand that my role is to help them elevate this however possible, because this will be of immense healing for a huge community of people.
Oh, I so love you. Thank you so much. So what happened for us in this beautiful collaboration happened at a private ranch in California, where we gathered another group of women to continue filming, and another 6 days of power-packed filming. And that was really incredible. And I'll never forget the night that we were doing a cacao ceremony, and we were dancing around a fire, and we had Dr. Marie Mumboni, if anyone is familiar with her. She was there facilitating the ceremony and calling in the spirits in all directions. And it's nighttime and the fire's going. And I remember looking and stopping and thinking, wow, like, look at how fast this has all come together. And look at how, I mean, these women traveled from all across the country to be here to film, and it was another profound experience. And so the reason I give you some of that backstory is because I believe that we are just so uniquely woven together. You know, we in fact are like the plants that communicate with themselves, let alone with us. And so in that vast communication comes the opportunity for us to tell powerful stories. And many of you all I've had a chance to talk with that are on here, and which I absolutely love. Like I'm looking at Aurora and Fairy Hawk and Keither, and I've had a chance to meet Professor. And just knowing that with our unique stories and our opportunity to share this with the world, just imagine how powerful these movements, our psychedelic movement, our plant ancestral movements will be. And I am just so committed to this, in not just because my background lends me to this space, but that my foreground is about this, is about literally sharing this with the world in some of the most incredible ways. Part of what we're also doing is doing a video series on YouTube as well as a podcast, all called The Way of the Healer as well, so that in the interim, while we're working on finishing the documentary and docuseries and getting it out into the world for people to see, the podcast will be available for people to begin to listen to some of the stories. And I'll be inviting many of you all to be a part of that as well. We do have a link that we put in the chat if you'd like to get on the wait list and follow what we're doing and see next steps and be invited to the podcast. It's called thewayofthehealer.com. So the link is there. We'd love to have you go over and leave your name and email address so that we can communicate with you. So I thought it'd be really fun that we would do something between the three of us, Mia and Lolita and I, is to just kind of give some perspective about, just like what, we all have our own space in terms of looking at media. And I would say we all do, right? But just the three of us, like this idea that people are skeptical, afraid, judgmental. And I'm sure for many people, that's part of the reason why they don't openly share their stories or their experiences with plant medicine or healing. And so, between the three of us and anybody else who might want to pop in and ask a question or get into this part of the conversation, the floor is open, because I think part of what this takes is the open communication and the courage to share our stories and use our voices. And, I'd like at least for Lolita and Mia to kind of maybe start with that. And then afterwards, if anybody else would like to chime in and talk a little bit about, like, how do we change the narrative that people are reading or seeing as it relates to plant and ancestral medicines?
I'm so glad you said that, Darius, because what I was going to ask you is, like, how did you have to show up in order for this to even become a possibility? I believe that we do have to trust ourselves, right? Trust ourselves first, but then trust that the message that we have for the world is one that is needed. And for you to just say, you know what, I'm going to take all that I have and everything that I've done, and I'm going to put it all into this. What was the reason, or what was the impetus for you to be like, you know what, this is where I have to go? Like, how did you have to show up?
Well, part of what, I remember going when I first sat with ayahuasca, my big question was, what am I going to do next? I remember laying in the jungle and like with my right hand out thinking, like, all right, what funnel, what website, what email, what am I doing next, right? With my life, let alone like what's my purpose and where am I going? And interestingly enough, that first day with ayahuasca, I didn't get that answer at all. In fact, I didn't get that answer in any of the 4 journeys for that week. What I got was love. And it was like, I remember, saying to myself, I'm not here. I didn't come down here to know about love. I know what love is. I know. And it was such a profound experience for me to spend the entire day thinking about love, how we love, how each, why we love, what are the ways that people express love and why we don't express love. And it moved me in such a way that I said, everybody and their mama needs to experience plant medicine. It wasn't what I was looking for, but it was everything that I needed. And each of the day's journeys after that were, as I said, equally profound. And what I discovered, because that question was still out there, the timing wasn't just right for me to discover what the next thing was. And in the minute that, as I said, the thought dropped in, do a documentary, that I knew was the answer, because of the way that I physically responded, emotionally responded, and subsequently, all of the steps that have just unfolded by following, and I know that for many of us, we are so guided in our ceremonies and with these plants and master teachers, and we get messages and downloads, and sometimes we don't follow them. And Mia knows we've had tons of conversations. Many times I can get into resistance around this because it's so freaking big, right? Like, it's just, not only is the topic big and the controversy around it big, and there are so many plants to talk about and discover. And my dreams of, not just wanting to make it a single documentary, but a full docuseries that, I'm like, it ought to be on CNN Presents, So this vision, as it grows larger, can get scary and the resistance steps in, but it is inevitable that each time I'm with plant medicine, whether it's in a bufo ceremony or with mushrooms, with wachuma, the messages still come back. This is what you're here for. Stay present, stay focused, do this work, be this person. And, it's when I step out of that is when the resistance steps in and it gets hard. And when I'm back in it is when I know that. So it is a knowing, it is a sincere knowing and trusting. And, the part that I remember when we went back to the jungle, and after filming, I was able to sit again with grandmother. And I was just in the process of launching a new program called Shift, which is all on expanded consciousness and creative expression. And I got the really clear download, don't do that right now. And this is not just a documentary, it's a docu-series. It's more than that. And I'll never forget, I said, no, gotta follow that. Like, that's the message, gotta follow that. And then the subsequent download, make it a podcast, find these people, tell their stories, like, let that be what's in place while the work for the documentary is going on. And then I thought, well, thus the docu-series, right? So now we're still telling those stories. So to answer the question, it's just about like following, listening, being led, being open. And yeah.
Lolita,
yes.
Yeah. Why do you think, Derry, that it's so important for women to have their stories told? This docuseries talks to women around the world who have been working with this medicine, working with all these various medicines. Why do you think it's so important to showcase them and to, in the greater vision, showcase women getting their stories out?
Because our voices traditionally have not been heard. And especially in this space, it's becoming, we're starting to see, this is perfect, this beautiful 24-hour experience with all of these amazing people and women of color, LGBTQIA, like this coming together is the proof that more of our voices need to be heard. And, when you Google or you go on YouTube and you look for anything about plant medicine, there are very few of our stories that are represented. And while I love my white male cis brothers, but they've always had their voices heralded, even in the earlier stages of this psychedelics movement. And now as we're, ushering in this renaissance, it is our voices that deserve to be heard. And even with the podcast, while I'll be including all types of people, male and female, and those that identify various different ways, I'm committed in the documentary to showing women healers and women who have their profound stories about how they've been healed and are doing some amazing things in the world as a result of working with these medicines.
I think, and I want to ask you how you feel about this too. Like, do you believe that the feminine is what's coming forth to heal the world? And this is maybe another reason to begin to showcase those women. Absolutely.
This is certainly the time for divine feminine. We all know that. Every one of us on this call absolutely know that. It's in the crevices and the spaces and the corners that are not aware of the powerful divine feminine and our majesty that we get to do that. And I believe that stories are the carriers of that energy. And, you know, it's happening whether people realize it or not. But when you tell stories and put it in people's faces that they get to see and hear, it becomes for them perhaps the invitation to begin their own journeys. And it may never, some of them may never go to plant medicine to discover that. You know, we know that, you know, we are the medicine ourselves, and that we can find these expanded realms and this connection with the cosmos and the universe through breath work, you know, through sound healing. We get that it happens in other ways. The plants quicken the process for us. And so I feel like these stories will quicken the process for people who need to hear them.
Yeah, because I believe that a lot of us, we're mired in tradition, and there's some things that we just don't know. And there's some things that we're not even open to because we feel like it might be taboo, or it might be devil's work, or it might be whatever we make up in our minds that this is about, especially people of color, right? We want to stay in tradition. We want to stay in the Bible or in the church. And I know sometimes when I'm talking to my clients, that, you know, they're like, oh my God, there she goes again. But I let them know I'm spiritual. I'm not religious. So let's not, you know, we don't want to confuse that. And I liken all of this to, like, the word I used yesterday was free falling. Right? It's almost like we have to trust in the universe so much, and these messages from the universe so much, which is very feminine, right? It's not going to be linear. And really step into what's happening in the world today. And I love the fact that you're bringing options to people, right? This is about having options.
And I'm so glad you mentioned that, Mia, about especially like often in the Black community, it's the church. And if it's something that feels like it's outside the church, it's the devil, you know. And there's often too, I guess, a stereotype about what people who do plant medicines or psilocybin or anything, what they look like. It's a hippie or it's a whatever, you know. And so anything that traverses that, it's like, oh no, it's not for me. It's woo woo.
Especially for your and for like swelling.
Whole swaths of people are missing out on healing because of this. I think someone's mic is on. And I think someone's mic is on. Okay. And I think, you know, there is some of the conversations I've had with you, you know, like early on, you're like, this was your calling. This was, you know, for you to do. But you were like, but I don't think this should be about me. And I'm like, no, you're a perfect way into this. Because, you know, Darius had an audience of people who've been watching her for years, you know, not looking like a hippie. You know, she's this newscaster, and she looks like an everyday person. And I think the more people that see that everyday people, you know, not just the stereotype, not just the look, we can all benefit from this. We can get healing through this. And I think that's what's going to be such an important message that comes from this docuseries. You know, Darius, you know, with this work that you're doing, that will draw in, I think, an audience that typically might not have thought this was for them. What do you think about that?
Yeah, you know, it's funny you say that, because it takes me back to the conversation I was having with Peachy, and I'm not sure, again, if folks know who she is, but she's the mother of Wiz Khalifa, and has been a huge outspoken proponent for cannabis for many years. And as I was sitting and thinking, like, who else do we want to bring in to this space to interview, I immediately thought of Peachy, and I remember calling her, and she's like, well, Darius, how are you? And, you know, Peachy is in Pittsburgh. She watched me on television there for over 20 years. And I'm telling her, hey, I'm doing this documentary on plant and ancestral medicines, and I'd love to interview you about cannabis. And she's like, you smoke? You drink? She's like, wait, hang on a second. Like, you've done ayahuasca and wachuma and mushrooms and and I'm like, yeah. And she said, oh, wait a second now. Well, if Darius Chisholm, again, this former television news anchor, is experiencing plant medicine in this way, you know, like I'm like, and I'm thinking like, why does that seem special or different? And yet what I got was that, again, we live in this very stereotypic world, and people's misunderstanding about things, it can come up. And I love the conversation that we had, because as Lolita is talking about, it like dropped in that, yeah, like this gets to be more made more available through a voice who has been a trusted voice on television for, you know, over 30 years. And so as a result of that, it got very clear to me that, yes, you know, I do get to tell this story and be the narrator, if you will, and the through line, so other people can see it and know it.
That's very important. I think.
Yeah.
Do you have a specific target audience? Do you see anything in that particular way?
You know, I'd like for the world to see it, obviously. We are very much concentrated on bringing the voices, as I said, of people of color, women, LGBTQIA+, Indigenous healers, and so making sure that the representation in the documentary is such. But in terms of who gets to see it, you know, we did a beautiful roundtable discussion with the team in California not long ago, and you know, we spent a lot of time thinking about who do we get to focus this with and where, you know, and I'm like, well, I think everyone, but we're also aware that it's important, particularly for women, to see it. And so, you know, we tossed around networks like OWN, right? At Oprah, and you know, places that would give us direct exposure to not just to women, but, you know, just like direct exposure through the viewing habits of people perhaps on OWN. But again, like opening this up and making this available then on more than Gaia. While Gaia is incredible and has lots of great information, Gaia is still relatively narrow, feeding the same information to the same group of people. You know, I'd love for CNN to do this. You know, I told you guys before, which was so funny. I'm like, well, listen, if they can make a huge docuseries and success out of Honey Boo Boo, then I'm pretty sure that we can make this a success, you know, on a major network. I know we have a lot of people that are on, so if anyone has questions or wants to perhaps round back to the question that I had about like just stereotypes in the media, what you're seeing, and how can we, through our collective voices, through our stories, change that narrative? Lucia, do you have your hand raised?
I do. Can you hear me?
I can. Hi.
Oh, hi. Hold on. Let me listen. I'm in like my mom. I just got to my mom's in Rochester. So I'm like all in bed. She's making me tea. And so I was chatting with Aurora in the back channels too.
I saw you first earlier, and then you were in Detroit, and then you had to get to Rochester. So you've been on a whirlwind. Yes.
Right. And then I head to New York City to actually partner with Keith there for our universal womb ceremony on the 28th. So it's definitely a whirlwind personal tour, but a personal tour. It's just a fun journey. Yeah, you know what I wanted to address is some of, like, there's I'm part of a back channel on Signal called Mushroom Professionals, and something that's actually where I've met Leo. And one of the things that has been really coming up is the sentiment of us against them, the scientific medical people and people like myself who are more, I guess, lack of a better term, indigenous or renegade. At this point seems like renegade, right? Like we're doing things on the DL. And I was talking to my mentor Mudubaki about this, and he's like, yeah, sometimes you just have to like keep with your with your knowing, because this is what, the information that, these mushroom technologies give to you. Like I've often said, do I go into like, the professional realm, or do I keep with like my truth and my knowing, and how to, really work with these, this technology. So I'm curious, like, how have you also come up against the in your journey in your documentary series? Like, there's been a lot of focus in the media about, the science of mushrooms and this, and it's, while it's been wonderful to get like the mainstream, people involved, it's really starting to change the shift the sentiments of like how these beautiful, mushrooms are being used. Why do you need to take just the psilocybin out and not, so that, so that we don't throw up on mushrooms? And no, that's part of the journey. Like, so I'm curious, like, have you experienced this in the documentary series? Have you met people who are, more along the lines of like, no, this should be done in an office, or are you focusing more on the women who are bringing this into the realms? Like, for example, touch and mushrooms, or touch and psychedelics is not, is frowned upon in traditional therapy. But, as a somatic sex educator and sexological body worker, I'm using microdosing, for my clients, and seeing such, profound shifts in such a short time around sexual trauma and ancestral trauma, and in the womb space. And so I'm so curious, like, how you're presenting this information, because I'm also hearing show it to the big networks. I'm curious, like, how that's all gonna pan out.
Yeah, well, I'm curious how it's going to pan out too. But great that you asked. So while we obviously are focusing, and we've talked a lot about the women and that are a part of the stories that are here, the topics that we'll cover will be things like decrim, commercialization, the scientific research, really leaning into that, because I think it's important for people to understand how plant medicine works in the brain. We will be talking about sexual trauma and womb healing, microdosing, macrodosing, using various different plant medicines for birth and for death. So it's broad in terms of each of the pieces of conversation. Lolita and Mia, I don't know, help me out if I'm missing some of the other talking points and things that we'll be looking at.
Well, actually, it's interesting that you said, how do you show this to the big networks, and would they consider putting something like this that is so outside of, I guess, the pharmaceutical realm, But you would be surprised at how many of the big executives at these networks do this very medicine, are using psilocybin, are microdosing, all of this, because they are at a level, so much of this, in many instances, are people who can afford to do it, who can afford to fly to Peru, who can afford to go to Mexico, who can go to Hawaii, whatever. And often it's people at those higher levels who are incurring higher levels of stress and trauma and need something to help them de-stress, process, get through the workday. So a lot of the people that we will be talking to and pitching this to, more than likely than unlikely, probably have some experience with these, and they may see, oh, this is an opportunity to show the world. We talk to the one, because I always know that, in this business, and I mean, in the entertainment business, it's the person who gets it that will be your champion to get it on the air. And this will reach someone, at those levels, who gets this, who has been healed and helped by these plant medicines and ancestral medicines, who will understand the need for a bigger platform to get it out to the world.
Mm.
Yeah. And obviously with Michael Pollan's work, both with the book and his docuseries on Netflix, really laying the groundwork, right? Really laying the groundwork. And there are lots of documentaries that are out there, no doubt, YouTube and Gaia included. And if we land there, which is not my intention, that's great too. And I can be happy with that, because we have it complete and it's out there, and then it will travel and people will know about it. However, with this vision of really wanting, as I said before, like a CNN or an OWN or some of the networks that have yet to open this dialogue in their space, I feel like this is the time for that to happen. And, that's what we are fully intending, absolutely fully intending. Eric, I think you have your hand raised.
Good morning, ladies. I've been popping in and out as much as I could between the weekend. And so I appreciate everybody's time. And I think this is wonderful. So thank you to everybody for this. I wish there was more things like this. I hope there is in the future. I'm not new to the medicines, but I'm new to trying to find my purpose and my niche in all of this. And I find it really interesting that you are trying to find a way to put this into the mainstream, because for me personally, I'm having a hard time having the conversation with my own parents. Like my grandmother was a healer, Mexican Huavera, and my mother very well knows about it, but she's very cut off from it. Like she doesn't deal with her emotions very well. Like she just kind of bared a lot of the weight financially and supportively for our family for a long time. And I've kind of been like the black sheep that kind of went off and did my own thing, learning my lessons. And I've been so blessed with the medicine work because I started using psychedelics as a teenager recreationally. And then once I found the medicine with intention, it's changed my life. And she's seen that. But I still haven't been able to sit down with my mother and father. They're very conservative. They watch military work and the news all the time. And they're just your typical American. They're loving, they're wonderful people, but I just haven't had that time to relate to them on that level. Whereas for me, it's very easy to talk to my friends about the medicine, and I'm trying to become an integration coach, and I'm trying to just, make my purpose seen and shift my life and my career in that direction. But how would you suggest being able to have that starting point conversation with my family? Because I really, really would love to lure my mom to microdose and my dad to microdose and do all these wonderful things that have helped me, or I've gone to Peru and do all these things, but I just don't know how to approach it. And it is definitely that time because I want to change my career to facilitate and do more things like this.
Yeah, that's a beautiful question. And I believe that each of us maybe, we probably all have our various stories about how do I tell other people this is what I'm doing, and the fear of judgment and the fear of isolation, and or I should say that there's also this even if you're not concerned about their judgment, you just want them to understand what's available for them. And I truly believe and hope that that's what the overall message will be with this film, is that it will have the potential to have people sit with it and see it and hear the stories. And because stories are healing as well, right? And so as part of that, if they're watching it and we are silencing some of the critical thinking that people have because they're locked in, oh, these are drugs, this is wrong, this is devil, or all the other things, that this could be for them the way for them to just kind of settle down and say, while I don't think I'm going to try this, I'm happy to know that these are the results that people have been having with this. And it's my way, if you will, of spreading the message to the world for those people, as I said, in the crevices and the corners and the places where they're not quite ready to hear it, that perhaps this becomes the opportunity for them to know just how powerful the plant medicines are.
Yeah. And they know that to an extent, like they know I've been going to ceremonies, but they don't know what I've been taking because I fear that they're going to look at it as drugs because I have addiction problems throughout my whole life. So they've already seen that part of me. And so they have that one-sidedness and that fear. But my mother still hasn't properly cried for her own mother's her death, and so like I'm trying to find that cultivate that in between space where I can really open their eyes and their hearts to it without their fear, because I know they're very fearful. And that's something that I don't know how to explain to them because I'm pretty fearless, except for my own imposter syndrome, of course. But like as far as like trying to relate to them on that level.
Yeah. Would anyone else have perhaps a suggestion for Erica about how she may be able to open up the conversation with her family?
I'm going to say one word that seems to be salient is veterans. Erica, you mentioned that your folks watch military-ish and that type of thing, but the topic of psychedelics like MDMA and psilocybin helping veterans heal their traumas, war veterans or first line people, nurses or doctors or EMS folks, police too, that they're finding relief. So you might point them to a couple of YouTube or papers that show that helping, these psychedelics are helping military people and veterans. It really crosses over the drug issue and says, shit, if it's helping, people that I respect and look up to, maybe I ought to tune in a little bit. So it's just my 2 words. Veterans help us get to those people.
Yeah, and I'm aware. That's a great point. Thanks so much, Professor, for bringing that up. Yeah, so that there's some way to communicate in the language that they're already communicating in, right? They're interested in veterans, and so I know there's a documentary that I recently saw. I believe it was the work with cannabis and veterans, but I'm sure there are plenty of them out there, and it's kind of a subtle situation, right? Maybe there's an afternoon when you're like, well, let's turn on the TV and let's watch this documentary, and like, yeah, I don't know, maybe just like do that, and then
kind of what I was thinking of doing.
Yeah.
Honestly, like just going over and be like, hey, we're gonna watch Michael Pollan's thing because my dad's a reader, and it's funny that you mentioned military. Thank you, Professor, because that honestly is should have been my first thought. I work as a parachute rigger with military personnel right now, and I'm also a massage therapist, so I'm trying to get out of that and into the more of the energy work and the massage therapy and the spiritual work, of course. So like that makes so much sense. Thank you, Professor.
Yeah.
It's so weird. I can talk to anybody else about this stuff, but for some reason with my parents, it's just like the one thing that I think I need to overcome before I can take the next step.
Yeah, and I so appreciate that. But even in your desire, right? Even in this proclamation here with us today about wanting to open up and share this with your family, takes courage. And this gets to be the place that perhaps if it's really important for you that when your next medicine ceremony that you ask and hopefully be led as well, and let the medicine tell you.
That's next weekend, baby.
Yay, there you go.
Yeah. And I also really quick, while I have the floor, I'm sorry if I'm talking too much. I just wanted to thank Lucia as well, because she mentioned touch and medicine work and plant work. And as a massage therapist, like I had a near-death experience 11 years ago and found massage therapy after that, because skydiving was my career before that. And I couldn't skydive for a long time. And then I found energy work and massage. And so I'm trying to focus and put my massage work into the healing work of medicine. And I've been told, and I've read a lot, that it's a no, you're not supposed to include touch a lot. So I kind of was interested on what people's thoughts were on including touch and somatic therapy into plant medicine work as well.
Lucia, do you want to respond to that? Are you still on? I can't see if she's still.
I don't know. Maybe she's not on.
Oh, there she is. Yeah. I think your mic is muted.
Okay, there. I had to figure it out. I'm on my phone. That's a great question, because this is something that I've been underground with for the past 8 years, and so in my field, I've always been underground, right? So for 20 years, I've been my field of study has been extended orgasm, and back then it was like shunned, way by all my communities when I was talking about pussies and orgasms, and this is the way, coming into the feminine, and literally lost so many of my communities. I have to say, I just want to shout out my mom, because she's the one, old school Sicilian lady, who was just like, always supported me. And last night at the Italian club, she was just like, she does healing for the women. And I was like, so I just want to say, Erica. Yeah, keep on. So, it's all brain based, right? So trauma is stored in the muscles. And so, when I come about it, I really start to talk from that point of view of, this is how trauma works. And when we look at how we heal through, reprogramming the nervous system through the vagus nerve. And so most of our trauma is really stored in our womb space, in our pelvic floor, in our anus, and inside the walls of our vagina, inside it, even the muscles around our pelvic floor. And so that in itself is a whole nother taboo. So right, there's touch, and then there's touch of the genitals, which is what I do with mushrooms. And so understanding the communication and the consent is the biggest part. So I work with the Wheel of Consent, with Betty Martin's work. I am highly trained in it. I actually studied, right? I went that path of, becoming a somatic sex educator, understanding, my background was, I was a high school Spanish teacher. So it's really kind of interesting that, in our culture, just because we're so, indoctrinated into settler sex and this puritanical culture, that our bodies are, we're indoctrinated into thinking that touch is the last thing you do when somebody's been traumatized. But it's one of the, it's the path that actually supports the healing. Cognitive therapy can really only go so far. So we do require touch, and we do require, and I'm seeing Keitha down there, because we're both of that same, philosophy, and, that the human condition requires this neural connectivity. We are big electromagnetic bodies. And so, hands-on is a beautiful way to manipulate the nervous system, but it's also a beautiful way to have human connection. And this is so important. So when we come about it, I think when I come about it from a place of, this is an integral part of the human condition. Like we deserve to be touched. We deserve to be that, these are the places where most people who are professionals aren't trained. And ironically, Keitha and I are actually about to do a universal womb ceremony in New York City for professionals on the 28th, that specifically around consent and understanding, and do ceremony together, and actually demonstrate this in real time, like what it's going to feel like to, what does it feel like to receive touch? Most of us want that, and it's something that we skirt around because of most bodies in this day and age are filled with either, ancestral trauma or some form of what we call as trauma, right, embedded in our bodies. And so the body is not never lies, and it will tell you what it needs. And so psilocybin for me has been one of the things that is the gateway to like relaxing into that. So when you combine it with somebody who deeply cares about another person and is well versed in consent and what that looks like, not just verbal consent, but visual consent, and understands the body, that it's really about talking before, during, and after. So those are that we create the space, but you give tools to create their safety in their own body. And so that's how I go about it. It's just, I just love that there's other people that are like, yes, we really do need to touch and feel during these ceremonies and be held, because it helps the healing.
Yeah.
It helps their healing.
Yeah, I'm so happy that you brought this up in conversation and the work that you do. And Keitha, I've had time to meet her in the past and talk, and I love the work that she's doing. So the two of you all combined to really open this up for so many other people. And as you pointed out, professionals who might find this way too woo or way too someplace else, and not wanting to experience it. And it's interesting that you bring up touch in plant medicine, because all of my experiences have pretty much been in ceremonial space. And so with all the ritual and ceremony and absolute reverence, not only for the medicine, but for the healers and the people in the space, and the no of don't touch, right? Don't get into anyone's space. Don't speak in some cases to other people, and really out of respect for the person who's going through the journey. And so this is a great conversation that Mia and Lolita, we get to include in the film. So I'll be reaching out to you too, Lucia.
Lucia, is there an email that I can contact you and maybe talk to you personally more about this or any of this, as far as what just to look for and learn from, as far as just continuing this thought? Because this is something that I was literally thinking about this week, because like I'm trying to understand somatic stuff and how, because I've had a couple of my clients that I've given massages to, they get up on the table and they're like, that's more than just a massage, and thank you. And I'm trying to understand it and be intentional with it and help people in that sense, and be safe and create that safety more.
I will put my phone number in the chat. Like I would love to speak to you. Yeah, I'm a big proponent of touch, especially, the taboo of touching genitals. That's the big one, right? And so I support that. I'm Tao pelvic practitioner, sexological body worker, certified somatic sex educator. And it's a path that we're not taught in those classes. I've actually had to create them. Create them and talk with my professors or my teachers about that. And it's, I know that right now it feels really taboo, but I feel like it's the natural way, just like from my own journeys, I'm a high doser, and so from my journeys going in, it's like, oh yeah, I've been told very much so, oh yeah, this is what we did at, the temples of Philae, Aset's temples in Egypt, and, very connected to that and the Eleusinian mysteries, so yeah, I go on, it's multiple levels of awareness, right? So there's spiritual awareness, which is totally connected to the body. And so, yeah, Erica, I will put my phone, anybody wants to text me,
if you'll put that in, that would be really great. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So we'll be wrapping up. We'll be wrapping up our kitchen table talk here in about 5 minutes. So I just wanted to find out if anyone may have any questions or any comments or any shares or anything.
To say something.
Oh, hey, Keither, do you want to?
Hey.
Peace. It was just really quick, just an addition, and thank you for this space. I just also, when you mentioned always being in ceremony and the no touch, one of the things that I thought that was important to speak to is what it means to build a container that holds something like this, and the consideration of building that container, considering who's going to be in that container. And so the immersive and experiential aspect of it is also deeply designed. And because it's connected to universal womb is all consuming. Universal womb does not say this is not that and this is not that. Universal womb is the oneness outside of the duality that we navigate through. So I just wanted to make sure that was in the space while we're digesting touch and sacrament in ceremony.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. And that is such a beautiful way for us to, particularly those perhaps that haven't experienced medicine and touch, to consider. And so I do greatly appreciate that. And it's so good to see you. Yes. Any questions from anyone before we wrap? I know we've got a couple minutes left. I just want to make sure that if there's anyone else that maybe had a question or wants to share or comment or something, in relation to our discussion about women in film media and the psychedelics movement and our film, The Way of the Healer. Again, you can go to the website, thewayofthehealer.com, and leave your name and email address, and we'll keep you up to date on all things that we're doing. Leo, I think I saw you come up.
I'm present, but I'm like on 3 hours of sleep, so I feel discombobulated, but I'm just grateful to see you and to just like see the last bit of, of your hour. And I'm, just grateful that you're here. So I'm, it's been a wonderful time. It's been a real journey I cried so many tears over the last 24 hours. So just tears of joy and gratitude, just so many wonderful voices and so much wisdom has been shared. I just feel very humbled.
This has been so incredible, and I am so grateful to you for doing this and inviting us and really creating this larger circle and container that we each could have the time to share and connect. Yesterday I started watching, and then I would, I'd be in the bathroom. I went to 3 Christmas parties, and on the drive over, I'm looking at the YouTube channel, and I got home, and so it's been on, and we have this beautiful connection that each of us have made. And now I completely understand why you would be crying, because many of the stories that I heard, I was just so deeply moved. And I know I'll be reaching out to several people to include them in the podcast for interviews for those that would be open to doing it. So we will wrap up our hour. Lolita and Mia, thank you so very much. If there's any last shares that either of you all have, I'll let you all take it away.
I just want to say that I think this whole thing is amazing. Everyone here, the messaging that is being put out by this, and women we need to have our stories elevated. So often we are, I don't always want to use the word pack mules, but we're the ones who expected to carry the weight. And often we don't know how to release the weight. It's buried in trauma, it's buried inside, because we are just expected to show up and do the work. And yet here we are doing the work, and we're doing the work of healing. Even as we carry trauma, we're trying to figure out how to fix the world through ourselves first, and then elevate that to the world. So I'm so very grateful for the opportunity for us to come here and talk about this. But this entire experience, this entire thing is going to be a blessing, and is a blessing to so many.
Thank you. Mia?
Yeah, and I too am grateful. Like this just really lends into the whole dynamic of following the yeses, following the nudges, but also like we have got to start talking about the things that are taboo. And I think that part of the docu-series that we didn't talk about, Darius, was like, that's exactly what we said we were going to do, right? The docu-series is not just about plant medicine. It's about opening people's eyes and ears and hearts and souls to different experiences and shedding light on things that have been dark or taboo or wrong before. And so this conversation today, just the last 5-10 minutes about the touch part of it, that right there shows that this is so needed. And I'm just really grateful that we're all here to bring it to the rest of the world.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so very much, Leo. And thanks everyone for being here and holding the space. We have much work to do, and may we do it with pleasure and joy, play and love. Thank you.
Naisha Silva has joined us, and I believe is our second to last moderator. And she's a Peruvian Shaw woman, former attorney. And I would just like to welcome her to the stage. Naisha, can you hear me? Oh, you're connecting. Hi. It's great to see you. You have to unmute yourself. Wonderful. welcome. This is your hour to
Hello.
moderate. So thank you for joining us. So if you can just kind of tell us your story and who you are and all the wonderful things you do and, you know, talk about women and all that good stuff, the hour is yours. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. It's the connection here in Iquitos on this, so I hope it will work.
So can you hear me? It's your chance to talk and we can't hear you.
Okay, then I can begin.
Maybe turn off your camera if the bandwidth is low, because it'll make the reception better.
Okay, yeah, maybe better.
Okay.
It's better now?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, this is wonderful. Hello, everybody. I'm very happy to be here. Now, everybody, I guess, is connected and listening. And
yes, they can hear
I'm
you.
communicating from the Peruvian Amazon. Very good. So sometimes maybe it's going to be some delays because of the Wi-Fi. Could you tell me, Leo, how much time I have, just to know?
Yeah,
how much I can
you
share?
have 1 hour. You're controlling the discussion for 1 hour.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's hope the Wi-Fi is going to support us for 1 hour. Well, my name is Naisha Silva. I am from the Peruvian Amazon. I'm 35 years old, and 14 years ago, I quit my profession as a lawyer. Nowadays, I'm a medicine woman, healer from the Amazon. I'm traveling the world. I have been visiting more than 25 countries around the world after finding ayahuasca. Even when I have been born in this beautiful country, it's not a privilege to all those, here to know about this amazing medicine. I think that's why, it's something very popular to hear that this is something that really calls you when it's the right time or finds you. To me, ayahuasca found me when I was very young, when I was 14, through a documentary in Peru. This documentary was so well made that it was touching specifically what I was feeling called for, which is find a spiritual connection to myself. At that point, I felt very lost in my life as a person, as an individual, as a human. And the schools were not giving me the answers. My family were not giving me the answers. Society was not giving me the answers. And this documentary resonated so well with me that I wanted to do it as fast as I could. But my father told me that when is the right time, this is going to come. And it took 8 more years before I could have the chance to try it. And so I went to the law school. Before that, I have to go through a process there that will bring me to quit everything and to choose to find who I am. I met in that time a man from the Sami culture. He's from the North Scandinavia. In Sweden, there is this tribe, the Nordic tribe, the Samis. They work with reindeers, and he came here to recover the knowledge, because in Europe, most of the shamans and the knowledge has been burned, the books, the people were killed. So he came here to bring back this knowledge, and we met in the right times, I believe. And he brought me to his teachers in the Amazon. And this is exactly the city where I am now, again, 14 years after. I just been back from Europe. I'm now having my residence there. And it's been a very long journey. It's been a very beautiful, also hard, rewarding, scary, everything that you can imagine in one life in all these years. And ayahuasca was a very big part of all this journey. I had depression almost all my life. I didn't realize this was the main reason why I used to call students. And my depression was going to a point when I was feeling I need to die. I want to die. But I didn't have the bravery to do it. And I love my family so much that I couldn't do that to them. So every day I find some reason to keep myself going, to wake up. And I feel deeply in myself that one day I will find an answer that who I am, what I'm doing here. Nowadays, I know that all that journey has to happen that way, and I wouldn't change anything because of all what I am nowadays, the person that I have become, or maybe the person that I always was, and that this journey has helped me to bring up because I have so many programs in me that I didn't realize. And in the beginning, when I was invited to this talk, I know the title of this talk is Psychedelics. So I was doing my research about what the term means, because I think it's very important to know, the topic, what we are bringing here. And this term was created by the psychiatrist Humphrey Osmond, is a British psychiatrist, in the 1965. And he presented this term to the Academy of Science in New York. And this term means the mind manifesting, or the mind making itself evident, and which is 100% true with ayahuasca. Because when I was finally hitting the jungle, and I came without a schedule, and this is something important to know for people to heal themselves with the sacred plants, that there is not time, there is not schedule that can say that, okay, in 1 year, in 1 week, in 15 days, in 1 weekend, in one ceremony, you're going to be healed. It can be all together. I have seen people recording in one ceremony, as I have seen people going through many years of transformation, like myself. And in the end, all comes to our own personal path, and keep ourselves going in this path. In the beginning of my journey, I have to confront things that I was aware of, but not really fully in the in the playground to face this. So I have to face my fears and live them day by day. I was in the jungle with the indigenous people, very far from the comfortable life that I was growing. I'm not rich, I'm not poor, it's like middle class, you can say. I've been privileged to go to private schools, and my family has been very loving. Like all families, they have problems, of course, but I never have really big reason to say that this is why I have depression, than just the big question of, I think most people has in life, that what I am doing here as a human being, what is my purpose? Because I never saw myself fitting in any of the roles, or the professions that are given in society, in the university. I have a feeling of what I need to do, and I always follow that feeling, like going to the lowest school where I will meet this man that will bring me to the jungle. And now I'm here 14 years after, doing retreats, traveling the world, helping thousands of people nowadays. And I'm very happy that I was able to break through all my fears and limitations. And the first thing that I had to confront was my fear for darkness. When I was a child, I never knew how sensitive I was to the spirits. I never knew that I was born to be a shaman. It was not until my parents told me that when they were trying to conceive me, they couldn't, and it was with the help of the plants that they were able to get pregnant. And they told me the day that I was leaving Peru for Europe, when we were moving with my ex-husband, That it was time for me to know a little bit more of my history. And this just make perfect sense because I never felt very connected with my parents. I felt connected with them, but not deeply. I felt more at home with the plants, to be honest. The first plant that I drink was San Pedro. This is a cactus. And this was for me the one that opened my eyes to the spiritual world and where I could finally feel at home. And I know that everything that I knew inside, even if I didn't read it in a book, that I didn't receive it from the religions, that I just knew it inside. I just confirmed this feeling that I am searching for the right thing. And after this, ayahuasca came, and ayahuasca brought me to understand myself. So my fears of darkness were coming from my sensitivity of the spirits that I didn't realize that I was able to feel them. And it was in the night when they were coming the most. So that's why I was afraid of the darkness. So she showed me and she explained to me in the ceremonies, because it was very difficult to be in the jungle. They don't have electricity there. They don't have toilets there. So I have to be there. And in the ceremonies here in the jungle are very different if you do ceremonies abroad, where it's a little bit more comfortable. And you need to go out, to the toilets. Normally there are a tree in the middle of the forest. So I have to find the forest, have to find the tree, go out of the ceremony room, and I'm afraid of the darkness. Nobody knew. So I was waiting every time for somebody to go to the toilet that I can follow. And I always say this to people, like, if you really want to heal, you will only find ways and not excuses. I could be stopped. My darkness could stop me. My fear to darkness could stop me to face this stuff, but I choose to find a way. And the way was that, wait somebody to go and I will go. And it took me around 3 months when finally I was able to understand this fear. And when she showed me when I was a baby and I was in a tree and this tree was a wound, and she told me, you need to remember how you felt when you choose to come here, how you felt when you was in your mother womb. The trust needs to come back to you. And it came into my heart, the trust for life. Why did you choose to come here and you choose here to learn? And you need to go back to that feeling. And it took all fear in that moment and brought back the trust for life in general. And then after that, she explained to me that we are all here for a journey and we all came here with a big trust and we need to continue this trust in life. And what I was experiencing as a child when I was alone in the night was the spirits. And she explained to me there are different kinds of spirits that we are interacting with. There are ghosts, there are demons, there are angels, there are fairies, there are gnomes, there are many kinds. And she showed me like the vibrations, how they feel. And then she told me the difference between them and the spirits of the plants. And she told me, now that you know all this stuff, you can know the difference and you can stand in your power. And after that day, I was able to be totally comfortable in the dark. Until that day, I was sleeping with the candle, and nobody knew that I always sleep with the light beside me. And I was 22 years by then. Or, I need to sleep with someone that I can sleep without lights. Otherwise, alone, I cannot. And after that day, I was totally healed. After that day, I was able to walk in the dark without lights. Until this day, I feel comfortable in the dark. Now I feel like annoyed in the jungle if somebody put the light because I can see now there much better. This was one of the biggest miracles for me to be able to understand what happened to me as a child. Then the rest, the next part of my journey was about learning of the different dimensions that are out there in us too, and how the plants are working. So I was giving my first Icaros, and the Icaros are the songs that the shamans are singing in the ceremonies. And when they came, it was the most beautiful thing I heard. It was like a group of people singing for me from a boat. And when I was realizing, like, who is singing, and I was just listening to this music inside of me, I have a very wonderful teacher, and he allowed me to express myself. So I always asked him if I could sing, and I was started to sing very early in my journey, and it was when I felt the best when I was singing in the ceremonies here in the Amazon. And the way to heal with plants is through the diets. So the diets are a special practice. I will say is an ancient practice that not many people knows about it, because what is more popular are the ceremonies with ayahuasca or with San Pedro. And this is a very big part of the puzzle, I would say, and of the healing, that is very important for people to know, because many cultures that are working with ayahuasca are not really practicing the diet that I personally know, like here in Peru. And this diet involves the isolation, for example. Diet means the restriction of something. So we are restricted of many, many things. And among this stuff is a lot of fasting. So there is a lot of purification and healing, natural healing that you receive from your own body. And then there are the master plants that are not the same like the sacred plants. We call sacred plants those plants that has the ability to communicate with us, like ayahuasca. And the master plants are the ones that can teach us something. So the master plants need ayahuasca to communicate with us. I say always, ayahuasca, San Pedro are the shamans of the plants. They are the bridges between humans and plants. So we can receive the knowledge from the teachers, which are the other plants. And sorry, I got the call. And these plants are the ones that are actually teaching the shamans how to heal themselves and how to heal people. These are the ones that are giving the music to the shamans to heal the people in the ceremonies, to call the spirits, to open a ceremony, to close a ceremony, to get rid of demons, to call the angels, and so and so. And in order to connect with these plants, we need to spend time with ourselves and the plant. It's like building a relationship. And when we build a relationship, we need to spend time with the person or the entity that we want to connect. So for 3 years, I spent time here in the jungle. 1 year and a half of this in isolation, fasting, and connecting with the plants. And my journey with ayahuasca only became better. And many people believe that plants are like drugs, that they, works with dosages. And this is the big difference between plants and drugs, that you need them less and less. The goal of the plants is that we don't need them. The help of the plants is to set us free, to help us to find a way back to our hearts, to help us to get in touch with our power again, so we don't have to use them, but we can help them, we can support them to create the beautiful planet that they are creating. You can see this in nature. Nature is a beautiful place. And they just want the same from us, that we can join that forces and create that beautiness together. And with ayahuasca, when you are doing this practice of purification and learning, you need less and less ayahuasca. So you come to a point when you just smell the ayahuasca and you're gone. I came to that point. My teacher opens the bottle, I don't drink, I'm the first one in leaving my body and going into the journey and coming back in the morning. I stopped puking by then. I stopped having dizziness, and normally you can walk properly. In the beginning, when you're learning with ayahuasca, you can't really walk. You're a little bit disoriented sometimes. But as the time is passing, you feel the more and more clear. So I was able to walk straight, be clear, go down to the bathroom, help the people, sing, and be in a good space with myself. And this was for me the best times of my life. So when people has a hurry to learn this, I always tell them, no, learning is the most beautiful time that you can have. because after that there is no time for you anymore, because all the time is for the people and their safety and their healing. This is why it's so important in a healer's journey to take time for us, because later it's not us ourselves anymore. We are there for the people, and that's why this is a big responsibility to take, because it demands a lot of detachment from our families. I have to leave my family very young age, 16. It was the first time when I left them to choose to go to be a lawyer. And when I finished, I was 22 and I left to the jungle. And after the jungle, I have to leave again to Europe. So I have left everything many times in my life. When I was in Europe, I had to divorce my husband and I have to leave everything again and travel. I was told one day in a meditation when an angel came to speak to me that it's time for me to bring what I learned. I humbly can share with all of you that I never wanted to do this job because this is a very big job. It's a very big responsibility. It's a very sacred journey for each soul that choose to enter in these spaces, because you're traveling into spaces that are not always the safest. People carry many things inside of them, and all these things comes in the ceremonies, and one needs to be prepared, strong, mentally, physically, emotionally, to battle all these energies, to handle all these energies, to help people. So I didn't want this responsibility for myself. So my journey also with the plants was really to accept my path, because I didn't have other choice. My marriage was failing. Fortunately, my ex-husband fall into alcohol, and I was desperate. That's why I started praying and meditating to receive guidance. I didn't have plans by then. And when the angel came and told me, now it's time to move, you will receive the help, um, I was mind blown again. I thought that now I really lose it. I haven't done ayahuasca for 2 years. I haven't done nothing. And yeah, this is how it's. I'm crazy now. And for my disappointment that I wasn't crazy because I was hoping, I received a clear message that the archangel that was speaking to me was Raphael. And the day that he was talking was in September, and he told me this day is when I celebrated in this planet. So you can check later to confirm that this is true. So when I finished the whole conversation with him, it was short. I checked, and this was true. And a week after, one person that I heard of that is working with angels, he added me on Facebook from nowhere. And I was praying actually for this person to get in touch because I wanted to have more clarity. And he told me that he will come back to me to confirm if what I have received is correct. And this is a big organization from the Netherlands. And in that time, I was living in the north of Sweden in the Arctic Circle in Kiruna. And he came some hours later and he told me the information is correct. And don't worry, you have a place where to stay. We are living 3 hours from you. We can take you anytime you need. And everything will be good. So they were the first people that helped me to begin with this path. And after that, this is, now around 11 years ago, when ayahuasca was starting to become more popular. Now you find movies, now there is many Facebook groups, there are books, there. In all these last 11 years, I've been witnessing how it's been escalating. And the reason why is because now is the times when the medicine has chosen consciously to be spread by the world, because we are in important times in the planet, in the awakening of the planet, where also our planet is being awakened and is also affecting us, and we are also affecting the planet. So it is like a very big symbiotic. And as a consequence of all the shamanic knowledge and people that, that was carrying this knowledge that was killed in Europe, ayahuasca came. The sacred plants came there. I know there is a little bit of resistance from some shamans in Europe still for our medicine, but this is just natural. This is the law of compensation, that if something is missing, it will be compensated with something else. And when ayahuasca has done the job, the knowledge will come back, because the knowledge cannot be killed, the knowledge cannot be destroyed, the knowledge can only be transformed. And in all these years that we thought the knowledge was gone, it was only sleeping and waiting us. And ayahuasca is one way to unlock this knowledge. Many shamans are coming back to this planet to bring back this to people. And in that time, I remember it was a lot of misinformation and ignorance about the subject, ayahuasca, and how it's used and how it should be taken. People was taking alone the medicine, or people were giving the medicine without training. And it was a very big chaos. And still, I think, a little bit in some parts. So I began a group on Facebook that is called Ayahuasca Shamanism. And I started to share articles there of everything that I was learning, because I thought, like, I can't just get angry, I need to do something. You know, you're part of the problem or you're part of the solution. So I started to share, and those that will listen. Like when I saw the documentary, you know, I was one of those people that saw the documentary, and I'm very, very happy for this documentary. And then that's how I got to know ayahuasca. And after this, first encounter with the angel, is being 11 years that I'm traveling, I'm on the road in, like I say, more than 25 countries. I began my journey working with very small groups. I was exchanging house in order to stay for me to be able to travel. I choose to not come back to Peru because of this big mission that I was given to travel around. And the only thing they told me, that trust, everything will be good. This is the only thing you need to have is faith and trust. And I really wish that I would really have listened to that. Now I have a very big faith after everything that I have been going through, and after everything that the Spirit has given me. I've never been alone in this journey. It hasn't been easy, but I think a big part of why is because I didn't have enough trust and faith in what they told me. And now I know, and now I have changed this part. And this is also part of my message for everybody, that having faith is very important in our journeys, because this is the biggest ingredient, I think, for our healing. This is the biggest ingredient for us to create anything we want in our life. This is the fuel, the battery, the energy for our dreams, for everything that we want to do in life. So I began doing ceremonies with 4 people, and according of what my confidence was giving me, and what I felt capable to do, also because I always been respectful of doing this work. And nowadays, I can hold groups of 25 people. I don't do it alone. I have a very good team, of course. But to come to this point, now I'm bringing people to the Amazon. I'm here now in Iquitos, bringing people from Europe to the local teachers. I'm supporting the local shamans here in Peru, so that their knowledge can continue spreading, and supporting the shamans that have centers, that they can also have a place, because now it has become a very big business here in Iquitos. More or less, there are more than 200 centers here. Most of these centers are owned by foreigners, and there's nothing wrong with this, of course. It's good to have, but the thing is that from all these years that I have been gone from Iquitos, I'm now here. This city only has become worse. It's more dirty. There are more crazy people around. So it's a little bit of a pity to see how in one part it has grown, but how the benefits of this, I can say, economical boom in this area is not being seen in the people's life that is living here. So this is something that I want to bring awareness also to the community, that we need to give back to our communities. We need to protect also the the local people, the shamans, that this medicine doesn't get exploited, that we can continue having ayahuasca, because 2 years ago it came in the news in Peru that more than 100,000 tons of ayahuasca, wild ayahuasca, is being exported from Peru. And who is replanting this medicine? This is a sacred medicine. And it's not just, going to retreats, going to the ceremonies. We also need to become conscious of who we are supporting when in our journeys, what they are doing with the earnings. Are they paying tax? Are they giving jobs? Are they respecting the laboral rights? Here in Peru, many people don't have contracts. The shamans don't have laboral rights. They can be fired any moment. And now the big motivation here for young generations is not the healing, it's the money, unfortunately. And it's a very big pity that now you find your shamans that are motivated for the money and not for helping the people. And I think that we are all part of this, that we are all contributing to this in a bigger or smaller scale. And the part of the consciousness that ayahuasca is bringing into us, I think it also involves to become more conscious, of these small details. Who I'm going to do this with. One second, my baby system. Okay. She's 3 years. She needs mama. So, like I was saying, yes, it's very important that we check who we are drinking, what they are doing, with our money. Who we are supporting in the ceremonies. As this is also has a repercussion, I think, in our own energy. This is more or less what I can remember that I can share. I think it's been half an hour of this being a small resume of my journey. And I'm very grateful with the opportunity once again to be here, and all the people that it's in this journey that are just beginning. I can tell you that if it keeps calling you, you need to keep doing it. And there are going to be moments when you're going to have doubts. There is going to be moments when it's going to shift. In the beginning of my journey, everything was so beautiful. Everything was like love and light, and higher places and dimensions and information. And then I came to the opposite. I started to know the demons. I started to know the bad of this path to the witchcraft. It's a very big thing here in Peru. And everybody is doing witchcraft, more or less, because every time we have a bad desire, a bad feeling for our brothers or sisters, that's witchcraft. Every time we have bad thoughts, every time we're jealous, every time we're envious, we are doing witchcraft. Now, when we are a shaman, it has the biggest impact because we're managing the energy in a different way. So I got to know this stuff, and in some points, it came to play a very big role on my journey, that I was questioning, like, if I'm in the right path. But I mean, if you see the world, as it is, there is the day and the night, the moon and the sun, the man and the woman, and everything has the opposite. So of course, in the spiritual path, it's going to come a point when it's going to become dark, and it's nothing wrong with that. I have been researching in many spiritual practices, like the Buddhism and many others, and I saw all this path of enlightenment, that this is part of the journey to embrace also our shadows, and our shadow is not necessarily finding what is evil in us. No, but becoming aware of the things that are stopping us, the things that are limiting us, the things that are bringing us apart from each other. You know, like when we judge, and like now we are in this beautiful circle of like sisters where we are sharing. And for a long time, women have been separated. For a long time, we have been against each other. And, you know, you can see in the Middle Eastern cultures, like how women are also kind of a part of why the problem is continuing there, you know, because the generation after generation, they do the same to their daughters and their granddaughters, and a very few women that they don't want their kids to go through the same. And we need to become again one as a women. The women were the first shamans. The women were the ones that brought the knowledge, because the women has the capacity to create life, because the women gets to that sensitivity, you know, communication with the spirits. And it's our role. The masculine has a role, the feminine has a role. And yeah, we are sharing this knowledge to men, and when something happened at some point in history. And now we are here again, recovering back this knowledge, this power awakening as one. And we need to be all in this together, as women, as men. And we need to help also our brothers to wake up. I will share with you just something small that the medicine showed me, that how the darkness is being working within us, among us, from the old times, you know, in the medieval times, when actually the darkness took over humanity. We used to live in tribes, we used to live in communities, we used to be connected to the spirit. You know, men were hunting, were providing, women were taking care of the family, keeping things united. We were healers, you know, we were healing people, we were receiving the messages from the spirits, the guidance. And then they brought alcohol. They brought alcohol to all the tribes, and with the alcohol, the bad spirits, and the bad spirits possesses the men. And then they give us the solution to quit our faith and bring us to the church, so they can take all these evil spirits from the man. And we were converted, and we were separated. And then we were called witches for what we knew. And now we are here back in these times. And we need to remember. We need to remember who we are. We need to remember the power that is living within us one more time. We need to stand up, not only for us, but also for the men, because also they were poisoned. It's not nobody's fault. This being a big plan that we all have accepted to go through, because we are beings of life and love, and we will always find a way. This is something that I find in my own journey, that there is always light in the end of the tunnel, in all the dark spaces that we can enter. There is always a small light that we can see, and if we find that light and we hold long enough there, we will find a way out, always. And I always find in my ceremonies that after the night, always the sun comes back, and that you can only just remember that, yeah, that was a tough night, no? And I survived, and I became stronger. And we are living now this night time, the shadow times, to a better time. The technology only has brought us connection. It has brought us this opportunity where we can speak. I'm speaking from the Amazon right now. And that I was able to learn English while I was doing my training. And I see how all is connected, and the bigger picture, and how we are becoming really one tribe. And all these, you know, nationalities and things that wants to keep us apart, that is just a distraction. And we need just to keep focus in what is important, and that is in our hearts, what our hearts is telling us. The medicine has just opened my mind, so I can see what are the things that are stopping me from being and listening my heart. My heart is the biggest portal to the biggest miracles, to the biggest medicine, that is called love. And love is the real healer. Love can heal, can transform, everything in people's life, everything. And I'm very thankful with the plants. I'm very thankful for the shamans that has been generation through generation passing this knowledge. And we, as people that have benefit from this, we need to protect them. We need to protect them. So this is also my message to all of you that are listening to this program. And now I am supporting here a local shaman that unfortunately a few years ago she was hired for one ceremony and a crime was committed when her ceremony was happening, and she was almost sent to jail for 35 years. And if she will not have the connections that we have, she will be nowadays in jail. And this is not fair to anybody. We are making a fundraising. Maybe later, if I allow Leo to share this, we are making a series to bring this to the light, so we can also expose not only all the good about ayahuasca and what is happening with the shamans, but everything that is happening here, so that people knows everything. Because in Netflix, in the media, you see only the good part. Yes, ayahuasca is doing a lot of good, but a lot of people are not doing good with ayahuasca, and we need to know all these things. So thank you so much for your time, for listening, and I don't know if you have any questions, if I'm allowed.
I have like 3 questions. Do you want them like one at a time, or could I just say them all at once?
Yes, all at once, I think.
All at once is okay?
Yes.
Okay. So my question was, I had worked with a medicine man in Mexico, and he was very strongly of the opinion that that Western folks, like in the North Americas, had developed, their body had developed with mushrooms over many generations. And he felt that ayahuasca was not actually a medicine that like these Western Northern bodies really had the capacity to work with, because it wasn't part of kind of their, I don't know, epigenetic memories. They had not developed or evolved with it. So I was curious, that was my first question, was whether or not you believe maybe some people, some plant medicines fit some people maybe better than others. My other question was, you had mentioned like spirits and demons and things like that. I lived with a medicine man in Belize in my 20s in the bush for 4 months, and what I learned from that experience was there was just a lot of talk about demons in a very like conscious way, like demons are alive and that people can have them attached to them, and that they have malicious intent and things like that. And sometimes when I talk to some folks maybe who have a different mindset, maybe they're in the United States or whatever, and you use the word demon, it can be very charged, and people think you're being kind of woo-woo or something. And I'm just wondering, you know, if you've had experiences where you're like fighting a demon, or if it takes energy out of you to work with someone who maybe has like a demonic possession. And then I'm a little bit sleep deprived, so I think I forgot my third question, so I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you, Leo, for your question. Very interesting question. I have tried mushrooms, so I can speak about mushrooms. For me, the experience with mushrooms, San Pedro, and ayahuasca, I can say they are all for the same purpose. It's just different tools. You know, the main purpose has been to have a highest connection and a highest view of things that I couldn't access. You know, information, confirmations, and things like that. I think each medicine has different things to offer to people, but also in a general aspect, they all have the same. You know, like in the bigger view, they all bring us to this connection with our superhuman part, if we can speak like that. What I see the problems with Western people in general is the lack of sensitivity, because of many factors. One is the physical aspect, that many people is contaminated with food. Their bodies are poisoned. And that's why ayahuasca can sometimes be felt. Like people don't feel the ayahuasca, or they don't connect as deep because they need the cleaning first. That's why here in the Amazon, like the diet is the most important part of drinking ayahuasca, because you get to clean your energy, you get to clean your body, and then like that, ayahuasca will work much better. I encounter many people that some of them, they don't connect with the medicine, and it's because of this. I can say in general terms that it's not like ayahuasca is not for certain people. I will say in general, sacred plants are not for everybody, for 100% sure, because some people has tendency to have mental problems, with them. And I can see the people that now with all the experience, I can see which people shouldn't do plants. It's not for everybody. And this goes also for mushrooms. Mushrooms and any kind of like psychedelic, if the person is not mentally stable, if the person is not also physical readily, medically, if he doesn't have the medical conditions, if he's taking antidepressants, if he has heart problems, liver problems, kidneys condition, if they have an aneurysm, all these things first needs to be addressed before they can go into an experience. But I don't think that this has something to do with the epigenetics, more of the sensitivity of the people, and if these medicines in general are compatible, with the medical conditions of a person. And about your second question, about these entities, yes, in the beginning I thought, because I grew up also in not a religious family, but I went to many religious schools. I've been Catholic, I've been in the Adventist, my family, mother side, evangelic, I've been studying with the Mormons, I've been everywhere, finding the answers. And, these demons is something you read in the Bible. And in the beginning of my journey, like I say, it was all nice and beautiful. When I started to work with people, this is when I started to encounter this. When I was supporting the shamans and leading the ceremonies. And yes, I saw that some people, they can carry entities. Now there are different reasons why, Normally the entities that are obvious, like in the movies, this because they come by mistake. Most of them are hiding, most of them because they want to be there and they are not showing up. So when you do plans, you enter in these astral realms where they are living, and then you can see them more clearly. Yes, it takes it takes some work to get rid of them, and I have classified them with different levels of consciousness. There are some that are more parasitic, like the dogs when they have fleas. They are just taking energies. They are much easier to take. They are more with more bigger agendas when, like, people, especially people that has an angelic mission to help other people that has chosen to come here to help other people, they're the biggest targets of the demons. Especially they are brought to drink alcohol, they are bring to go drugs, to lose their, to go totally to the darkness. This is what I have seen, like many guys that I see with the potential and women to be healers, that they have demons. And I recommend all the people not to drink alcohol. When you start this path, and when you have a gift, the alcohol is the one. This is how I said before, how they brought the demons, into our space, because they were not in our space until then. The alcohol lowers our vibration, and yeah, you know all this stuff. The ayahuasca is one way to see them, but is the power of plants, and also the love that it helps, the power of the shaman too, to get rid of these entities. Like when I find people with demons, sometimes I can feel them immediately. I normally don't have emotions for people, but when I encounter people that has demon, I immediately feel angry for no reason, and I know there is a demon there that is trying to triggering something on me, that I will reject that person, that I will not have the, but I already know all the tricks. So I speak with the people, And sometimes people is ready to get rid of their demons. Some people is comfortable with their demons too, So I also have learned not to bother and just to help those that really needs the help. And wants the help, I will do something with that, and not become Jesus Christ, Not that Jesus did something wrong, but we are here to save those that we can and those that we cannot, unfortunately.
I think it's fascinating, like super, super profound and deep for me to have you say that the demons come for those light workers, I find that so profound.
Yeah, this I can tell you 100%. I have been trying to be stopped by them when I start my work, because in the beginning my teacher was protecting me, the plants were protecting me, his space was protecting me, but as soon as I was out of there, I have to face the reality. And my teacher told me always, you never fight the demons. You never fight the demons. You only become love. You become love. Later on, I have learned to work with the energies of, for me, Maria, or the energy of the mother, is the strongest. So every time I call her, it's just pure unconditional love and acceptance for these beings, that they don't have any other choice than either give themselves to that love and be transformed, or leave the space and the person, So this is why I say the love really is the biggest. And all the light workers have difficulties in accepting this love. Yeah, and I think most people has problems and difficulties, and that's why we keep suffering. We keep depressed, we keep into the dark, because we have difficulties loving ourselves. And this is the first step for healing also, to open our hearts first to love and accept everything that we have and we are, and then to expand that love. The rest is just to love more, more and more.
We have 6 more minutes. I'm going to take a quick break, but I just would encourage everyone to ask some questions in the 6 minutes that we have left. And I just want to say thank you again so much for being here.
Oh, thank you so much also for the invitation, and to all of you for listening. Oh, I see some comments. I will share the link for the fundraising, and you can read also the background of the history. It's a Italian woman filmmaker that she's supporting us with this project. And Celia is the Shipibo shaman that was almost brought to jail. I shared this in the chat, in the meeting chat. Yes, somebody was asking also, I'm also curious how you protect yourself from energy of other people you work with. This is a very good question, because many times I have been overwhelmed and affected by the energies. And when you're a healer, that you are working exclusively as a healer, like I'm doing ceremonies every month, for example. In the beginning, when I was young and more crazy, I was doing like retreats every weekend. Now I learned the lesson. So now I do 1-2 retreats a month. And then I take 2 weeks off to recover my energy, to clean my energy. In the Amazon, when you work with plants, because you're entering in different, astral places, you can say energetical places, we do the diets, because the diets is the way how we build the relationships with the spirits of the plants. And it's the spirits of the plants, the ones that are protecting our energy, the ones that are doing the healing. So we don't have to use our own energy. Because I know many healers that are using their energies, and then later they get cancer, and they also don't take care of their bodies, so they get illnesses, because the energy is also target the weak points in the bodies, and then they make the disease that is already there to to develop more. That's why the diet also in Peru, one big part is to heal the physical body. That the body has the opportunity to heal itself, And here in Peru, we have different ways to clean the energy. The Shipibos has a special technique that is called it's like kind of temazcal, what they do with the different plants. They boil them, and then you need to go in like in a sauna. And you're sweating, and this is one way. Then there is the purges, which is plants that makes you vomit, that makes you puke. And these plants are also good for get rid of addictions, clear, the heads of an emotions, clear energies. We have tobacco purge. We have more softer purges with other plants. I don't remember now the names of all these plants. Yeah, Rosa Sisa, for example, is another one. Then we have also the egg cleansing. This is a technique that is very known. You can find on YouTube, egg cleansing. This is a raw egg that is rolled on the body. And the egg shape is made to receive the life force energy. So when it hasn't received the life force from the chicken, it still is a container. So you can transfer the energy from your body to there. So that's why this is a very popular technique. And then you have tobacco that you can also use to blow, not the cigarettes, the pure tobacco. You need to put a prayer and you clear. There is sage, there is also with salt. Sometimes I use Himalayan salt or pink salt or sea salt, a spoon in a glass of water, and I drink. And normally I will puke if I have some energy that is not good in me. Fasting is also very good, helping 3 days of fasting, but that means that you're not seeing other people, that you're alone, you're doing things that are making your vibration higher, like meditating and drinking just pure water, praying to your water. Yeah, not fighting, of course. The best is being alone because you can recover your energy. When you're a healer, you are more sensitive to absorb people's energy easily. So it's very important for healers to have their own time.
Can folks hear me? We're on the last hour of our 24 hours. And I want to say thank you to everyone, but I think we're ready for our last moderator.
Great. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. Okay. Should I begin, Leo, or should I?
No, take it away. The hour is yours. You're leading us to the very end of the finish line.
Okay, so yeah, I see that there's, people still on, cameras off. We're at the final hour, everyone. Congratulations to everyone that made it for part or the whole thing. So that's a huge, huge accomplishment, and it's an incredible honor to be closing out this wonderful event. So let me go ahead and get started. So before I begin, I just want to take a minute to acknowledge where I am giving this talk from. I am Kashmiri Pandit. which comes from North India, and my people are a displaced people, and I am physically residing in the Bay Area where I give this talk today. And I would like to acknowledge the people of this land, specifically the Ohlone, the Miwok, the Muwekwa, and the confederated villages of Lizjan tribes. I'm here to acknowledge that I am on your land, and I would also like to apologize for my intrusion. Thank you. So how do you put all your stuff on one slide about yourself? Well, you try and do it this way. So like I stated earlier, I'm Kashmiri Pandit American. I was born in the United States, but I did spend some early formative years in northern India, including Kashmir, which for those of you that aren't aware is a site that recently did experience genocide as early as 1991. So my community has experienced diaspora, and we're all over. I am in private practice. I'm an internal medicine physician by training. So I have been trained by the Western colonial system. I'm double board certified in internal medicine and by the American Board of Obesity Medicine. In my clinical practice, I do work with ketamine, which is FDA approved for refractory depression. And I have a special clinical interest in the care of highly sensitive people. I'm also the medical director of a mindfulness-based startup called Miro Health. And I have a podcast called Hypochondriactor, where my co-host Sean Hayes and I, we interview celebrities about their medical issues. And it's a wonderful way to learn about medicine in a engaging and entertaining and hopefully funny way. In terms of my involvement with psychedelics, I've done a lot of different things. I think the most recent thing that I'd just like to flag is that I was involved at UCSF with the psilocybin trials for depression, as well as psilocybin for Parkinson's disease. The psilocybin for depression trial is now finished. That finished this summer. And it was really an interesting study to be a part of. This is the USONA trial, which is a national trial. I'm also MAPS trained to do MDMA assisted psychotherapy, and I have been a performing artist. I've been performing stand-up comedy for over a decade, and eventually pivoted to storytelling, and have even dabbled in clowning as well. So I think I really embody the true healing arts, if you will. Okay, so my story begins this summer, not my psychedelic story, but just the story that I'd like to share today, because I finished my involvement with UCSF working on the psilocybin trials around June of this year. And after I was done with the trip, or with the lab research, I decided to take a trip to Egypt, which was a country that I had wanted to visit for a very, very long time. And so this is me at the Temple of Philae. It's in a town called Philae in the Aswan area. It's a little over 800 kilometers south of Cairo. This temple is devoted to a couple of different ancient Egyptian gods, Isis, who's the goddess of healing and magic, and then the gods Horus and Osiris are also worshipped here. And as soon as I walked into this temple, I kind of had to do a double take, because I saw these pillar structures and they reminded me a lot of mushrooms, and they were everywhere. And I couldn't tell, like, is this because I've just been working on these research trials and I've been thinking about mushrooms and talking about mushrooms? But as you can tell by these photos, they were all over. I couldn't see anything but these mushrooms. So I thought to myself, well, is there any connection between mushrooms and perhaps these gods that were worshipped in ancient Egypt? The god of the dead, the god of rebirth, the god of the sky, the god of healing and magic. I mean, these are all themes that we are familiar with. So being a good scientist, I went to the literature and I was able to find one published journal article exploring Egyptian religion from a ethnopharmacologic perspective. And this gentleman, Stephen Berlant, he goes so far to say that the crown that the pharaohs wore was symbolic of the psilocybin mushroom. And the traditional ancient Egyptian triple crown, also known as hemhem, was actually also a cluster of mushrooms. And this is an actual photo from the temple. You can see the triple crown and the similarities to the psilocybin mushrooms. And he bases his conclusion off of one of the oldest Egyptian papyrus documents called the Westcar Papyrus, which was named after the person Westcar, who perhaps illegally discovered or took the papyrus, but roughly translated in ancient Egypt, the story is the story of King Cheops or King Khufu and the magician. So this is a papyrus that is about magic in Egypt. And unfortunately, a lot of the papyrus was destroyed, but they were able to find one specific story that I think is really interesting. So Isis, again, goddess of magic and healing, she helps this priest's wife who has to deliver triplets, and these triplets are going to become pharaoh, and she was having a difficult delivery, and Isis helps her deliver. And so the husband is so grateful that he gives the gods a bag of barley, which we know today can be used as a substrate for growing mushrooms. Isis then takes 3 crowns and places them in a bag of barley and creates a rainstorm in the story. And so the barley gets wet. And then he goes back to the priests and says, hey, can you just take this bag of barley and keep it covered and dry until it stops raining, and then we'll come back and get it. Well, the gods never come back, but exactly 2 weeks later, the priest maid then opens this bag of grain and she finds things that are dancing and singing and all joyful noises to a king. So that's really interesting. And in case anyone was curious, I mean, we don't know how the story ends. We don't know what happens because the papyrus is destroyed. But this story, according to Stephen Berlant, is enough evidence to say this is why pharaohs wear crowns that look like mushrooms, because according to the story, the triplets were due to be pharaohs and they had the 3 crowns, which grew into mushrooms. So just a reminder, I just want to play this quick video, which doesn't have sound with it. Again, this is what happens when you're trying to grow mushrooms. So you take a green substrate, you add water, so you soak it, and then you add the spores, which in the Egyptian story were the crowns. And then, sorry, there's a little bit of a delay. You pack it in quite nicely. And imagine if this were a bag, a well-sealed bag of grain, and then you just let it sit. And as you can see, mushrooms grow very quickly and easily. And this time lapse goes out. And in the story, it's exactly 2 weeks later that the maid opens the bag to find the mushrooms. And lo and behold, day 14, voila. So a little over 2 weeks later, and we have a nice mushroom that's ready to harvest. So interesting story for sure. So this is another temple in Egypt called Dendera. It's honoring the goddess Hathor, which is the goddess of femininity, sexuality, and beauty. And in this image, the offering is being made to the goddess. And as you can clearly see, there's a bowl here of mushrooms which are being offered. So, and my friends, this dates back as far as possibly 2500 BC. So this is very, very old we're talking about here. So I didn't get a chance to visit this part of Egypt, but I certainly will be going back at some point. So we know Mount Sinai is also in Egypt, and this is believed to be the purported place where Moses had a conversation with God and received the 10 Commandments. I was able to find another article by a psychology professor, Benny Shannon, who goes on to claim that actually Moses' experience where he sees God, it's actually synonymous or very analogous to an ayahuasca experience. And he has points to sort of prove this. So just in case someone doesn't understand how ayahuasca works, just a quick recap. We know it's a combination of two plants. One is the Banisteriopsis caapi vine, also known as the soul vine, which has MAO inhibitor properties. And then there's chacruna, which contains the DMT. And you need both ayahuasca and chacruna in order to have the hallucinogenic experience or psychedelic experience. So Benny says in his article that actually there are two types of plants that exist on the Sinai Peninsula. The first is Syrian rue, which is an MAO inhibitor, and the acacia tree, which is written about a lot in biblical references, also endemic to the region. And there are species of acacia tree with DMT. So he's saying it technically was possible to have some sort of ayahuasca type analog for him to have this experience. And then he goes on to give different examples of why certain descriptions are analogous to ayahuasca. So the first example he gives is when Moses first meets God. And this is in Exodus. Roughly, the Bible says Moses led the flock to the backside of the desert and came to the mountain of God. The angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. He looked, and behold, the bush burned with fire, and the bush was not consumed. And Moses said, I will now turn aside and see this great sight, why the bush is not burnt. And when the Lord saw that he turned aside to see, God called unto him out of the midst of the bush and said, Moses, Moses. He said, here I am. So he's seeing a bush that's burning, but it's not actually burning. He's hearing a voice. So in research, we have a mystical experiences questionnaire to try and validate, if someone is actually having a mystical experience. So I went through the mystical experience questionnaire, and Moses hits many of the points. I mean, it's very possible that he meets all the criteria of a mystical experience. He's losing his usual sense of space. There's a paradox occurring. There's a sense of sacredness, et cetera, et cetera. So the second piece of evidence that Benny presents in his research is about the scene when Moses and his brother Aaron meet the Pharaoh's sorcerers or the magicians, and they turn a rod into a serpent. So Benny says that, serpents are very prevalent in ayahuasca visions. In fact, Jeremy Narby wrote this book called The Cosmic Serpent. The entire book is about the serpent references that come up in ayahuasca ceremonies. That's how common it was. So, was this encounter with the Pharaoh sorcerers, was this maybe a group ceremony that everybody was seeing the serpent or something like that? I mean, it's an interesting idea. Another thing is he talks in the Bible, it talks about how Moses' face was super radiant after talking to God. Everyone kept saying his skin shone, his face was radiant. And, we know after people work with ayahuasca, they do have this kind of glow to them. And then after Moses gets the 10 Commandments and the people of Israel become a people, when the people of Israel are due to go to the mountain to meet God, they have to purify themselves for 3 days. And part of the purification process includes not having sex. We know when people do ayahuasca, they have to engage in a purification process. And so when God finally appears, he says there's a couple of things in the Bible that Benny says are descriptive of an ayahuasca experience. It passed on the third day in the morning that there were thunders and lightning and a thick cloud upon the mount, and the voice of the trumpet exceeding loud, so that all the people that was in the camp trembled, and all the people saw the thunderings and lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. So all the people in the camp trembled. Benny is saying that this alludes to a fear of death, or that they got close to something that might be close to ego death. And he also says that when the people saw the thunderings and lightnings, this is a description of synesthesia, where you see sounds or you hear colors. And then, of course, later on, God is described as a devouring fire on top of the mount in the eyes of the children of Israel. So this description of God as this sort of fire or light, again, that is also a theme that people see when they work with ayahuasca. They're getting closer to the light. The last example is really interesting. So God's speaking to Moses, and basically the summary is that Moses and God are going back and forth about what he's supposed to do. And then God says to him, "You cannot see my face, for no one may see me and live." And he describes how you will see my back, but my face must not be seen. So this idea that you're seeing an entity, but you can't see the entity's face, is something that happens really commonly in the ayahuasca experience. This is from Benny's article about a person who had done medicine and said, "I saw a creature, it was a woman, but not a normal person, not a regular human being. I saw this woman clearly, but I could not see her face." I need to share my my sound really quick, but there's also another video that I'm gonna share. Give me 1 second here. So seeing a person without a face, if anyone doesn't have any personal experience with this, or if someone doesn't know what I'm talking about, there was actually an episode of The Simpsons that really described this phenomenon really well. It's when Homer eats a pepper that is so hot that he develops hallucinations. And this is one of the scenes from that episode that describes the person without a face.
Climb that, huh?
Can you hear that?
Problemo. Oh! This is because I kicked you, isn't it? Marge, thank God you're here. Where's the car? Marge? Marge? Oh, now what? If you're still mad at me, I'm gonna be really mad. Come on, Marge. Will you fight fair? I never do this to you. Talk to me!
So, yeah, I thought that was a really interesting example of that. So, putting aside cultures that are not mine, I wanted to end on a culture that is mine. I was raised Hindu, and I grew up listening to Sanskrit chants. And one of the greatest mysteries in psychedelic history is the reference of certain substances in these ancient Sanskrit texts. The oldest text that is available is the Rig Veda. It literally means knowledge that comes in verses. So if you want to think of books like the Iliad and the Odyssey as sort of the mothers of Western civilization, the Rig Veda is the grandmother. It is one of the oldest texts that exist, and there's the Vedas consist of 4 texts, and the Rig Veda is the oldest of the 4, and it's foundational for the other subsequent 3 texts. And texts like the Bhagavad Gita came way after the Rig Veda, so we're talking very, very old and ancient. the Rig Veda was what Vedic priests used to recite. That was their go-to source. And it's not even spoken in modern day Sanskrit. It was Vedic Sanskrit, which is actually has a closer relation to languages like Old Iranian or Avestan. In fact, there's a lot of similarities between the Rig Veda and Old Iranian texts like the Gathas, which, by the way, the Rig Veda was the early foundation or evidence of Hinduism. The Gathas were early foundation and creation of the religion Zoroastrianism. So there's over 10,000 verses. We think it's very old, 17th or 12th century. We don't really know. And in the Vedas, they talk, or the Rig Veda, they talk about this substance called soma. They talk about soma a lot. And there's also reference in the Old Iranian text, the younger Avestas, hauma, which they believe is the same as soma. It's believed to be interchangeable. So what is soma? So soma literally translates to that which is pressed. And in the Rig Veda, the line between soma being a god that is worshipped and soma being a substance that is part of a ritual and offering. Soma plays both roles, but the boundary between those two is really unclear. And it's been the source of debate for a very long time. What is clear is that the soma is offered as a juice, and it's the chief offering in the most important rituals in the Rig Veda. And again, in the Younger Avesta, which is an old Iranian text, it's offered also as a drink as hauma. And when describing what soma does, according to the Vedas, it affects both humans and gods, and it seems to have kind of like an upper effect, like it exhilarates, it elates, and it's called amrita, which is roughly translated to the immortal, meaning that when you drink it, it confers immortality. So there's a lot of theories about what exactly is soma, and I'm going to go through some of the different theories. We know, first of all, based off of the text, that soma is definitely a plant that has stems. It's brown, tawny brown, or golden in color. Based off of what the Rig Veda says, that the way it works is you soak it in water and then it swells up and then it's beaten to get the juice out of it. And then you strain it so you get all the impurities out. And it apparently has a bitter taste. So you have to add milk to cut that bitter taste. And time again, after people drink it, they said they feel elated, energized, wakeful, inspired. The gods can accomplish a lot of challenging tasks. They can defeat enemies. So the first theory is that soma is a plant called ephedra, which is actually used today in Zoroastrian rituals. The evidence for ephedra being soma is that they actually found traces of ephedra in this ancient archaeological complex called the Bactria Margiana Archaeological Complex, or the BMAC. To be clear, the BMAC is basically where modern day Turkmenistan is today, and it's believed to be the archaeologic evidence of the Bronze Age of civilization. And they did find traces of ephedra. The thing that doesn't completely seem clear with ephedra being soma is that the Rig Veda talks about soma in a way that it gives you visions, and it's described sort of like a hallucinogenic experience. And ephedra, just to be clear, it's a stimulant, but it's not a hallucinogen. So ephedra, we don't know. Theory number two is like probably the most popular theory, is that soma is the Amanita muscaria mushroom. And Gordon Watson wrote this book, Divine Mushroom Immortality, where he basically, the entire book is him trying to prove this point. And he has a lot of references. It's a really interesting book. He bases this on this theory that in the Rig Vedas, they talk about preparing the soma with grain and liquid, and we know you can use grains to grow mushrooms. He says that, well, you can drink the mushrooms. The Vedas talk about how soma grew in the mountains, so he's saying, well, mushrooms can grow in the mountains, so therefore it's that. The reason this theory isn't as popular now is because the Vedas basically say very clearly that soma involves drinking the juice of the plant as opposed to eating the plant itself. And so, you don't really make, you don't necessarily need to make mushroom juice versus just eating the mushrooms themselves. And then there's another reference in the Vedas where basically the ritual involves pounding the stalks of the soma plant. And so some people argue that, like, well, you don't need to pound the stalks of the mushroom plant. Mushrooms don't really have stalks. So there's some debate that this isn't really clear. Then the third theory is that it's Syrian rue, which actually Benny mentioned in the article around Mount Sinai. And this is based more because it shows up, or it seems more consistent in the old Iranian texts. For example, this is a text from the Homyast, and it's a description of Hauma. And then Zarathustra said, reverence to Hauma. Hauma is good. Hauma is well-formed, well-created, established as good and holy, and then described as golden with bending sprouts. That is the best for one drinking and on the best path for the soul. So golden with bending sprouts. I have a picture of Syrian rue here. It looks golden. The sprouts look bendy. Syrian rue can be taken on its own. And if you take it on its own, it can induce like a dream state. So the issue with this theory is that soma is described as giving a sense of exhilaration and elation. It certainly is described as an upper. So Syrian rue wouldn't exactly fit that picture. Then the final theory is that actually it's not one plant, it's a lot of plants. And Matthew Clark talks about this in his book, The Tawny One. Like, his whole theory is that the only way to explain all the conflicting evidence is that multiple plants were used. So it was like an analog to ayahuasca. It wasn't exactly ayahuasca. So what would be the evidence for that? Then we need multiple elements to make that work. Can someone please mute themselves if they're not muted? So you need MAO inhibitor and DMT together. So Syrian rue is a MAO inhibitor, and then there's a reference to a kusa grass, which is used throughout the Vedic rituals. And that possibly may have DMT. So it's possible that, just to be clear, kusa grass in Buddhist texts, the Buddha talks about how the Buddha was to sit on a seat of kusa grass in order to attain enlightenment. So you wonder if that has a connection with what we're talking about here. The only issue with this theory is that there's not really direct evidence in the Rig Vedas that multiple plants were used. So very sort of theoretical. Now, the Rig Vedas are meant to be heard. We can wax philosophical about them, but I wanted to let you all hear what it sounds like to have the one verse of the Vedas chanted. And this is specifically a verse that represents, or that talks about soma. So please, I hope you can enjoy and appreciate this.
आत्वा वहन्तो हरयो वृषणं सोमपीतये इन्द्रत्वा सूरचक्षसः इमाधानाघृतस्नुभो हरि इहोपवक्षतः इन्द्रं सुखतमे रथे इन्द्रं प्रातर्हवामः इन्द्रं प्रयत्यध्वरे इन्द्रं सोमस्य पीतये उपरः सुतमागहि हरिभिरिन्द्रकेशिभिः सुतेः त्वा हवामहे सेमन्नस्तोममागह्युपेदं सवनं सुतम् गौरो न दृशितः पिबा इमे सोमास इन्दवः सुतासो अधिबर्हिषि ताम् इन्द्रसहसे पिबा अजन्ते स्तोमो अग्रिजो हृदि स्पृगस्तु शन्तमः अथा सोमम् सुतं पिबा विश्वमित्सवनं सुतमिन्द्रो मदाय गच्छति वृत्रः सोमपीतये सेमन्नः काममापृणगोभिरश्वैः शतक्रतो स्तवामत्वा स्वाध्याः.
Yeah, so I'd love to hear how people experience that, but the chants themselves are the medicine. And if you were reading along to some of the captions, I mean, this was really an ode to the substance, whatever it may be. Oops, sorry. Many, many years later, then hundreds and hundreds of years later, the Bhagavad Gita was written. There is a verse in the Bhagavad Gita that refers to Soma. And I have the translation here, but I thought it might be nicer to just hear the verse being spoken. So here's the verse that refers to Soma.
Traividyamam somapah putapapa yajñairištva svargatim prarthayante te punyamasadya surendralokam Ashnanti divyan divi deva bhogan.
So, yeah, Soma's identity is still one of the greatest mysteries that we haven't solved yet in the study of religion. And it really inspires me that if we can keep searching, keep asking questions, the implications of understanding this could be really great, that if our predecessors lived in a way that was so different than the way we live now, a way where they worshiped the plants and the plants were revered as gods, and they were also viewed as very sacred substances. It moves me just to think about living in a world that was centered like that. And so I do hope that in our lifetimes, we are able to understand Soma's identity, because I think it can unlock so many different answers for us. We've heard stories for the last 24 hours, some with different flavors. And, the stories, this quote, I felt was appropriate. We're all meaning-making machines. And the stories you believe either move you forward or hold you back. And in the spirit of storytelling, I just want to say that I think it's so important that we come together and we share our stories and we share our experiences. And even though I'm a Western trained physician, I know that there's more. And so I just want to thank you for this opportunity, or at least that's my story and I'm sticking to it. I just want to thank a bunch of folks that basically gave me the opportunity. Leo, thank you so much. And the entire team behind this event. I would love to thank my family and my lineage and my ancestors and so many of my teachers that have introduced me to the plants and taught me so much. My underground therapist, the Shipibo tribe that I worked with in Peru, my somatic therapist, my creative director, the stand-up comedy scene that taught me how to play, and my various clowning teachers. if you would like to stay in touch, you can follow me on the social media channels. And I'll also be working with the Temple of the Way of Light in Peru in March, being part of the facilitator team to work with groups that are interested in experiencing ayahuasca. So thank you so much.
So we still have, I think, about 25 minutes or so. So maybe we could just open it up to general questions and things like that. But what I think is interesting is I have a gentleman that runs groups at the center that I run in downtown Seattle. He wants to open up a fund for students to go to the Temple of Light in Peru. So I think it's fascinating. I can't wait to tell him about, that you're also connected because he has such amazing things to say.
Yeah, the Temple of the Way of Light in Iquitos, Peru was my first introduction to ayahuasca. And I was part of the group in 2019 that was with Gabor Mate. I can say that I was really impressed with the center's protocols, the medical screening, and ensuring safety. And so, yeah, I'm really excited to be sort of working with them.
So let's open it up to some questions and thoughts for this beautiful last 20 minutes or so that we have together.
Thank you to the folks that have put in stuff in the chat. Some really interesting comments. Yeah, Avi, the Amanita muscaria, you have to extract it and not eat it. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a very compelling theory. It'll be really interesting to eventually discover what the real answer is.
Well, I mean, I have to be honest with you. This is a deep conversation I'm having with a number of PhDs, and I speak on this. I'm definitely really curious about what soma is too. And I use a lot of self-experimentation. I work with Amanita muscaria. So it's there's a whole world of people in different traditions, including the Buddhist tantras and as well as the Vedic tantras, and they all really want to know what soma is, of course. So, if you want to join the not team, but if you want to know what we're experimenting with and what we're looking at, not just in pure forms, but also in admixtures, I'd happily share.
Yeah. I'm very much on the quest as well. Very cool.
There's actually this really lovely man. He's based in Koh Samui, and he's been working with acacia mimosa and Syrian rue. And this, according to the sort of Vajra path, the Buddhist Tantra path. And he's of the camp that actually acacia mimosa, Syrian rue, which there aren't a lot of serpent motifs in that journey, but it does take you into very similar, deep, like high spaces. It's a purgative, so it's detoxing the body. So there are a lot of similarities, and I really like if you're curious, I really recommend trying that along with the other ones too.
I mean, that's amazing. Yeah, thank you. I put my Instagram in the chat if would love to stay in touch. Yeah.
Cool, I'll find you.
I'm curious, do you have any thoughts on women in the field in terms of entrepreneur work or maybe double standards for women that are in the medical profession or the scientific profession who are going into these kind of esoteric places, if you will, that I think we have this culture of kind of casting people as witches and dismissing them. I'm just wondering how you carry both roles and if you ever feel discrimination or that discrimination is out there.
Yeah, I love that question. There is a bit of being sort of closeted. For example, this is a space where I could show up more fully. if I was giving this talk in front of a medical department, I don't think my talk could be as full and free. But that I think is part of the change. If we're talking about decolonizing healthcare, part of the solution is first, showing up fully. It's been a process. I always like to think about it is that if we're talking about plants, studying plants, researching plants, why not also try to embody the energy of the plants? So those are principles like slowing down, mindfulness, being present. Part of the Western medical system is that it's go, 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 meet the deadlines. It's our culture. It's not just the medical system. That's very much an antithesis to the spirit of the plants. But if we're going to actually be doing research in these fields and be a part of this quote unquote movement, part of that involves embodying that. So, how about doing a mindfulness practice in between a lecture series for med students so that we can embody those principles? I do a lot of advocacy work on improving kind of situations for doctors because, the system is so broken. And for example, doctors have a suicide rate of 1 physician per day in the United States. And these are the healers. So the healers are really hurt. And so an example of sort of incorporating the principles of the plants is like slowing down, maybe feeding our doctors really good, nourishing food in the hospital, food that nourishes the body, because that's something that the plants talk about and teach. And so there's a lot of different principles. So for me, it's just a juggle of sort of understanding the system that we're currently in, which is a colonial patriarchal system, versus the system that eventually, if the goal is to eventually really embody the lessons of these plants, it's really moving away from that. And so it's a balance, if I'm, it really is a balance. So like, I will be judicious about like how I show up, how I dress, what jewelry I might wear, just how I'm going to occupy my space. It's very different in the hospital setting versus like out in the community. CK. So the stat, according to the American Psychiatric Association, a survey basically showed that physicians have the highest suicide rate compared to any profession in the United States. They average about 1 physician death by suicide per day. So this is I'm like very passionate about trying to sort of address that, which is my way of sort of embodying, I think, the lessons of the plants. Yeah.
Do you mind sharing a little bit about your future work with the veterans and why that inspires you and why that feels like so necessary or important?
Yeah, totally. My plan in 2023 is to head down to the West Los Angeles VA to help run the MDMA trial for PTSD in veterans. And, I think veterans are a very specific type of population where they have significant trauma. And then there's also the trauma of the moral injury of whatever that occurred, right? So it's like, it's actually a very nuanced type of care, because there's two angles here. And so I just think there's a huge need. I think that it plays into greater systemic issues about why we're sending people to war, and kind of bigger hierarchical structures. So for me, those are the kind of higher level systems that I'm interested in being involved with in terms of understanding the victims and the perpetrators involved, which in the veteran population can sometimes be one and the same. And so I just find that to be very kind of clinically interesting. And from an energetic standpoint, we're talking about a lot of susto, like a lot of heaviness, that needs clearing. And, in these research settings, like they're not being done in a Maloka, like they're not being done with these sort of very natural settings. You're in a clinical office. You might not get to like burn Palo Santo because it's not in the IRB. There's totally different sets and settings, and so from my perspective, it's like getting more involvement to say like, hey, we can maybe do this different. Like maybe we can do this in a different location. Maybe we can get more ceremony into this aspect. So it's not just like you're giving someone a drug, right? Like it's important to use the word medicine, like you're giving medicine. And, if there's anything exploring the Rig Vedas taught me is that the chants are the medicine. The chants are powerful. And so there's so much more happening energetically than just giving a pill. And I know I'm getting a little long-winded here, but the last thing I want to say is that, this idea that if someone is experiencing trauma and you just have to give a medicine or give a pill to fix them, like they need something external to heal themselves. That is a very colonial approach to healing, that this person cannot heal themselves without some greater organization, entity, power, putting their authority into the person to heal them. The way a lot of the research runs right now is like about the dose. What was the dose that you gave the person? And, what I have learned from the Shipibo and from my work elsewhere is that, that it doesn't really have much to do with the dose. What it has to do with is what is the energy that you're working with? So, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to dominate. Anyone else is willing to is welcome to jump in. I had two other questions. One was if your family was supportive of your work in terms of being like so cutting edge and progressive in your direction of your work. And then I also was curious about with the men that you work with. We had someone earlier that works with men, and they were talking about a lot of the woundedness that men have, or like the toxicity of like what our culture does to men and so forth. And I'm just wondering, as a healer, if you could comment not just on like how your family reacts to what you do, but or that kind of thing, but also if you've experienced like men changing or feeling healed by these medicines in this kind of toxic culture.
Yeah, great question. So my family at this point thinks they're supportive. I know in the beginning, when I was first talking about ayahuasca, they weren't really familiar with what I was talking about, but then I sort of kept talking about it and kept talking about it. And now they're very supportive of the work I do. So that's the family part of it. The second thing is, again, so I don't identify as a man, so I can't speak about the male experience, but I can tell you that, we do live in a time where it's my observation that it's not necessarily safe for men to feel their emotions because of the society and the world that we've created. A lot of times there's this sort of culture of like, men are insert some kind of negative phrase. And, in sort of this new wave of thinking about, I guess, feminism or what you want to call it, this idea of canceling men, it's not a very sort of compassionate perspective. And, the analogy is, I once heard this talk about the fifth wave of feminism. And the analogy is, back in the 60s when, back in the early 1900s, people would sit around the dinner table and have conversations like, do women really have brains? Like, do they really have the ability to vote? I mean, let's study this, and now, to me, it seems like the current conversation that happens around the dinner table is like, well, do men really have hearts? Do they bleed the same blood that if you cut them? And to me, it's like a very kind of glaring sort of blind spot in the feminist movement, where it's like, okay, why don't we start thinking about this from a trauma-informed perspective? Why don't we start thinking about this from a compassion-oriented lens? And so for me, it's like when I talk about, or I hear about men who are acting in a way that harms others, I mean, to me, it's like hurt people hurt people. We're talking about severely traumatized individuals, and our culture has created it. This is the byproduct of our culture. So I think there's going to be a lot of tears that are going to be shed. I think just get ready to cry, because there's going to be a lot of tears. That's kind of my take on it. Yeah.
We're in the last 7 minutes of 24 hours, and I would just love anyone to hop in, and you can share a prayer, you can share a thought, you can ask a question. But we're winding down here, and it's kind of like the plant medicine journey, and we're coming to the end of our journey together. And I just want to say thank you so much, Priyanka, for your talk. It's been amazing. And just such a beautiful fitting ending for this journey. But we have 7 minutes, so I would just love folks to share.
This is Lucia. I would just like to give just a blessing of gratitude to you, Leo, and all the incredible divine feminine energies, and appreciate what you have done. And once again, from the 24-hour microdose sit-in to this, the momentum that is being built through your own journey is beautiful. So thank you, and I appreciate it.
I second that, Leo. You're amazing. And Priyanka, I just want to thank you for the last thing that you mentioned. I facilitate a couple of women's integration circles. One through the Portland Psychedelic Society is for survivors of sexual assault and domestic violence. And I struggle with that, because I know that men need healing too. And I often have men show up to my group to try to join, and so I have to politely say no, because this is a safe women only space. But I don't think there are, and I don't know, it is a societal issue, but I wish more men were interested in doing the healing work. And it is work, it's hard work. I've been on this path for many years. So, but thank you for that reminder. It is important.
I also just wanted to express gratitude. I was invited by Lucia, and I have found family here that I didn't know that, and I've traveled all over. I have so many communities that I'm a part of, but this was a vastly different experience and dissolving in so many ways. And I was able to touch edges that I didn't think I was going to be able to, in a impromptu space. So, Leo, you are appropriately named, and just gratitude, truly.
So we're going to have a 24-hour men's event, March 11th. And I'm really excited about that because I think it's good to uphold a space where all genders can support men's stories and men being vulnerable. I think that's incredibly powerful as a culture to stand up for men's needs and their need to be seen in their vulnerability. And I think that's kind of the revolutionary work of feminism, is that everything Priyanka just said about that the tears are going to be coming for these men that are going to be going into these places that are hard for them, and that this culture doesn't support them. And I do agree with her about feminism can sometimes like teach us to be callous towards our brothers when they're coming from a place of trauma. And so I think that that's deeply meaningful. I also want to mention that January 14th, we are having another 24-hour event. This one is about conflict in the plant medicine community. And I've had so many diverse reactions to that because some people feel like that's a negative place to go. But I feel like it's kind of like a Dr. Phil moment for the plant medicine community, because it is a society, you know, it's a growing community that's a kind of a new society, or an old society, if you will. I was very deeply impacted by Priyanka sharing about the Egyptian imagery of these mushrooms. That was very powerful, all the slides that she was showing. You know, and I think all of us can resonate with like this deep sense of connection to the mushrooms being part of lineages around the world, and that they're our friends. So I really just appreciate everyone and have such deep gratitude for all of you. And I feel bad for some of you folks who came on like in the last 10 minutes or so, because Priyanka had like the most just lovely presentation for us here at the end. And I just really appreciate her bravery, because I think for doctors who've been trained to be dismissive of the esoteric arts or what have you, to step into the spiritual realm and still maintain, you know, credibility, you know, that we kind of, you know, want doctors to kind of protect and what have you in a certain way. I just think it's very brave work. So just want to thank you, Priyanka, again. Does anyone feel inspired to do some kind of prayer to kind of like end us out? Because we've got 1 minute left, and I would love someone to kind of take us out.
If nobody stepped up, I'm happy to, and I'd love to invite Aurora to do that with me since we started together. Aurora, are you there?
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, Aurora, would you like to do a blessing with me to close down this beautiful divine experience?
Sure.
Beautiful. I'll start off with gratitude for our ancestors and for the people of this land who have, the native people of the land that we are speaking on, wherever we're at. We give gratitude for the sacredness of the sacrament of life, of living, and the entheogenic plants and animals and technologies that have come into our lives. And Aurora.
Again, I say Modupe. I am gratuitous Modupe to the earth that gives birth to the mothers in this space. Modupe to the waters that carry the creativity through our wombs. Modupe to the fire in the hearts of all the people in this space that are passing through this space. And Modupe to the breath that has carried us through this life, to the spirit that is the breath, and to the work that we are all going to continue to do out of this space. Modupe, 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 Ashe, Asi, Asha, Amen.
Ashe.
Ashe, Ashe, Ashe.
All right. Well, thank you to everyone. And I wish you well in your journeys. I'll see you around the next bend in the road.
Thank you.
Take care of yourselves.
Infinite gratitude, peace and blessings.
Gratitude.